the vow.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you guys come in. Welcome to the Confluence Religion Chaos Panel Part 2. That's right, so nice we did it twice because we have so many prompts to still get through. So many good prompts, okay? Good to see all of you. Good to see Gorilla Polis. Good to see you, Rage Page. Good to see you, K2, who's mogging me for being late. I was like a few minutes late, okay? A few minutes. Good to see you, Young Christian. Good to see you, Topanga. Boom. And we already have a dono from K2. We'll hit the button and I'm going to try to read what he... Oh, I get it. So, well, I actually don't get half of it. I get the gay fluid. CFNC to gay. I'm not really sure what that means, K2. But thank you for the $2. I mean, I know what the gay fluids part means, obviously, of course, but you know, the other part, not exactly sure. So how this works, again, for those of you who have never been on a religious chaos panel, and I mean, who among us have not at this point, okay? And well, first of all, we got to bring up a little special someone that I like to call. Oh, he doesn't want to be on camera. He's a little shy. We're just going to pull him up against his will, non-consensually, okay? Good to see you, Big Soda.
Oh, hold on. I got to change my government name. I don't need people doxing me.
Oh, that's true. No one clip it. I'm
panicking. I forget how to change it. Okay, there we go. Now no one will know.
There we go. Yeah, dox proof. So what we are doing is, talking about spiritual beings, demons, angels, even ghosts, possibly all of the above. The amount of prompts I have, and the directions this panel will go, I can already sense it. It's going to be killer. Okay, we're starting off with the demons. Okay, that's a little teaser. We're starting with the demons. Okay, and then we're going to only get more crazy from there. So pinned comment at the top in the description. Join, be a part of the panel. We go clockwise. We go snake-wise, as per usual. When everyone joins the panel, they will be given 10 seconds to state their religious beliefs, and then we will talk about the prompt. So, you know, y'all join up, okay? Right now it's just me and Big Soda, which is fine. Me and Big Soda could talk about demons for a hot minute, but if you too want to talk about demons, you know...
Yeah, like Bonnie.
There also will be angels. There also will be ghosts. There also will be spirits of all sorts. Is this the real K2? It is K2, because I know I have a method.
You haven't done your name change yet, and you were late. So you gotta.
What's my? Oh, that's what it is. That's what you meant by the name change. Oh, that's what CF Confluence name change to. I can't even. How do I even copy that? Can you type it in the normal chat?
Just put gay. I gotta do that so it gets past.
You said you put gay.
I don't want to be gay fluence, you know. I feel like, in fact, I think, okay, and you know, if you type in, okay, watch, I'll see if I can do it. There is where I hope Nightbot is here, okay, because I think I fixed all the Nightbot things, and we have a secret menu. I can't type it in. Someone else type it in for me. Type in
Well, I'm
exclamation
going
point
to tell
secret
the
menu.
IRS that you're in the U.S. so that they tax you, and you don't get to keep it as tips anymore.
They wouldn't if I was to the. Well, they wouldn't, right? Because in fact, because I'm in Canada, I have to pay the taxes.
That's why Grid got rid of his. But I'm gonna say you're in Wisconsin.
See, that's the thing. That's what I realized. I was like, I can do the menu. Secret menu, all one word, egg. Secret menu, all one word. Okay, so there we go. The menu is working. Force us to play the video, $5. Choose a topic of convo. Related, please. That's the K2 clause. So he doesn't make me talk about owning a car. $5. Mute a panelist. $1 a minute or $2 a minute to mute Marilyn or the host. Obviously, those two things are going to cost you a little bit more. Kick a panelist, $100. And then, then we got the secret menu. Change someone's name. Oh, it is set at $2. I thought I raised it to $5. Damn it. Okay, fine. I'll change it.
You can't do that. Nobody has the name change above $2.
Well, look, I don't look. If for me to be gay fluence for the rest of the night for $2 seems like I'm selling myself a little short.
Well,
you know?
Hold on. You have a time limit, and then you can switch it back like an hour.
Oh, that's true. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. See if I can just call. I'd rather use I'd rather use the symbols you used and not use the actual, so I don't actually have to call myself gay fluence. So I'm going to copy this over to Discord. But Big Soda, can you read the other options on the secret menu? Okay.
It says change his surname. Nothing overly hateful. It can be hateful, just not overly.
It can be hateful, but not overly hateful.
Furry
costume, that'd be valid.
Furry costume stream, $30.
not a fur costume, okay.
Oh, hold on. Let me zoom in.
A fur costume, Mel's gonna love you.
That's true. That's true.
Change the title of the stream, $50. No TOS.
Yeah, so you can change the title to anything you want. Okay, that's. I thought I should have that high because I could get.
And a stream favorite. Anson does 20 sit-ups, $20. Not guaranteed. We are not liable.
Guaranteed. We are not liable.
Not done.
He will presumably do them, to the best of my knowledge.
No, you got to switch that to Confluence has to do sit-ups. That will be logical.
Yeah, that's true. I'll have to figure out how many sit-ups I can do first so I don't embarrass myself.
Confluence is going to be buff as fuck by like
$1 a sit-up. That seems fair.
Damn, it's already February, ain't it? It is.
I can push-ups. I can only do like.
We need to donate so you get your summer bod ready.
I know. I can only do like with sit-ups. It depends when you count. Like if you count a sit-up as like going all like your head all the way to your knees. I've heard that's like bad for your back. So I don't know like exactly what people count as like a sit-up. With push-ups, it's easier to count. But I can only do, honestly, I've said this before, I can only do like probably 15 like nose to the ground push-ups. I could probably only do like 15 at a time.
I could probably double that.
Like nose to the ground? That's impressive. How much do you weigh though? This is the thing. It's heavily,
I was going to say, I'm not a big person. I'm not a big person.
IJ can do like 60.
Yeah.
But IJ weighs like, I weigh like 170 or something. So.
Yeah.
Is that kilograms or...
No, that is pounds, and I'm 6'2", so I'm not a chubby chubberton. Okay,
6'2".
I'm chubby.
Why are you having trouble with the ladies then?
Which is gay.
I don't. Well, that's probably the car issue more than anything.
Yeah, and you need to get a bar like Emmett does, where he tracks the goal, so we know how long you're going to get your car fluids.
It'd have to be a big, it would be such a massive bar though.
Who cares?
Like, what's the cheapest I could get for a car?
Some women love big bars.
Every donation,
it's true.
You gotta have a big bar. Women like big bars.
You can't just be out here with a tiny bar and thinking you're impressing people.
Yeah.
We have a special guy in the back. I'm just gonna message him because there he has cammed up, so it is in fact him. Okay, good to see you, Vibe. How's it going?
Good. How you guys doing?
Doing wonderful. How are you doing, guys?
Fantastic.
Good. I don't even know what the conversation is. I just was like, Confluence is online. I got some time. Let's talk.
That's what
Well,
everyone should think that sees one of my
conversation's
streams.
about-
Okay, always be clicking. We're
I
about
think
to be
that's some
talking
great
about
the
idea.
demons.
conversation's
Okay?
about how to make Confluence money so we can get a car. You got any
That
ideas?
is not. That is not the. What one idea is you all could be super chatting, toward the car fund. So that is the first idea.
I
Okay,
was thinking you could probably do a car wash.
a car wash. See, I'm really stuck on wanting a Camaro though. So I don't know what the cheapest. It doesn't have to be like a new Camaro. I just want
You
a
live in
Camaro.
Canada. You need like a 4-wheel drive.
The problem, I wouldn't be able to drive a Camaro for like half the year where I live. Unfortunately, like unironically,
You could get
it
a
wouldn't
dirt
work.
bike.
I couldn't drive. There's no way I could drive that through in half
Yeah,
the
you
season
can. You just
either.
put chains around the wheels. People were doing that in the wintertime in the South. There was
Is that
one guy who put
with like a
little
lot of
push-
snow, like a bad amount of snow? Like sometimes,
Yeah,
like cars get stuck around here all the time. Like if you just have a normal
Yeah,
car
you'd be
and
able
it's a
to go,
bad snowstorm, you just get stuck.
meow, meow.
Yeah, maybe I do need that then.
Potentially,
Somebody
you
made
get
a
a good
plow for
haircut
one of the dirt
and
bikes.
get a job.
Sorry.
and you could buy a Camaro.
Yeah, that's true.
Look, look.
Maybe
I
I just hang
technically
out on
have
YouTube.
I technically have a job in the day. Okay, it is self-employed. I will say that, but technically,
Yeah,
Like
you
doing that
gotta
driving,
have hustles, and I'm not trying to be like descending on that
Or get a
comment.
sugar mama.
Like some people are just like, "Hey, I need a job." No, you need to hustle, right? You need to have side hustles. Even if you have a regular job, you need to have a side hustle. Like
that's what my YouTube is. I'm
you
side
have
hustling
to
right
work
now.
to make
Vibe.
money.
I'm side
What's that?
hustling right now. I said I'm side hustling right now. That's what my YouTube is. YouTube's
Okay.
the side
Well,
hustle.
Then your side hustles are not working because you still can't get your damn freaking Camaro.
Well, you
That's
need a
Look,
side
I've been streaming for like a few months. Okay, give me some time. Okay.
No.
It hasn't been long. Start streaming, I think, in like November, December or something. It's been very recent.
Careful, Vibe. He's already on the edge of being an OnlyFans model.
Hey, did he change his name to Gay Influence?
I did change my name to Gayfluence.
Okay,
See
why
the-
are you look like a fucking weird emo looking dude, Confluence?
But what's wrong? What's wrong with the emo look? Come on. I'm trying to attract like a scene girl. You know what I mean? Here, let me put up a.
You're trying to
put up
attract
wait.
a goth mom, a thick goth mommy. That's what you're.
No,
trying.
not.
You need to be
I wanna-
attracting Jesus. That's who you need to be
Well,
attracting.
he was a skater boy. She said to you later, boy.
Okay, I'm not going to say anything because I don't know. It's really hard to tell the ages of people when they're dressed as scene girls. So I'm just going to pull up what I'm talking about for those of you that don't know without saying any specific comments about any specific people. Okay, do you guys know what scene is? It's not goth. It's not emo. Okay.
Like a part in a movie.
It sounds like a blood demon shit on somebody's head.
Disavow.
So like this style, but again, I'm not commenting about any specific because I don't know the ages of any of these people
I
in this
can't see
photo.
that. I'm driving.
But
Yeah.
this kind of aesthetic, this is what I'm trying to attract, right?
So you're trying to be the
Yeah.
male version of that?
Well, I'm thinking like, what do they like, right? That's kind of my thought process.
Oh, that,
like,
that,
what
that
is
what
this
you want
girl
to
like?
attract.
Yeah, that's what I'm
you
trying
want
to attract.
attract.
Yeah, so I'm
So
thinking
you're
like,
gonna-
It looks
if they
like
look
a-
like that.
What
It
your
looks
look
like a
should
goth
be
mommy.
to attract that look.
Yes, exactly.
Oh.
A Camaro
Yes.
would help.
Well, the Camaro would help. That's what I'm thinking.
No,
The
you need
Camaro
a
would help.
Bugatti. You need a Bugatti.
I'm just kidding.
Rich Page says down pat. I'm not getting a Honda Pilot. I don't want to get shot. Jenga.
You want to look like a Honda Pilot. Confluence, what do you want to look like a Honda Pilot for?
I said he needs an 81 Honda Accord.
He wants to look like a Honda Pilot.
I don't even know what that means. To look like a Honda Pilot, like
Well,
look like the SUV.
It doesn't
What does that
matter.
even mean?
Canada's trying to make deals with China, so they're going to have Chinese cars soon that are junk.
Yeah, all Canadians
That's
would
my
get a
that's
Honda.
my low key. That's gonna be a little like that's the soy future for Confluence is getting a BYD electric vehicle for like $12,000 at least, versus the
And then it's going to
$30,000
charge you
Camaro.
double when your battery goes bad. And it won't
Yeah,
be
well, that's
worth
the
it.
problem. I don't know I know Tesla batteries at least have the legs on them, but the BYDs are like so cheap So I don't. Yeah, maybe the batteries get like spat out after like a few
And
years.
it gets so cold in Canada, it won't be able to stay charged.
Confluence, stop being a soy
You
boy.
use your heat.
I don't know with the Tesla. It's like I have a friend who owns a Tesla, and it drains more electricity, but even at -40, that thing still goes.
That's
You
not
know
It
what?
does
You need
drain a lot more power.
You need a diesel, then you can make bio diesel, and then you don't never have to buy anything again. You just go to your nearest kitchen and get all the old excess grease that they.
I love this band Vibe. You might know them because you're like, I feel like you might know them. Do you know the band called Me Without You?
Wait, what's that?
Do you know the band called Me Without You?
No, I don't.
Okay, well they're kind of like they're good. First of all, they're great. They're kind of like their lyrics are all like it's like a kind of like an I don't even know alt rock type thing, and their lyrics are like a mix of like Sufism and like Christianity and stuff, and like so, and they're very like it's a very good band. And I was just thinking of them because the lead singer, he converted his van into like one of those things where you could just go to like restaurants and get like cooking oil and then use that as fuel. So that's how the band toured around for like their whole like all of their tours. They would just go and get the old cooking oil from places and then go like that. So maybe I could do something like that, save myself some money.
You could get.
I mean the one problem I always think about when like I haven't bought a Tesla yet. I actually really want a Rivian. I love the Rivians, but the thing that keeps on going through my head is like I bought this $3,000 laptop. It was the Windows like foldable like top end one. And it had 12 hours of battery life, and it worked great for 6 months. After 1 year, it had like 30 minutes of battery life. So, like looking at like Teslas and Rivians, I'm like, if I buy a used one, is it going to be the same as my laptop? Is it not going to recharge? Like, is it not going to give me 3,000 or 300 miles anymore? Is it going to give me 10 miles? Like, how does that work? It's the same battery.
I got an idea. I got an idea for Vibe. I got an idea for Vibe. Get a used one. Take out all the batteries and then put a V8 in there.
Take out the entire bottom of the car.
I've had a lot of V8s. I love my freaking engines. I love the sound of the engines. I've been a gas guy, but I do know I have to actually confess and concede that we do have to move into that direction.
What direction is that?
If you EVs,
and I have one hybrid. I bought the new Mazda CX-90 as our.
Even being in a Tesla and having someone like floor it, like that thing picks up fast. Like that thing picks up very fast. So I mean, it's got balls on it.
It's like the new BMW. Everyone who drives one's a fucking douche.
Man, I totally thought you were going to say a different word, and I was going to be like, not so early, K2, not so early. But no, what was I? Oh, I was going to say something, but I can't remember now. Some about electric vehicles. What Vibe was saying. Yeah, I have the same thing I have an iPhone, and it's like pretty ancient now. That fucker gets like an hour. I get like an hour on the thing, and then it's like dead. It's like 1% from fully charged, and I'm like, how is this possible? It's terrible. It's dreadful. Even these wireless buds I just bought, battery life.
Batteries are in the cars.
They freaking lied to you. That's why if you see me stream late at night, for anyone who's watching, right, I have to switch out to my headset. These things are supposed to have like 10 hours of battery life. They clearly don't. I start fully charged. At like the 6 hour mark, they start fucking beeping at me, telling me they're gonna die. And it's like I bought them like a few weeks ago.
You know what? There was this thing on Australian Vice News, and I gotta say, it was actually the most intelligent thing from Vice. They put somewhere in Australia, they were looking to take out the CO2 out of the sky and then turn it into fuel. And I heard last time you could actually do that. So you would always have a thing of fuel around it. It would work for anything.
Why do you have a thing with like sandpaper?
I don't have a thing with sandpaper at dentists or whatever your weird the hypothetical is.
You know what? The South allows again, soda.
Topanga is saying I should get, what is this she posted? I should get a Lucid Air. What even is that?
I don't know.
Lucid is one of the new electric cars. It looks a little bit like a Tesla.
Oh, guys, I'm distracted
yeah,
by the seeing girls again. Shit.
I see a lot of them in our neighborhood.
You
I
see
live
this- you see
in the
this
town
thing,
where they
you
build
see this thing.
Rivians, and like when I drive my kids to school, I see like 5,000 freaking Teslas, Rivians,
back, guys.
and the Lucids everywhere.
Those do look kind of schmexy. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm a huge fan of the. Is it Rivian?
Oh, okay, yeah, but they're
Yeah, Rivian, I love
60,
the Rivian SUV. It's
It's as expensive as a
I've been
Tesla.
seeing them everywhere. Like,
Well,
I see a lot of Teslas, but like I've been seeing a lot more of the SUV models, and I like them. They look nice.
Camaros.
Yeah, they're based in my
starting
hometown
at
where I live.
32,000.
So they're also making all the Amazon trucks, the electric Amazon trucks.
Ooh,
And so we saw the first beta models here like years ago of the
Beta.
Amazon electric trucks running around.
ooh.
You beta.
Confluence.
Nothing beats
Stop
a
looking up
Camaro, though. I mean, they're just that's when you see a Camaro. I mean,
It's not.
now can you imagine a scene girl sitting on top of a Camaro? Can I get Grok to fucking make me one of those for a little quick goon sesh? You know what I mean?
I'm starting to think some demons have entered the panel. Confluence.
Oh, speaking
So
of, yes.
This is what I want. I want a 1968 Camaro, but I want to. I don't know if you guys have heard of this. Of a what is it called? Retrofit, where you put the fixed steering wheel in it. You put the GPS. You put everything in there for the modern day luxury, but you still have the 68 Camaro. And I know some people are like, "Oh, that's horrible because you destroyed the original thing." And I'm like, "Well, the original thing was a little bit flimsy. Let's freaking take the original car that's freaking beautiful as heck and take all the amenities that we have today and put it in the inside of that car and retro that car and just make it perfect for today."
So
That's what my
So then-
grandfather did. He did that with a 71 or it's either 69 or 71 Mustang. I was a baby at the time, but he took like a 2005 Roush, and it was wrecked, and he stripped it down, and then he put all like the engine, the transmission, the clutch, all that back into the 69 Mustang, and he misses it every day of his life.
so then
Yeah, it's called
my
rest.
car-
Rest. I was wrong when I said retro. It's called restro. When you
Restro.
retrofit a car, basically taking an old car and putting all the new amenities on the inside to an old car.
So
Retrofit.
like my dream car, it's the 1964 Ford Thunderbird from Highlander.
Interesting.
That's because like Highlander was like my favorite TV show when I was a kid. Because I watched it. I love that show. I love, Highlander, the series, the movies and stuff. And when Adrian Paul, the actor, was driving that car in the show, I was like, damn, I want to be like that. Be like that guy. So that's like my dream car. If I ever get it, and if Adrian Paul is still alive, which he is, I follow him on Facebook and Instagram. I want him to engrave his signature on the car.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Because that's how much I love the shows. Oh, look, my wife's here.
Frankie, your wife is here.
My wife is here.
Also, Anson's in the back chat. Good to see you, Anson. And good to see you, Topanga Weevil. How's it going? How's the baby doing?
Hold on. There we go.
Oh, I think I'm scared of thumping wheels, so I think I have to leave.
What?
Just kidding. No, I love you. I love you. I think you're
Not
great.
my liver bug.
I'm getting a text right now that I have to pick up my kids because somebody is staying at the gym for too long.
Well,
So I
consider
have to
coming
bow
back,
out.
Vibe. Okay, consider coming back. We're talking about demons. Okay, we haven't
Hey,
talked about them yet. We just talked about cars.
You
So consider
scared
coming
them.
back.
You scared them
Okay,
off,
Hello,
babe.
vibe.
but 07's
Yeah,
Vibe.
I love you guys.
Always good to see you, bud. Love you, bud.
Always good. Take care.
Soda.
Yep.
The South will rise again.
No, see,
The South will rise again, and you know it.
no, it's not. I'm not on Team South. I'm on Team
He's on a different team. You know what I'm saying?
Argentina.
This is Argentina.
That's our new base of operations. It didn't quite work in Germany.
Not really new if you think about it.
Yeah, it's newish.
I doubt the majority of them went to Argentina through the rat lines. Like
Wait, what?
I don't know what that
You say
sounds
rat
too
line?
gun. It sounds too gun coded for me, and pretty soon we're going to be opening up tabs, looking at dissected guns, and it is just
you don't know that?
I think they're talking about something else, Confluence.
And he said RPG, so it just triggered my Frankie talking about gun thing.
No, Soda. You're talking about the base operations in Argentina. You don't know what the rat lines are.
I don't know what the rat lines are.
You're a moron.
I don't know much about Argentina, man.
Oh my Jesus! The rat lines started in Berlin, went down to Italy through the Catholic Church, and then they funneled them to Argentina.
Yeah, see, that's a Catholic problem.
It's
I don't like Catholics.
I know you're a Blue Jay. I know.
Yeah. I mean, come on. You don't see that nose? I cut people with it.
Motherfucker. I'll be back.
I can never tell if that's the fucking sound or if that's fucking Frankie.
That's the best part
I'm
of
at
it.
work, but it's not as big. Motherfucker, I'll be back.
I should be back, but you can never trust Confluence.
All right, are you guys? Are we ready? Are we ready to talk about demons? You guys ready?
I'm getting a metaphysics. I should be able to tackle some of these questions.
Brandon, get up here. Talk about demons.
No,
What demons? Brandon, I can't. StreamYards is delaying my chat, so fuck StreamYards. But Brandon says, "Bro's towing the Hitler, the H-man stash line so hard it's crazy. One wrong move from the trimmer, and me be speaking fluent German." True. Big Soda did this as a favor to me and to Anston in a way, because this was K2's acceptance for Anston dodging on the 20 sit-ups that he paid for. So
I think that's what I asked him yesterday. I was like, "What's up with your mustache?"
Bro, I've been going to work like this, and they don't care. It's like almost an authority thing. Like people have been
you should try shaving this and see if anyone says anything.
There you go.
Just leave the stash and we'll see what happens. Okay, so this is what we do. Brandon again joined panel to be our resident philosophical bro and atheist, because we're all people of God on this panel right now. So we need a heathen like you, Brandon, you filthy heathen, to come on to the panel. Okay. Also, Rage Page, you said you were going to consider joining. Bill, I think Rage Page, you also said that you were, you wanted to be in the gay intro. And Rage Page, if you come on panel, then you can be in the gay intro. So the next iteration, okay.
I'm not trying to get the combo heated. It just Soda doesn't know what he's talking about most of the time.
Well then, I mean,
he's like an autistic baby.
I'm like an autistic. No, I mean I can't say that. That's TOS.
What? Okay, you're like an unbaptized baby. You're like an unbaptized baby.
Yeah, I've heard that before, probably somewhere.
Okay, so if everyone wants to join, they can join. Anyone can join at any time, of course. This is what we do when a new person joins, which we're all new right now. We give 10 seconds, quick thing. Say your religious stance. And then once that happens, then we read the prompt. We go clockwise and snake-wise, people. We have 30 seconds, no crosstalk, unless it's me asking a clarifying question. And we answer the prompt after 30 seconds. You're done. From everyone, I go last. Then we all spurg at the same time in the same way. And go at the prompt. So starting with our religions, my name is Confluence, and I identify as an esoteric Christian. Big Soda, what about you?
I am a former level 5 Scientologist. I had just
Did you quit?
No, I'd been kicked out this morning. I missed a payment.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh,
so
you're a
Protestant.
What do they call it when they kick you out? You're like
excommunicated.
Yeah, but no, there's like Scientology. They call you like a detractor or something, or like there's like some word that's like a dangerous person.
I'm not allowed to talk to my wife because she's still in it. So
dang.
Between us, Yeah.
You got money.
Hence the Miller Lights. You're down bad right now. All right, Frankie.
By definition, I am a Southern Latin Baptist. And all I'm a believer in Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Amen.
And Rage Page, he did give the good faith answer after. He said now he's just just a
Just
normal Christian. Wait, is this actually Vibe again? I thought Vibe's picking up his kids. Vibe, give me one of these. Is this a Vibe impersonator?
yeah, careful.
Vibe impersonator? Yeah, because wait, is it? Maybe it is. Wait, is
Do
it
the
actually?
Do the trick.
Vibe, why aren't you? Is this a fake? Oh no, it's not a fake Vibe. You're sussing me out, brother. You're sussing me out.
It was a false alarm. Apparently, my eldest son is picking up the kids.
Okay, based. I thought you were pulling a fake Abe Dinkus on me. Someone tried to join with a fake Abe Dinkus screen cap.
Really?
Yeah.
I think just being like on cam was good enough. I didn't think I had to do like the whole like, hey.
Well, that's what I thought too until someone corn bombed my stream. And then I realized that there's a reason why people ask people to do this. Because, yeah, otherwise you could just steal someone's video, steal their name, and just, yeah. So,
yeah, it was great when I was on 10th Man's panel and that happened. It was, oh boy.
Yeah.
That was fun.
yeah, it's not a good time.
Babe, didn't you and Ted get into it one time?
No, I don't think so.
Like,
I got into it with him a little bit on Beth's panel the other day. First time I met him.
Confluence, hold on. Why'd you have the fucking fur ball in your channel?
What, Mel?
Or
Yeah, the
Anson.
fucking fur ball.
Yeah, Mel or Anson? Which one are you talking about? Mel's a good time.
Yeah, Melamie's a good guy.
A smart
Yeah,
smart
this is like
cookie.
God.
A
Shots
fucking
fired.
smart
Shots
cookie.
fired, Vibe. Shots fired.
What I mean, did I miss it?
No, I
It's
think you
what?
got it pretty spot on.
He's not wrong.
Vibe with the transphobia. Just getting hot already. Okay.
Oh, I have to look at the chat here, huh?
No chat. What are we talking about?
Where did I just get hit with the transphobia here?
No, I'm joking. But you said Mel's a good guy. So
It's
Well,
like-
Mel is a good guy, and Mel knows that Mel's a guy.
Yeah.
Mel will admit
Mel's a
that
guy. Like,
you're a guy.
Oh,
They know that.
Mel won't say that. Mel is not going to say that.
No, Mel will. I've talked to Mel. I've talked to Mel privately in DMs. I know they're in that position, but they're still smart.
Oh yes, a very smart cookie.
I am not.
Are we talking about the same? Are we talking about the same Mel? Just to be clear.
Cosmic Melody
Yep.
Box, right? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
She got mad at me one time when I first met her because I didn't know and I just assumed it was a he and I said he and then she's like, "You're being so transphobic," but so it doesn't seem like she thinks that she's a guy because she got like really mad.
And that's not transphobic, right? I'm not.
I don't think it is. I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you with the transphobic thing. To be clear, but I don't think Mel would say that she's a guy. I don't think Mel.
Well, not to you.
Mel is a guy.
Apparently, she
and
just
Mel
tells
knows that
this.
she's a guy, right? And but that doesn't discount his points, right? So just because somebody's saying that, like, I'm transphobic for admitting something that Mel knows also, doesn't mean that Mel's an idiot, right? So I'm not calling Mel an idiot whatsoever. I actually respect and I love talking to him. Now,
And you're hitting that hard H him.
I'm saying him, and maybe I'm going to get a lot of hate for that, but we both know, and Mel knows that that's.
The only thing I'm confused on is that the only thing I'm confused.
At birth, he was born male. He chose female later.
Right. The only thing I'm confused at, like, again, because me saying that you're being transphobic is definitely a joke, to be clear. But the thing I'm confused at is Mel. Why would Mel get mad at me when I said he? If Mel knows that, if Mel knows that Mel's a he.
Oh, maybe.
Like, so that's what's confusing.
Well,
I don't know. I was just a normal talk, and I was just like, oh, when he said that, it was on a panel, and then they're like, "Whoa, you're intentionally misgendering me, blah blah, it's transphobic." And I was like, "I haven't met you. I don't know. I didn't know that you were trans. You have a Furby picture up. How am I supposed to know?" So the fact that they called that, I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, I guess you could say if I was referring to you to your gender, I apologize for my mistake. I was only referring to you to your sex, and I did not make a mistake there. So I'm sorry that you thought I was referring to your gender. I was talking about your sex.
See, yeah, if that's what you mean by Mel knows that she's a guy, then yes. Yeah, I think Mel's not retarded. Mel knows that she was born with XX chromosomes and that her sex is male. I think Mel would say that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, one of the hard parts, I think, for Mel probably also is that sometimes Mel comes up onto a panel to actually discuss something that's important that has nothing to do with gender or sex, right? I have this point on politics. I have this point on what's happening in America. And it always, as soon as Mel shows up on the panel, it all turns into gender debates, right?
Yeah.
So, and my point being is that I think Mel is a very intelligent person, well-educated, has some good points, and should be listened to, even if I don't agree that I think they're male or female, right? I'm not going to take that away from that person.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
He was here last night, and he was talking about things that were above my pay grade. And I just had to
I have seen what vibe. Someone named Brenda. Someone was saying maybe they're like pretending to be trans. I don't know, but they came up to talk about something else, and the whole thing was just everyone asking questions about their trans. And I was just like, stop, like no more. Like we're not going to do that. Like if that was the topic, then I love talking about trans stuff. I love talking about it. I find it fascinating. I love talking about it. But yeah, if any trans person joins, then everyone's just like, let's talk about the transness. How are you trans? Live in reality. It's like, okay, if we're talking about that, fine. But yeah, if you're joining to talk about something else, then it's like, does it need to be mentioned? Probably not. Probably doesn't help things really, Yeah,
that's my point. Just because you're trans, you're joining a panel. If the discussion is not trans, the rest of the panel doesn't need to make it into trans because a trans joined.
Yeah. It would be like if a black person joined, and every time that happens, it just goes into like a race talk. It's like, okay, well, I mean, if we're talking about race, sure, but like, does it have to go in that direction? Like, it's it gets As Rage Page says, it gets sidetracked. I mean, if it's already sidetracked, then like right now we are sidetracked, to be clear. But sometimes sometimes someone joins to say something actually like normal, and it just gets all
crosstalk's insane.
Look at this fucking punk of little junkies here. I am definitely willing to get sidetracked. I hope yesterday you did talk shit on my my Lord and Savior Andrew Wilson. No, I'm joking. I'm hoping you weren't negative on him. Because
yesterday was the religious chaos panel. What are you talking about?
I'm just making sure, because I'd hate to go through and then have to fucking spike your head off with my fucking karate chop.
Look at that baby Avarice there.
This is baby Avarice. Yeah, I'm waiting for my mom is in town. You can see right there.
Oh, I see her. Hi, Avarice's mom. If she can hear me.
No, she can't hear shit. So I'm waiting for her to take control of the baby. So. Yeah. How is the Confluence panel? How are the fucking whores like Marilyn doing out there? How are Soda Omniants? I've heard Vibe. I've heard of you before. So Avarice is one of Andrew's butt boys. No, that's not true. I don't know what he looks like naked. Nor have I ever seen him naked. I've had a drink with Andrew and maybe some conversation. That's about as far as we've gone.
This is Anson. If you do you know who Anson is?
No, I don't know. Anson sounds like a pretty feminine name, though. Like
He was like a judge on grids for like a long time.
Anson gonna hop on that dick. You know what I mean?
Anson, I want you to join and fight avarice. Okay,
fight avarice.
That'll get my dopamine going for sure.
Fight avarice. Yeah, that's what people want to do. They want to fight me, the Spurg champion.
Every time avarice joins, I'm looking for a worthy opponent.
Good to meet you. I've never actually officially been, I think, on a panel with you. So it's hello.
Yeah, good to meet you. I'm Avarice. Hi, I'm Avarice. No.
Avarice, I got a
What's
question
up?
for you. When was the last time you touched yourself with sandpaper, and what kind of grit you used?
Dude, 60 grit. All right, best time to do it. I mean, if you're gonna go, you got to go hard. You know what I mean? The 30 grit. The 30 grit gets a little too fast, right? I don't like. I was tired of being the 30-second man, using that 30 grit. So I went to 60 grit because then I realized I could go about 5 minutes. You know what I mean? So
I love that Avarice is saying this with his mom in the background. I would point that out,
dude.
And while holding a baby, he's got the multi-generational degeneracy happening.
Hell yeah, dude. My mom. So here's the fun part about my mom. My mom is based feminist. All right, now let me explain by that. My mom, yeah, I'll explain. I'll get there. So my mom believes that women should have rights. Believe that women in power. Believe that women, boss babe. I have a job. That's all her, right? I did my own daycare. I did all that stuff. I came from ground up. And again, my mom is very awesome, right? And those are all the things she believes, right? Now, here's the base part, because that's feminism, right? We all call that feminism, right? Disavow, ugly bitch. But now here we go. The second part is, but because she's married to a right-wing awesome dude, she gives up all her voting rights for him. So it doesn't even matter what fucking quirky shit she says, because he gets the vote. So based ass feminist. Like, I understand I am wrong. Take my vote.
Do you get your wife's vote, Avarice?
Your mom is a pioneer.
I do. I do take my wife's vote.
And it's very simple, right? So when it comes to feminism, and I'm not left, by the way, but you're going to think I'm left for my opening here.
A lot of people say that. Hold on, before you get there, Vibe. A lot of people told me Confluence was left. And I've defended Confluence since day one. Have I not, Confluence?
Yes.
Right.
So I don't go look at. So I match energy. I don't spurg on people as long as we're honest here, and we don't have to get circular. No tone policing. And if anybody says saying the word bitch is bad, then that's where I get aggressive, right? So as long as we stay in those frameworks, me and you are going to have a fantastic conversation, babe. Right?
Well, then you tell me whether it's fantastic or not. Like, all right, I think it's fabulous that 0.001% of women didn't fit inside the woman box, and the feminism movement gave those women the opportunity to actually be engineers, be astronauts, and be this. What I think is completely wrong and completely messed up is that 0.001% forced all other women to be that, right? So,
so here's the thing. I think you're right. Hold on. So I think you're right and you're wrong, Vibe.
The box.
I think you're right and you're wrong.
They said all women have to be out of the box, and not all women wanted to be out of the box. They actually wanted to raise families.
I think you're right a little. I think you're a little bit right and wrong, right? I don't think that the women that were actually doing the big, like the good jobs, right? Those jobs, I don't think that they were actually fighting for it. I'll get there in a second. I think it was the other percentage of the women that didn't have jobs, saw the women up in that kind of power, and aspired to be that, and that's where that came into play, right?
No,
now,
well,
hold on. So let me contend. Hold on. Let me
the small percentage telling them that they should.
Okay, so Marjorie Post, would you consider her feminist?
I kind of put her halfway on the fence.
Well, as soon as she got with Birdseye, she basically let Birdseye just take control. I don't understand.
Well, I mean, explain where you're going with this.
Okay, so Marjorie Post, you know who I'm talking about? before we even get owner of Post took over when the father died, original owner of Mar-a-Lago estate, right? Now, back in the day, she never voted for feminism. She didn't want votes. She barely wanted to control the company, but she did because her father died, right? And that's what happened. Inheritance took over Post, and then she made one of the largest business moves in the world, and revolutionized the way we look at refrigerated food, right? Frozen meals, right? With Bird's Eye, right? And then they teamed up together. Longer story short, as soon as the marriage came together, she went subservient, gave up her vote just like everyone else to the man. And that was a woman of power. And they were using women like Marjorie Post as an example of boss bitch babe. That's not the case. She was given that position by her father dying, and then just took the reins. And then when she met a man that could take the power, then gave up the power. Right? Yeah. I think so. But women use Marjorie Post as a boss. I'm a boss babe, right? What do you mean, boss babe? What do you mean, boss babe?
My point, right? And when I said that she's on the edge, right? And I just had this debate last night with a feminist panel, in that there were women that were oppressed, but now women are not oppressed at all. She's an example of how a woman can be a boss bitch, right? And she excelled, but she didn't want to be one. And I personally think, and I was on a panel with women last night saying, actually, we don't also want to be boss bitches. I'm old. I'm 54 years old. So when I was going to school,
looking good. People don't believe I'm 40, so you look like you're 40. So
okay, you're 54 vibe. That's crazy.
We were being indoctrinated when I was in high school that every woman and every man can get the equal jobs, and all the women were told that, and all the men were told that, and I was high-fiving when I went to college the girls that were getting engineering degrees and working for Ford and NASA.
I mean, I'm not these things. And I agreed. I was with today. I was with you too. I'm that same generation.
Became true when all of a sudden all of them were like, "I want a family," and they were all paying $30,000 to $100,000 in IVF because they missed out in their motherhood years. Right? Because nobody told them that if they become an engineer and they become the boss bitch, that they're going to sacrifice having babies. Nobody ever gave them that information. They were lied to. It was for the feminists, that 0.001% that wanted to have that opportunity, that told all the other women they also have to be that way. The feminists, I'm not against the feminist movement of giving women the rights to pursue that.
No, but listen, it's not the women. But look at, you're putting the women at the top 1% vibe. The top 1%.
All the women again,
but vibe the women at the top 1% didn't give a fuck about any of this. That's what you're getting at.
They didn't. I think we're talking past each other a little bit.
Okay, let me try to spin, because I might straw man it, but I'm going to steel man, because the way it sounded was that the women at the top 1%, so that we can open it up for women to get those jobs. And since those 1% are saying, yes, we all ought to do this, right? But what I'm saying is back then, before the voting even happened, right? Those top 1%ers and the women that wanted to go after that, they already were. If anything, those were the stronger women because they went against the shame. Right. And I think shame does a lot, right? Shame women for not doing conventional women things. And I'm not sitting there saying that we ought to be shaming them right now, like shame for going out there and being a biochemist. No, that's what I'm not saying. I'm just saying that
we are. We're
but we're not. Hold on, but we're not. No, we're not. If anything, they're doing the opposite. What we're trying to do is now reestablish the line. What we're saying is we're shaming the women that believe that you ought to do that first, right? You ought to be focused on building a home first. Then we can focus on what hobby or lifestyle or job you want to go into. But you make kids early on, right? Like a good example is like my mother. right? My mother ran a company and ran all these things, has a successful $1 million company. All of that happened after we left the house.
Yeah.
Same with Rachel after they left the house.
So the red pill actually being the like opposite of feminism, but exactly the same. The red pill is doing the same thing the feminists are, convincing men not to have children in their 20s because they shouldn't do that.
I'm not red pill.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm just saying it's the same sort of secular ideology, right? It's devoid of actual trial and practice in real life, whereas the other forms of organizing society have been around a lot longer and have been proven to work. And I don't think that's something that people realize is that the red pill is just as degenerate as feminism is.
Okay, so I don't know
many ways.
Can we just track so I can see what kind? Well, hold on. I want to back up to what. Hold on. Let me back up to mostly.
So we can just back up for a half a second here. And Anson, love you, brother, because you are going into another discussion, which it is relevant, but we have to talk about the base, and the base is nature. So
hi, Anson. Avarice.
What's up, man?
What is the nature of a woman? And what
if we yell at each other, it's all in good sport, just so you know.
Yeah, don't be a pussy about it. You got this.
All right,
It's all right.
I'm just making sure, all right, because I get some pussies that want to go. Average was mean to me.
I'm enjoying this discussion. I'm engaged. I'm loving it because I actually think we're talking across each other a little bit because I think we actually do agree that. And this is why I'm trying to bring it back to the base. The base is there's a nature of a man, there's a nature of a woman. And ultimately, I'm saying the majority of women actually fit the whole historical movement of where women have been and the whole historic movement of where men have been. But there were some women that wanted to get out of that base because they didn't feel like they fit. That was when I kept on talking about the 001%. I'm glad we made a movement that 001% can move out.
Okay, I see where we're going.
Regretful that the 0.001% have told society and left has jumped on it, telling all women they should jump on that bandwagon too.
Okay, yeah. So you agree that it's not the top 1%; it's the rest of the women thinking that they could be the 1%,
and being taught that they're supposed to be
through school, not through the 1%. Oh. Perfect. All right. I'm just making sure we're on the same page, and I agree.
Yeah, I really think we agree on this.
Agreed.
I'm just bringing it from a different angle.
Look at that's why I do better when I take notes. Ask Confluence. I usually take notes and I can follow better. So I took notes to make sure I got it right this time. So
like, you're going to think I'm a leftist when I open my conversation.
Listen, I don't think someone's actually a leftist until I actually have a good conversation with them, right? I'm not gonna put somebody in a left or right category, right? Just because somebody goes, look at that fucking leftist. I hear that all the time. Confluence is called the leftist 100 fucking times a day.
That's true.
And I might not agree with some of his things, but I mean, at the end of the day, do I have a good idea that he's probably going to vote Republican coming 2028? It's pretty strong. Now, here's the thing. There's a big difference. And a lot of people mistake this. Is Confluence in a position where he is open to hear the other side? And this is where people get mistaken. I think Confluence is able to hear the left and discern and have a conversation. So people go, oh, because you're discerning the left, you're left. And a lot of people do that with a lot of people.
Based avarice take. Okay.
So I'm not gonna
about the nuance.
So I'm not gonna sit here and talk about what you discern, right? What we call that is intelligence. If you could discern something, then sure, I can understand that, right? I'm not gonna hit on Anson for being if he has an intelligent conversation. I'm not gonna hit on anybody that has an intelligent conversation. I'm gonna hit on Anson. If Anson goes up there and goes, yeah, but it beats being a right-wing fuck with an emo lefty girlfriend or wife, right? Like, why you gotta attack my wife, bro? You know, kind of thing. You know, that's where it starts getting personal, right? Looking at in your perspective, yeah, I agree that the indoctrination was to push the other percentage of women to say that they can be the 1%, and I think that's scary, and I think that's part. If we want to move into not even move into, just end it on that is one of my subversions or scare and one of my complaints when it comes to Maryland. Right. And that's the same complaint that I talk about with Confluence is because what happens is that you don't know that you're actually indoctrinating people that don't care about the facts or aren't discerning or aren't logically thinking, and they're just going for the sympathy. And what happens is, like with Marilyn, is they gather the sympathy card and they say, oh, Marilyn can do what she wants. Why are you pinning her down? Why are you pinning Marilyn down and saying that she can't do everything she wants to do? Why are you pinning her down and say she's
down to a single person?
But I do this, but it's even better that way. So what I'm saying is, but even with Marilyn, why can't you let Marilyn say she's God? Right? Just let her be silly. No, fuck that. Shame it. And
she's not being silly though, if you think about it.
Cut her down at the kneecaps for all I
can.
Avarice. So I'm a huge Marilyn fan, and it's because I know that women are like children. They're like children, right? They say stupid things, and you still love them, and you know, as a man, it's your duty to you'll protect them from the harsh realities of the world, because they're never going to be fully developed men. And they never can be, right? I mean, it's been universally known for a very long time that women, generally are inferior to men, and so
sure. Let's ask a simple question, Hanson.
Just like children say stupid stuff, we don't cut them down for saying stupid stuff. We just say,
I cut them down.
Oh, okay.
Right. I'm very direct with children.
Okay.
Right? Like very direct.
Well,
like I think that's the best way to do. Like
right?
I don't like I'm very, very like I do. So I did a lot in child development. Like I almost have enough credits to minor in child development. Right, just because of the daycares my mom's been through and the training I had to go through and behavioral studies. Not to mention, when I left the military, I joined CBT, cognitive behavior therapy, and then all that other stuff to get the Pillars of Wellness, IOP, and I did all those things, right? And then at the end of the day, though, one thing that you did say that goes to me though is I understand that you want to treat women like children, and that would be a good perspective today. But at the end of the day, do men or women hold the moral high ground
today?
Just in general. Just in general. Who ought to hold the moral high ground?
Ought to? Oh, the women ought to.
Okay. So if I want the women to hold the moral high ground, I don't want retards.
Yeah. Well, I agree, but there's always going to be a percentage of the population that's defective, right? And I view like a lot of the women today as just being defective because they've been programmed incorrectly. You can't reprogram a grown woman.
Yeah. So yeah, what you're talking about is the Tate Bonnie Blue interview where he says, "I don't blame you, Bonnie. You're just the symptom, right? You're just the symptom of everything." I get it, right? I get that. I get that Marilyn is the symptom of our society. But the problem is that the symptom also needs to be fixed, right? We can't just say that they're the symptom and woe is them, right? I get that they're the symptom and the bad behavior of generational ideology and rebuilding and this, I can do whatever I want to do. And even with men are told you could be whatever you want to be. Fuck that. Some people can't do that. Some people aren't built for that, right? Not all men are built to be fucking to be ultramarines, and not all men are meant to be bodybuilders. Me and Confluence can tell you that we're not gonna fucking be Confluence, and I can tell you that we're not gonna be doing the world's strongest man competition anytime soon.
That's
right?
True. That's true.
Carcaron Astra.
What?
You said.
Okay, so I mean, I'm a little disappointed.
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to get
Frankie's quiet. Frankie's been in the military, by the way, so you guys have that connection. Frankie, you're so quiet though. You're so quiet.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
I have you maxed on StreamYard, but like you're like a still super quiet.
What the hell? Wait, hold on.
Wait, that sounded better.
That sounded better. Why don't you just try not to? Why don't you just enunciate, and not yell, and we can probably hear it better.
Okay,
I know that's weird for me.
How about now?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, like you said, Space Marine, so it was like Carcaron Astra.
Well, I'm just saying that not all men can be blood ravens. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Frank, you're trying to turn us into some nerd shit. And Avarice is going to play along because Avarice likes the nerd shit too. With his fucking Gundams and all that nonsense.
Look, if I had to pick a faction, I'm a space wolf. All right, if that's what you're asking.
Astra.
Yeah, I can bear I think he's saying space. Yeah, I'm not a space shark.
Is this Warhammer? I don't even know what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think he's going Warhammer, but I can barely hear him. So I'm gonna go off the nerd stuff and back to the conversation with Vibe.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little disappointed in our conversation when you had to bring in another panelist, right? Which actually, I understand it makes your point, but we didn't actually need that panelist to make the point, right? So we.
Oh, you're talking Maryland? Yeah. Yeah. If I just have an opportunity to shit on Maryland, I'm gonna. That's just completely side note.
I just don't find it cool to just randomly shit on people to make the debate.
Yeah, that's okay.
He's tone policing you. He's tone policing you.
Look, that's fine. That's fine. But it was a great example, and I didn't have an example of you.
Okay, so that means that in your debates you have to have an example to shit on somebody to win a fucking debate, or can we just actually talk about the topic? That's my point.
No, I hear what you're saying. No, it's not that I was using it to win with the debate at all. Again, we're just having a discussion. When I'm using this is what? Hold on. When I was using, when I was using it. But hold on. I hear what you're saying, but what I was doing, I know. But what you're saying is, I was just hitting a grand slam. That's all I was doing. Well, you could think so, but I thought it was quite funny.
Look, we all know this is a pro-Maryland panel. We all know pro-Maryland panel, okay? We know this.
Well,
I'm just going to call that out.
Maryland, if you actually take some time to get to know her, Avarice, she understands her place in a relationship. She's actually extraordinarily submissive.
I spent 2,000 hours with her. How many times have you spent with her?
Avarice knows Maryland very well.
So I've spent a significant amount of time talking to Maryland.
Yeah, Avarice secretly loves Maryland is what no one wants to admit. Okay, you don't spend 2,000 hours with someone unless you like really have some. You know what I mean?
You trying to
fake her,
right?
No, so
you guys want to go into this, right? Like, I don't have a secret crush, and I'm not simping on Maryland. I debated her, and I told her she was 100% wrong. Maryland and I still get along.
No, see, here's the big difference, right?
Maryland's perfect,
circular,
okay?
Right?
So.
It's circular, right? So here's the issue: is that we can have a good debate. You can tell me what you think is wrong, and we're talking just fine, and I can understand your issues, right? Now, when you said that you don't like me talking about Maryland, I can say okay, right? And we get the logic.
Maryland. You just don't bring up other people when we're talking about the whole world.
Sure.
Good to see you, Eddie.
Sure. We could easy. Again, that's the statement, and we're talking about that, right? Okay. Now with Maryland. Right, it would be you don't do that. Then go instead of saying, "Okay, I understand your worldview." It's no, I'm God. Just back to circle. Like there's no logical like understanding for the person's foundation. She doesn't understand the pillar of what I tried to provide to her.
Maryland
hold on,
nothing to do with the feminism discussion having.
It does.
No, but it does. The fact of the matter is, it does. Right, and you might not think so because you want to have a more general statement, right? But
you just use a generic person.
Well, what I'm trying. Okay, let's just use a generic female, right? And the generic female is dumb as fuck, right? And she spouts things that are crazy and heresies like I am God. All right. Not to mention this female jumps from panel to panel, simping on men like Confluence and JS. Agree? Now, this woman, what happens is when men get when women or when other men try to call out this behavior and say that that's not right, this is not what you do, that's not what you're supposed to do, or we try to talk something logically to her, right? And she gets worked up and gets back, then we get worked up and we end up going into blood sport, right? And I'm like, you're stupid. That's a fucking stupid comment. Why would you say that? That's retarded. All right. And then we come back to we circle back, and then we have other people now going, why were you so mean to a woman? Why were you so why were you so aggressive? Like she didn't deserve that. She's such a nice person. She was sweet. She didn't say anything wrong. What do you mean she didn't say anything wrong?
This is really amazing that what I'm seeing from you right now.
But this is the same
that you and I.
This is what all women do.
Side on side, just we side probably most of the time, side on side. And I made this comment that, hey, let's have a discussion about feminism, not Marilyn, but you will not drop it, and you are actually pulling a Marilyn right now.
No, okay, fine. Like, go perspective. Let's just take. Okay, then we'll circle a new woman. They all listen. No, but listen, they all don't. But the problem is that not all women do that, right? Vibe. What you're doing is you're saying one. I'm making it. Oh, but hold on. Perspective is that I'm making. I know, but what I'm saying is that no. But what you're doing is you're conflating to Marilyn, and you're saying that because I picked Marilyn, the difference. No, hold on. But hold on. What? Okay. What? Again, I picked some. Again, I picked somebody. Vibe. That's all I did. Right? I picked a random.
And I said, let's just move back to the topic. You're still
okay, but the topic is feminism, is it not?
I'm sorry. What did you say? Because I'm done listening to you because you will not let me finish a freaking statement. And I shut up the whole time and let you finish your statement.
You ridiculous, but you really don't.
So bad faith.
Okay, but again, you really don't.
And I'm really disappointed because I think I actually am in your mind view.
Okay, I hear you. I'm not trying to get you disappointed, but what you're trying to say is that what you're doing right now is you're defending. You're getting mad because I picked out one feminist. Hold on, one.
I don't care who you picked.
Hold on.
If you again, anybody on the internet, even the greatest person, the Dalai Lama. I'm saying that has nothing to do with the debate.
Again, when it has to do with
he says this.
He says he doesn't interrupt me, but
so vibe. I think I can bridge the gap here and explain to you how it's exactly having to do with the debate.
I like this guy.
I hear you, but again, you saying I'm interrupting, but you're interrupting me too, Vibe. You have to see that.
So
you never
hold on.
You
calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
Minutes, and then you stop me 30 seconds in.
Well, calm down.
Well, because I don't want you to filibuster.
All right. So look, Vibe, Avarice, y'all are talking past each other. It's obvious that Marilyn is a perfect example of feminism because she is a woman who thinks that her opinions are valid, right? And that's the problem with our current society is that women go around thinking that they have opinions that they can have absent of a man giving them
Marilyn
the
is
permission
not
to have
a feminist.
the opinion.
And then what I'm trying to say, Vibe, to go on with him is that people like that specifically. It doesn't even matter if it's Marilyn. I could have picked fucking my mom for all that matters. It was just, sure, put my mom there. And what happens is that people end up getting soft and compassionate and feelies for these people, and instead of shaming the behavior, they just let it go.
Am I the only one who thinks it sounds like Imperious? It probably is Imperious.
Who, Avarice?
Yeah.
It's the third time I've heard that.
Absolutely not.
I think Imperious finally came.
Imperious is fucking crazy. Imperious is fucking crazy.
I heard feminism. What kind of nonsense are people spouting right now?
We've already went at it, Melanie. Me and you are good. I'm not going at it with you again. Me and you get too defensive.
Oh, I mean, you take a lot of L's, but that's okay.
I mean, I take a lot of L's. Who took the last L and who's not in JS's server now?
That's not taking an L. I just got
that was pretty much taking an L. Yeah, because you attempted to dox somebody through our argument.
Got rid of me
again. Because you claimed to dox JS server.
We didn't dox anybody.
You threatened to dox. Yes, you did. Okay, okay. Confluence, go into JS's server and go ask a mod.
Yeah, ask for proof.
Is there proof?
Yeah, because I doubt that there's proof. It's definitely a bunch of butthurt people who lost debates to me and overreacted to something.
Yeah, that's not what happened.
Okay, yeah, you wish.
Okay. Yeah, sure, you beat Andrew too, I bet.
Andrew?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I bet you beaten Andrew Wilson too, just like everyone else.
I mean, if you consider him saying that I'm actually an okay debater to be defeating him, I'm sure.
Is that you beating him?
If that's a win condition for you, that's a win condition for me.
That's not really a win condition for me.
No. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, it actually means taking the W.
Yeah, I feel like I took the W on several things. Like
which one?
He thought like a capacitor was a coil.
Okay, and when was this?
What the fuck was the debate?
He was doing some sort of like Twitter thing, and I joined.
Space?
But what's the debate?
We were kind of all over the place with it. He flouted his work with like.
So if I message Andrew right now and I ask him, has he lost a debate to Melanie Cosmic Fox? What's he gonna say?
He probably won't admit that one because that was never streamed. He was just doing that.
Yeah, I don't think. I don't
Mel,
think
you also claimed to Mog IJ, and he seemed to take issue with that. So I don't know. I feel like you're kind of like Ryan, the Radical Coder, where every conversation you come away thinking that's a W. Which I'm not. I haven't seen your debates, Mel, so maybe they are W's. But I know I've been in
people who hate Ryan, the Radical Coder, and can't actually win debates against him, but just tell yourself you can.
No, I talk when I talk to Ryan. I don't claim victory or not.
Okay.
Yeah, I've just debated him, but at the end, he's always like, "Well, I won," blah blah, and so yeah, it's just a little.
I mean, this is something that's important to realize in debates. Is a win isn't always like you don't debate, and I'm just talking about debates. I'm not talking about blood sport debates. You don't debate to win. You debate to come to a conclusion. Now, blood sport.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
Everest, you are in the blood sport space. You debate to win.
No. Now you're being different. Okay,
if you have your points and they're real.
I think
it's because you are right, and I can see where you're coming from because you're going to be like, well, if I'm right, then I am fighting to be right.
No, I think
to be right also.
I think the point of a debate is to win optically to the people listening in, not just the debaters.
That's what I call blood sport. Optically,
that's what you call. Okay, that's not what I call blood sport by any means. Okay,
so a real debate moves the needle.
Okay, so regional debates like let's just say like what Rob did. I'm talking about regional debating, like what Rob did, right? Which we call political debate, right? Would that debate do they come to a conclusion?
Yeah, I think people do, right? And I understand the optics, and I know where you're going with this. It's moving the needle because the optics of that. But at the same time, there have been many people that are just good wordsmiths that can move the needle in the wrong direction because they're a good debater.
So primarily college debates aren't judged.
Really digging into the weeds. That's why I got so upset when you're like pointing out a single person. I'm like, that doesn't get into the weeds. The weeds we have to keep wide.
No. But here's the problem.
Look at this as intellectuals, not as just a blood.
But look at this wide. Vibe, look at this wide, right? It's one example of the many, right? The problem is, and I want you to look at this from my perspective.
Check 1 2.
The issue isn't that Maryland is alone.
We can't hear you,
right? The issue is that there's hundreds of Marylands out there doing the same thing, acting the same way.
You can't stop, can you?
No, but what I'm talking about, I'm pointing to you. I said the problem, why we're not going global. What I'm trying to say is there's hundreds, right? Now, let's take it even global, right? What I'm trying to go is even further out to feminism, right? At the far end of it is that the problem is that all women are believing this. They're starting to think that they're the 1%. That they're going to get the bag, that they have the options. And the problem is that we gave them the ability to do so by making money very quick with naked, which is going on OnlyFans.
You believe
things like that.
You realize that you and I started this debate off in 100% agreement, and you even said, "Hey, if I could use somebody else,
we agree with the 100. We're agreeing with the percentage numbers, yeah. No, right? But what we're doing is we're new. Hold on.
When you decided to. We could have kept this generic, but you decided to do a personal attack on a person. Marilyn, I saw her in chat. I said I was online with her. I debated her, and I told her she's wrong. So I also agree with you that I think that's crazy. Marilyn and I have had that discussion. I'm not simping for her, but I don't use her in my debates as a single because we don't need to. We don't need to. There's no purpose for it. There's no purpose to trash another person we know online.
There was purpose actually, because and I can tell you, the purpose is because it's a good analogy that us and the rest of the audience knows.
So did you not just use the analogy that there's women out there that aren't think like this?
Well, could you
have to pick a person?
Well, question is could you pick a person that everybody would know that they would know what kind of crazy I'm talking about?
Yeah, I mean, you can describe it. Every man has done it. Right. This is
okay. So name a woman I would know that could do that trait.
Every man knows that female trait.
No, well, I'm saying again, no. Listen,
right now,
my
female trait without calling somebody out.
Again, no, that's not true. My wife is nothing like that.
I'm not saying all women.
Rachel Wilson's nothing like
But
that.
we've all met
No,
those women.
again, what I'm trying to get at in the perspective here is name one where all the traits come in. Name any name, right? Even a movie star.
Let's just move on.
What
to
I'm saying
actually
is
debating,
even
not
a movie
trashing
star,
people, okay?
right? Pick a movie star. Pick anybody that would have the same impact of that everybody knows, that everybody can relate to. That I could say this is why this is the problem, and because of these actions, this is what happens. Right? Name anybody else.
So I personally think that you could have had this debate and won this debate, and
I'm not trying to win
forward without calling out a single person. I think you know that, and now you're just really trying to like dig in, blood sport wise, to defend your position that you were not wrong.
Again, I'm not saying that I wasn't wrong. I'm saying that what I said was what I said, right? And what I said was to make impact on the conversation. I agree to all of that.
I think bringing that name in brought nothing.
Maybe to you. I think that the audience and a lot of people here knew what I was talking about. They were able to discern the kind of crazy that I was getting to, so that they could see how that subverts other people into that ideology.
This is crazy. We're talking about angels.
I'm not going to argue it anymore.
Tonight.
I made my point.
Well,
I think where I feel on that, how I stand on this.
Sure.
I always try to stay out of personal attacks and bringing other people into it. It's just kind of my philosophy. I feel like if you have a strong argument, you don't have to name names. You don't have to talk about other people. And you don't have
I understand. I understand. That's how you feel. I understand, but that's not how I feel. Right.
Yeah, that's Vibe. That's Avarice's brand, though, and this is coming from the top Maryland enjoyer. Okay, but it's Avarice's brand. I mean, it's what it's got. They're made for each other. Okay, it's like a cosmic Valhalla battle between the two of them. You know, so I mean, you can't ask Avarice to not bring up Maryland. It's impossible. It's just not a thing.
Oh, I actually do. Once the camera goes off, I don't think 1 second about any of this. No offense, or even.
I think a lot about Maryland once the camera goes off.
Oh yeah, no, not me. To be honest, I'll be honest. When this goes down, once the camera goes off, I have my son. I got a brand new son, Vibe, 8 weeks old. He's amazing.
Congratulations!
So I get to go and hang out with him, and we get to go watch Willjum, and that's a Rust YouTuber, and he loves them, and my dog shows in too, and my wife gets mad if I miss an episode without her. So like we have a whole, like my whole home dynamic is completely different. Like when I get off the stream, it's not like like normal America with Rob Noor anymore. It's in Bloodsport. Like when I'm home, right? I like to cook, so I'm cooking. And we're having a good time at home, maybe doing some shopping. We went to Build-A-Bear today, and I even did the stupid heart thing.
So Avarice, this is really great. And this is an anecdote. And I think we're going to get along after this too, by the way. I don't think this is like you and I hate each other after this.
She is here.
What am I missing?
She has arrived.
Maryland.
She has arrived.
Simp Fest. I think this is.
I got.
Maryland scares me.
And
yeah, Mel.
Wait 1 second, guys, because I want to say this to Avarice, because he was just saying like he's different offline than he is online.
Well, no, I mean my energy is always the same, right? I'm always at 100, right? But what I think about and what's important to me, right? I'm not sitting at home writing a dump book on how to trash Maryland in 100 different ways, right?
Yeah, you are. You are though.
I'll be done in 20 seconds.
Can you shut your Jewish mouth while I'm talking to Vibe here?
So there was one night I was on a debate panel and I was talking, and my wife knows I'm deep in my issues, and she heard me talking, and I raised to the level of the panel, and the panel actually wasn't my level, right? And I started doing things that I don't do in real life. And after that panel, she's like, I heard you. She's like, that's not who you are. Why were you talking like that on the panel? And I realized she was 100% right. I just put myself, I raised myself to the panel, but didn't keep my own mentality, right? And your family and your child, like, and so this is what I try to do now, because I failed and I've made mistakes and I did trash somebody else and I did things that I regretted saying online. And my big, like, I wrote a mission statement. I'm going to be the same man, the same family man I am for my kids as I'm going to be online.
Yeah, that sounds like you've been indoctrinated with MKP.
People, even the hard people at church that I go to church at, that I have a hard time working with, we call them like extra grace required. I give them that extra grace. I'm going to do that on panel as well, right?
If I could jump in, I agree with you. I agree, but like, do you think I think the way I act online should be the same I act in real life. But there's also something about matching energy. In most of my day-to-day life, no one is screaming at me, calling me a retard. But on panel, that happens quite often. So I'm going to match the energy, right?
Again,
I don't know.
But here's the difference. Here's the big difference. Hold on, let me get that. So here's the big difference: is that I don't mute my words in real life. Like, I literally call people retards. I openly use the N-word. I openly use whatever out in public, right? And it's constant. Like, I've had the police called on me at the DMV. I've had the police called on me at Xfinity. I've had the police just for tone policing, right? So my words and the way of which I speak is not different, but the things in which I do and the activities of which I take part of outside of this sphere are wildly different, right? Like, it's not like I'm sitting here doing a build my gunpla post, like live stream where everybody's watching me put together a gunpla, right?
Everett, I have a question though. Are you satire?
No.
You're not making fun of Americans.
He's a Fed. He's
no,
a Fed.
I'm definitely happy to be American.
If you were, I would say it's like 8 out of 10, but okay, my bad.
Yeah, why would I be making fun of Americans?
You got like the America shirt. You're like, I go around saying the N-word because freedom of speech, and I bet you say shit about open carry and shit too.
I'm wearing an America shirt. Can you tell me what that is again?
Rob Nori or Cup.
That's
anyway,
a Rob,
I'm not a feminist.
Yeah, okay, Marilyn, you keep believing that.
I'm not for gender affirmations. I'm not for abortion. I don't think we should have equality with gender. Sorry, Mel, but like, I don't think it should be a law. I don't think people should be fucking with people, but I also don't think I need to go out and make a rights activist about it.
But Marilyn, have you considered that feminism is the real meninism?
I don't know why they call it feminism, because it's supposed to be equality with both. They're trying to trick us and create spells.
If there's a disparity that gives men more power or privilege, then you would have to equalize that. You'd have to raise women.
If they can think of a word that's going to be directly towards women rather than making a different word that does both, speaks for both, and then doesn't add a bunch of garbage at the end, rather than go back to what women wanted for equality, which was like the right to vote in the beginning, like normal things. And instead of making it all,
why women do want better outcomes for men, it's because when men have better outcomes, they actually tend to exhibit less violence to themselves and the people around them, including the women in their lives. So it's actually safer for men to have better outcomes.
I love men. I want men to have good outcomes. I respect men. I think they're awesome. They're wonderful. They're not doing anything like. I feel the same way about women, though, and I feel like we don't treat women the same as we treat men. Like, they're very degraded. It's a double standard. Men are like, I'm a man, and men, they just are different. And so you don't get the same privileges because you're not a man. I don't agree with that.
Say we have two groups, right? And we want those groups to be equal. We have two choices, right? We can lift women up or bring men down. I think it's more empowering to lift women up than to do the negative thing, which is bring men down.
Absolutely. Definitely don't bring men down.
Not every feminist. Some feminists are filled with anger and stuff like that, but there are a lot of feminists who actually agree with that because of what I said earlier about men having better outcomes being safer for women.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. Men should have better outcomes. Men should have good outcomes. Men should not get anything taken away from them. They should get abundance. I don't think we should be hurting men in any way.
And if the left did anything wrong, it was focusing too much on trying to make clowns out of the red pill. And yes, the red pill does not help men. Instead of injecting there's very important words we can use now, not toxic masculinity, but instead gender role strain, which is feeling like you need to overperform your masculinity so nobody can possibly question it, right? Because if you think about it,
Can you tell me that word again? It's an interesting word.
Gender role strain. It comes from the APA and their guidelines for healthcare or treatment for boys and men or something like that.
I saw this in your Discord today, Mel. That nonsense you were posting.
No,
well, let me explain it real quick.
But hold on, just so we're clear. I'm
just going to land my plane.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, can you actually go in with your plane? I actually want you to go on a little bit longer. It's interesting. So can you land your plane and actually go into what that says?
Well, okay, here, let me provide an example, right? So men
Yes, please.
feel the need to overperform their masculinity often because very simple things can make people question their masculinity as a whole. A good example, if you're familiar with this, if you're not, then it won't make sense. But a good example is very quickly, if you show any sort of effeminate attributes or affection towards other men, even in like the mildest non-sexual way, you'll be called gay. And men do tend to tie their straightness to masculinity, so they often see that as an attack on their masculinity. They can often lash out in response to that and become aggressive and stuff like that. Not saying every man, by the way. This is not all men. This is men who feel like their masculinity is tied to how well they can perform it.
Confluence, can you hear me well or no?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
I'm here. I'm here listening too. I'm in the back.
No. I had to get another mic because
gender role strain is the psychological situation in which gender role demands have negative consequences on the individual or others.
And to be clear, that's men and women. That's
so Melanie, I actually have some serious questions if I can ask, and I'm being genuine here.
Okay.
So Melanie, would you consider I mean, I call it a cult, but some people might. Would you consider programs like Mankind Project in that bounds?
I'm just not familiar with them. That's all.
Okay, that's fine. Would you consider groups of men that are trying to teach men how to be men, whether it's either through more masculinity or subverting words of masculinity? Would you consider that part of that?
Well, if it's traditional masculinity maxing, then I would be worried about that.
Okay.
If they're trying to guide men through you don't have to become violent just because someone thinks you're not masculine enough. And helping counsel them that way, then I think that can be really productive because there is healthy forms of masculinity out there.
Okay, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, you go ahead. Actually, I was about to ramble, anyways.
Well, I hope you understand. I'm asking these in good faith, so I'm not asking anything. Hopefully, so how would you put in this terms? How would you define, I guess, the roles that define masculinity and the ones that are specifically around toxic masculinity?
Well, to be clear, I'm avoiding using toxic masculinity because I do think that it's kind of like a thought terminating cliche and kind of just puts a knife in the discussion. The things that contribute to masculine gender role strain are often feelings of inequity that's reinforced by media. And, same way that women are portrayed as models and stuff like that, men also go through the same thing, and masculinity being portrayed that way, or it's being made fun of if it's not that way. So in day-to-day life, they might feel the need to appear stronger, emotionally resilient, and we'll get into that, and very straight, and they might, I don't want to say emotionally aloof, there's a better word for it. Basically, they compartmentalize their concern for others and are quote unquote mission focused. Now, in and of themselves, these aren't necessarily bad things. Emotional resilience, you might need that sometimes, but they tend to overdo it, right? So when you need to actually be compassionate or caring about somebody, they might resist that out of fear that it makes them look less masculine.
Okay, so Melanie, have you ever heard of groups put together like the O Show and things like that?
Not particularly, no.
Okay, have you heard of the guru called the O Show or heard that name in reference by any means? Okay, so the O Show was a guy that ran a cult-like group over in Oregon. And it was kind of big. They almost took over an entire city. There's a whole Netflix documentary about it, despite what you want to believe or not believe out of it. I'm not really focused on that aspect. What I'm focused on is the that kind of form of what they would deem masculinity, specifically going out and screaming at the top of their lungs and screaming circles, kind of bashing things together, extreme forms of masculinity in a big giant circle.
There was sex crimes with Osho, though, wasn't there?
Yeah, but I'm not. Again, I'm not focusing on that. I'm more focusing on the techniques of masculinity, right?
That's why I'm trying to. Something I won't want to comment directly on until I become familiar with what happened.
Okay.
Do we disagree?
Well, all I was trying to get at was
saying, like, because I think I would agree with that, even though I think the APA guidelines are omnicuct. But gender role strain, I think, is a legitimate thing that happens, right? There is like societal pressures put on different genders, and for those that don't match with that box exactly, then there's some strain there. Do we agree with that?
You can explain. By the way, you can explain bulimia in women and the higher rates of that with the increase.
I thought we were talking about demons and angels and spirits and ghosts. That's what I'm wondering.
Well, these are the demons that drive us internally.
That's true if you think about it. Like, do we? Yeah. Does anyone like the way? I think the way the APA explains it, I think is retarded. Like, just reading through this document, I think it's stupid. But I think there is a point if the APA wasn't so ideologically bent, right? Yeah. Like, because like the harsh enforcement. This is going to sound super left coded, but the harsh enforcement of like gender norms, I think, are in some ways damaging. That sounds so leftist, but they kind of are in a way, right? They kind of are. Because if you don't fit that box, right, then you're gonna get like shat on.
Yeah, and I'll just open up a bit and admit that before I decided that I was trans for myself, not to say I didn't always feel that way, I felt before that like I had to overperform being a guy, so that way nobody would notice I felt differently. Mostly because everyone would be like, "Oh, you must be gay," and I was like, "I know I'm not gay. That much is clear to me." So for a long time, I was doing everything that talks about. I would get super mad when everyone started to question me and start to point out that I was slightly feminine or something. And I would, sometimes I like even when I would meet people, I would just try to like overperform how like strong and scary I am, so nobody would even bother question that I was different.
Can I ask a question without you taking it the wrong way?
Sure.
Do you think that you might have found it easier to have been a woman then?
No, this is harder.
Okay, I'm just wondering because is it?
Yeah.
Okay, can you explain the difference? Because you said it was hard being a man. Can you tell me what's harder about what you're doing now? Being a woman. Yeah.
Before I didn't have people questioning so much whether or not my internal self aligned with my external self. I had people questioning whether or not my external self was hiding some sort of different internal self. Now I'm being myself.
Hold on. Vibe has to peace out. He says in the back chat, so I want to give Vibe a chance to say goodbye. Always a pleasure to have you, Vibe.
Oh, thank you very much. I was just about to just kind of drop off in the mysterious void there, but I posted to Avarice. Hey, good Discord. Looking forward to the next one.
For sure. Look, I will work on my vibe tactics and keep things more generalistic in the future for Vibe, so that we can continue with good discourse. In the future,
could have gone a lot further in that debate if we just kept it on
listen. I hear you. So I hear what makes you happy, and I will just put Vibe. Tone police.
No. Good discussion, but
what you think makes good discussion, right? I just want to hit. I will work on it so that we can further conversation, so that it can better our discourse, not necessarily what we find good discussion.
Well, the emperor.
Potato. Anyways, thanks, Confluence. Sorry we never got actually to the religious debate.
Yeah, we never got to the demons yet, inshallah.
Bible. I always appreciate that and have fun. Love that book. Anyways, love everybody. Have a great night.
Good night.
Take care.
But yeah, I guess I don't want to dwell on me being trans. I'll just wrap it up with saying it was easier. It wasn't easier. It was just hard along different lines.
I'm not even dwelling on you being trans. What I want to talk about, right, is the strain between the two, right? I can care less about what you are, right? That's irrelevant to this conversation. what's relevant here is the difficulty between being the man and the woman. What you said was, and that's why I'm just trying to understand what you said. And again, I'm not it's just for me to understand you. You said that you found it difficult being a man, right? But I get what you're saying because your inner side, your outward. The only thing I'm just wondering was, did you find the tasks also being a man harder now, or being a man being a man, was those harder, or were the tasks now easier? Tasks alone, like things you are required to do.
Like in terms of lifting, definitely harder. I don't have the same life, so that's hard to quantify.
Okay, I can understand. So I'm taking notes, so I know what I'm better with notes. So if you see
Mel,
me down,
I know we're not trying to dwell on the trend. Can I ask you a question though, based on what you said?
I mean, I'll be an open book. I just don't want you to feel like I'm trying to keep it there. That's all.
Okay, no, I have because you said like you definitely knew you weren't gay. So I guess right now, like, what are you attracted to?
So I'm bisexual now. And when I say I knew I wasn't gay,
so that's a little gay. Isn't that kind of a little gay if you think about it?
Gay as a woman, not gay as a man, and those are different feelings for sure.
If a trans woman and a trans woman are having sex, is that lesbian sex? Then would you say?
Yeah, motherfucker.
Sure. I wouldn't dwell on. I wouldn't think about it that hard. I would just say yes, and I don't care about the nuance.
I really don't even think about those things, so I wouldn't even know where to go. Confluence.
It's whatever they want it to be.
I'm just curious, not like curious in a gay way, but just like
I'm sure most trans people would say they feel like a lesbian when they're having sex with another woman. So I would assume it's yes for most trans people, anyways.
But it's like I guess it's the thing that's catching me is you said you knew one of the things that drove you was that there were some like gender expectations and stuff, and you knew you definitely weren't gay, but now you're saying you're bisexual.
Well, yeah, because the moment I showed that any part of me wasn't directly masculine, people would be like, "What, are you gay?" Or at some point they just try to casually bring up like, "Don't you think you might be like gay or attracted to men?" Or just hinting to me as gay men.
So I don't understand that. That's the only part I really don't understand, Melanie, when you say that.
So here's what you do need to understand. That I didn't realize I was trans yet. I just knew I wasn't gay and that I was very attracted to women.
No, that's not what I don't understand. Sorry. What I don't understand is like I didn't have people in my life really saying like certain things I was doing was gay. Right, unless it was in a joking manner, right? Does that make sense? Like,
yeah, they didn't. It didn't feel like a joke for me.
Good, yeah. But good example. Like, I enjoy cooking. I always have. I really enjoy cooking. I was a little kid, and I've always enjoyed cooking, right? And a lot of people would think of that as being feminine, right? But no, never once. Now, I might have been like heckled for my patriarchy, kind of. Isn't that like basically, as for cooking, right? Which is completely different.
Would say it, but okay.
But what or whatever, right? But what I'm saying is that none of my friends, like my male friends, called me gay for saying, "Hey, I'm gonna go cook a flank steak or a flank steak salad," or any of that kind of thing, right? So I'm trying to think of some other feminine things I might have done.
But those would be examples of the gender role strain we're talking about, right? Even with the cooking thing, even if no one's calling you gay, right? There is some idea that like, oh, a man shouldn't be like cooking that much, right? That would be an example of that.
No, I don't think that.
Sucking dick is gay, Avarice.
I actually find that one. So I actually find that argument. I fight that argument, saying that actually the best chefs in the world are men. Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no, I agree. I don't think cooking is feminine, but I'm saying that there are people that say that. But that's an example, I think, of the gender role strain.
Everything's gay.
Yeah, I was just using. That's what I was trying to get at. Like, no one said anything was gay to me. That's what I was trying. I was trying to find what is hard that I can equate that I do that's feminine.
So,
right?
Imagine you're a 10-year-old boy, right? And you've already had something of a tough life. I'm not going to give you my whole story.
That's the main one.
10-year-old boy, and you move into an.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you over the bitch. Can you start over?
Triggered.
She doesn't need to stop anything.
Sorry.
But let's say you're a 10-year-old boy, right?
I don't think you're gay. I think you're just mad at women.
And before this, you didn't really care about being a boy. You had feminine traits, but you didn't think of them as feminine. You just thought of them as being yourself. And you move into an all-boys group home, and on day 3, they're all calling you fairy boy because you're.
I'm sorry that happened, dude.
And I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm asking you to just put yourself in my shoes.
I get it, but I'm saying that's tough, man. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying that's how quickly that label would get.
Especially when you're young and you don't have any mentors and people like giving
it's
you.
It's not about not having mentors, dude. I had so many mentors, some great mentors too.
Well, maybe now, but if you didn't have anyone in your life going, I don't listen to those people and like.
Question.
The staff in the group home said that. It's just it doesn't matter when that's your peer group.
So again, I don't know a lot about group homes. I'm more of the woodsman Alaskan growing up.
You don't need to. The point is how quickly I would experience that.
I just have a question. When that happened, right? I guess I'm just thinking when I'm 10 years old, right? Mm-hmm. And I think of that. I'm getting in your shoes, right? Honestly, and I'm being real, and I'm not even.
Oh, and now I can't hear.
Why didn't you just go and punch that kid in the jaw?
That happened. It didn't change anything.
Okay, it didn't.
The whole point, the way it works there is, I guess I should explain this, is people just try to make each other mad because then they get in trouble. You might get punched in the jaw, but they get grounded for like a week.
Okay, yeah, I guess I don't understand. I would just get in a fight, right? And if that would just show that if that doesn't prove that I'm a man, I don't know what does.
Up until the age of 24-ish, that's what I did in every situation, every time I felt like that, and in times where I probably didn't need to.
Well, I mean, but by 18, you should have been discerned not to be in another fight, but that's
sure.
fine.
I didn't always resort to violence, but I would break things or punch stuff and scream at people,
Okay.
And it just overall, I felt like I had to fake it until I made it, but I also that I was never making it.
Okay. Again, I did my. I don't think I'll fully understand, and I'm forgive me that I won't, but I did my best to understand. I just don't understand how punching them in the jaw didn't work.
You know how girls seem alien to boys and boys seem alien to girls when you're a kid? That's how boys seemed to me, even though I was a boy. And girls made sense.
I never thought that as a kid. My best friends throughout
hold on. Can you read?
Hold on. You
also not watch TV where that was a common theme of like every TV show.
I wasn't.
A trope is in reality.
I'm sorry, but I think you're being aloof on purpose, and you're just not.
No, I'm not. I'm actually. I'm not. I grew up in Alaska. I didn't have that kind of TV. That's why.
Maybe you had sisters or something. I can't speak for everybody.
What was the? I didn't have brothers. I had all brothers. So what was that statement again?
Girls tend to seem alien to boys, and boys.
I get what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand. So again, I'm not immediately girls.
But once again,
girls and boys.
You know what it is? Mel, you know what it is? It's the fact that we're all born at different times, and we're in our chart. We have masculine energies and feminine energies depending on the planet that are masculine and feminine. You probably just had more feminine energies planets in your chart than masculine. Because mine's even. Mine's 5 and 5.
That's true. We'd have to see Mel's natal chart. Mel, post your natal chart.
Wait.
I want to push back on that.
Wouldn't my Mayan astrology cancel it out? Because in Mayan astrology, my number is 33, and or eagle 1 eagle and or blue magnetic hand. So
it just depends on your planet.
That's not a natal chart, Mel. Okay.
It depends
Get on the sidereal astrology train.
Where are they
at? Are they talking?
It's nonsense astrology.
Decipher.
Confluence. Can I ask you something on this topic? Blue magnetic hand. How does that not mean anything to you?
Decipher. Blue what?
I'm just trolling. No, it's.
I think. Can I ask you guys something?
Dude, okay. I was like, what? I was so fucking. I'm lost.
That's true about me, but it's not.
So Melanie, like I don't like. Here's personally, I have actually a buddy I work with, right? And he's like, it sounds like your story, right? Like he's his name's, he's guy, and he's got, but he's transitioning, right? But he's got 2 kids. He likes women, right? And here's what I think, right? I don't think that there's like feminine and male. Like if a guy likes something, it might like come across to other like burly men, like, oh, that's gay, right? Oh, that's feminine, But like I think there's just different kinds of men. Right. There's just men that are like you know, they have different characteristics and gifts and skills and stuff, and some of them aren't this big, burly, like lumberjack kind of guy, right? Some of them are the opposite of that, but I don't think that makes them feminine.
You're saying there's
because they talk,
right? Like it's not binary. There's like a spectrum. Some people are just naturally more masculine than others. And
I think if you're a man and you like doing something or whatever, I don't know. I think it's just a different kind of masculine energy, right? I don't think it's a feminine energy. I just think it might be like in society, they might categorize it as that.
Yeah. And I think for people who do identify as men, that's a healthy form of masculinity to embrace those things and not let other people bring you down for it. Going to what Marilyn said, funnily enough, I don't think it's actually feminine energies. From when I was in the womb, it was testosterone.
No. It's when you were born, exactly the time you're born, depending on the planets that we have, Pluto, Capricorn, Venus, all the planets. Some of them are masculine, have masculine energies, and some of them have feminine energies, but they're like magnets.
Aligned to make you clueless as fuck?
What?
Do the planets align to make you clueless as fuck? Because there's no way that the planets can actually affect something that's going on in someone's life.
No, but when you are born, when you come out of the womb, when you're no longer in the womb, not when you're conceived, but when you actually come out, the stars are aligned in a certain place, and they carry masculine and feminine energies depending on what planets are in your houses. You probably have a whole lot more feminine energy than you have masculine.
Wait, I have a house?
And that's what makes you feel like that. You have different houses.
Too much Venus.
Your first house is your ascending. It's
what first house. I have multiple. I have multiple.
It's your rising sign. What the sun was rising when you were
12
born.
houses. You got
I'm
12
a
houses.
landowner. I didn't even realize it.
You have 12.
Okay,
yeah,
you know what? I suddenly like capitalism. Now that I'm a landowner, I suddenly like capitalism.
Am I able to go there and sleep?
Mel, do you know what time you were born? I can I can find it out for you.
I do.
No, Marilyn, I've encountered astrology before. There's even a time I believed in it, but then I realized that when you understand things like signals, those are things that can't impact conditions in the womb and formation. What probably did lead to me being trans more than anything, or at least preventing my ability to identify with my genitals, quote unquote, was fluctuating testosterone rates in my mother's womb prenatally, because there's actually a lot of evidence that gender identity forms in the womb before the baby's even born.
No, there's not. No, there's not, Mel. No, there's not. Are you like Mel? Don't be like every trans person that like is trying to like.
Confluence. Were you a developmental psychologist?
I did a degree in psych, but I'm not a psychologist.
So again, there's been.
Are you a developmental psychologist? Out of curiosity,
evidence on this. And
okay, wait. So I probably have more of a degree than you in psychology. Is what you're saying?
More evidence than
you're trying to one up. You're trying to one up me. So that's a fucking L right there. Holy shit!
Wait! Hold on.
With my
I have my completion.
Interesting allegation.
I have my completion from the Biloxi, Mississippi Insanity Ward. All right, that means that I have the authority on. All right.
There is evidence.
Everybody yell at the same time. Everybody, just yell at the same time, please.
Tell them, Uncle.
Everett, stop!
Look stop shouting, you fucking two.
If you
not the two.
Melody, we don't know what the fuck you're saying anymore. Okay?
It's the two, dude. You're like you're in the negatives, bro.
Mel, the evidence you're saying is bullshit.
Exactly.
Mel, you know, not only do I know it's bullshit, you know it's bullshit. You're accepting it because you're trans.
Look, you're saying that and you don't even know what the evidence is.
I do know. I've read through this. It's the same type of
closed-minded right now.
I'm open to anything.
I imagine.
Hold on, pause.
Open to anything.
Pause. All right, listen. I got my diploma and completion from the Biloxi, Mississippi Psych Ward. All right, that puts me as the highest authority. All right, of psychological tool sets.
That was
wham.
What?
So
I
think
disagree.
it's sad that Confluence is waving his degree around, and I'm about to prove to him that
No, you're the one.
You're not waving my degree. You're saying you asked me if I was a behavioral psychologist. I said I agree, and I asked you, and you said
developmental. You fucking idiot.
Studies. Okay, whatever. Okay, so but you tried to one up me, and then you got one up, and you can't then say I'm waving my degree. I brought it because you fucking brought it up.
You did get one up because you're not, and I'm still better read on this than you are.
Wait, how did I get one up exactly? We both read studies, and I'm the one with the degree, and you're the one with not the degree. So that's kind of crazy if you think about it.
Authority here, you are. You're not. You haven't even got a degree in this field, therefore you can't.
Nobody here is freaking. Don't worry about.
Here's the PDF in the side that shows that gender play occurs in infants before they can even speak.
Yeah, I understand. I've looked at
now you understand. Wow.
Yeah, it's called genetics, right?
Yeah, it's the same type of like,
right?
It's the same transcopium that you used to say that if you scan a trans person's brain, they like look more female or male.
Pause. All right, it does. Oh, it works every time. This is fantastic. I need to keep that. I gotta head out. It's 6 and time for me to head into the back of Normal America with Rob Noor. So it was a pleasure, Melanie. We should talk more on. I'd like to have. I mean, it's wonderful to hear. I like that gender role strain.
You're imperious. You're clearly not imperious.
What?
I take back saying that you were imperious. You're clearly not imperious. So you just sound
not imperious.
He's definitely not imperious.
I look at most people just catch me when I'm raging at the dirty bitch. All right, that's not my fault. All right.
Is that the Rotten Tomato?
No, Marilyn.
Oh, okay.
Chris,
yeah. She's a fucking whore.
Stop lying on me. Stop lying on me. Stop lying on me. I don't go to other dudes' channels and
go to the background.
I don't do that.
And I need to go to Normal America with Rob Noor.
You need to go.
I'll see you guys later. Emmett, it's good to see your Jew face. Noggins, wherever you went. Yeah. Marilyn's weird lawyer. Women belong in the kitchen. Based. 2. Do better.
You do better.
Good to meet you, Marilyn. Good to meet you, Melanie.
You too.
You're trash.
Okay, Mel, what did you? I have to talk to Mel for a sec. Mel, maybe I misheard you. Didn't you say that there was evidence that gender stuff forms like in the womb, or am I like hallucinating?
Yeah, there's evidence that it forms before the child's born.
He did say that.
Okay, and the thing you posted me to prove this is dealing with kids that are between the ages of 1.5 and 6 years old. Is that in the womb? Is that in the womb, or is that outside? Can you be 1.5 years old and still be in your mother's womb, or?
So can
this is just saying gendered? Yeah, obviously, this whole thing is about like gendered play in preschool. Obviously, gender happens.
Calm down.
I am calm. I am calm. I'm zen.
Can infants under the age of 1.5 show gendered behavior in any way?
No, just look at your birth chart, yo.
What's the first way?
I'm just saying. So the thing you said that you posted in private chat that proves your claim absolutely is not even in the same wheelhouse as the claim you made, right?
We have cohort analysis that shows that women who have testosterone levels in the womb are also more likely to have children who have gender questioning type experiences.
Okay, then post that so at least I can read it. Why would you post something totally irrelevant to what your claim was? Like completely irrelevant. Maybe you copy and pasted the wrong link, that's fine. That happens to me sometimes. But why would you post something about people that are between 1.5 and 5 years old?
Irrelevant.
You said in the womb. You said in the womb. How is like a 5-year-old interaction with gendered stuff? It is completely irrelevant. It's completely.
I agree with Melvin because of genetics.
Irrelevant because you have no other way to test this until the child can show behaviors like play.
So then why are you talking about the fucking womb? Why even say that?
Link these same results to that other
Then
study I
show
talked
me
about.
that study. Why am I reading? You're asking me to read a study. You're saying I'm closed-minded. I'm going through a study and I'm reading it, and it's not it's not fucking backing up at all. It's not even in the domain of what you're talking about. So show me the actual study. Why am I reading a study that has nothing to do with what we're fucking talking about?
This is why I asked if you had a degree in developmental psychology. You're clearly too stupid to understand that this is the evidence that a developmental
you're the one that
psychologist-
posted. You're like, can't read numbers, Mel. One and a half year old is not in the womb. If you think about it for like a hot second, Mel, if you think about it real quick, they're not in the womb.
I can't tell you,
and you don't have a degree either, right?
Apparently.
That this is what a developmental psychologist considers evidence that these things can form in the womb.
But you're not.
Where does it say that? Where does it say this in this study? This study specifically talking about. Can I put this on screen so y'all can see the fucking insanity? This is what Mel sends me. Right, the paper considers gender aspects of children's play in nature environments, and in an ethnographic study, children between 1.5 and 6 years old in a Swedish outdoor preschool were videotaped for free play. How does this relate to the fucking womb? Like none of this does gendered play in preschool. I mean, we can go through this whole fucking thing if you want, Mel. Play in nature environments. How does this get
results? Because they got the same results in an environment with free play where there was no gender reinforcement versus one with it.
But those Swedish kids are. I mean, Swedish kids
so that's what. So you're asking me if I have a degree in
because
then you say that you looked at then you say you've looked at the research and then you post this. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
No, we're not.
Can we take into account?
Well, I think we are. I think
can we take into account that the kids were?
You're on some like crazy shit right now.
I need to shut this shit down. Psyops, Mel. Do not feed into the Stockholm syndrome.
You'd understand how
Stockholm syndrome.
For the claim
because gender and sex.
See, this is what I mean, Mel.
I want to hear Uncle Juan speak, bro.
I'm not trying to be impolite, Mel, but this is the thing. This is what happens. Is you find a study like this that says nothing about wrong tab. Right tab. You find a study like the one you posted. And you try to interpret it in like a totally
hold on one at a time, boy.
Crazy way.
Don't you think that if we had two different spaces and a cohort analysis where we look at one space that has gender reinforcement and one that has neutral play, we would expect to see different behaviors in children in regard to gender type play afterwards?
You cannot extrapolate that into the womb about who's going to be trans, which is what your initial claim was.
That's what
every single one of them houses before we did the study.
This is what developmental psychology
Melanie, hold on. Can we
demonstrate that this is not the age where children learn gendered play? They probably learn it before this age.
Okay, Melanie, hold on. Let Uncle Juan chime in.
In the womb.
So Melvin is correct because gender and sex is the same thing. At the end of the day, we have changes in the development in the womb when it comes to men and women. That is completely right. The other thing is, did we actually check these kids' houses before they even play? Also, they're all white, so I'm thinking it's a little bit skewed. We need to get some diversity kids into these so that we can even take the fucking study right. Okay, that's all I want to be saying.
Good idea.
I'm gonna fix you, Mel. I'm gonna fix you. But let Noggin say what he wants to say. Emmett, you're saying absolutely nothing at all.
I'm gonna fix you.
Emmett, you're calling for better data, but you don't have a prescription of how to do it ethically, so you're an idiot.
What?
Yeah, the only way you're going to get that kind of data is if you put kids in camps from birth where they can only have one type of play or the other. So that's
no, we can just do it at 18 months. What are you talking about?
Either way, you're taking them away from their families.
No, you're taking no. It's your way. You showed that. Did they take those kids away from the family?
That's the only way you're going to be able to control.
I'm asking you. Did they take the kids away from the family
and put them in the nature environment?
Yeah, did they take them away from the family?
I'm reading the conclusion of the study you posted. It doesn't even it's not even punting even in the direction that you're claiming it punts in. It's not even. It's the study you posted is not. I'm reading the conclusion. It's not even suggesting that. Like that is a you. This is like a fucking trans Rorschach test. If you're reading that in that way, it's only talking about how how gendered behavior can happen in different environments, which obviously that's true. If you teach kids to like be more like superheroes or teach them to like play with guns, you're gonna lean into that. My point is that your initial claim was that you can detect some element of trans in the womb. That's where we started, and I asked for evidence, and you show me this.
Are you seriously counterclaiming by saying that developmental psychologists haven't studied the thing that I'm talking about?
No, he's just saying that your evidence doesn't show what you're talking about.
Okay, so are you familiar?
Your evidence sucks, bitch. That's what he's saying.
So just to be clear, this is why I asked if you have done developmental psychology.
I've taken courses in developmental psychology. Have you, Mel? Have you?
I'm not done my question. Are you?
I'm the only one between the two of us that has actually taken university courses on developmental psych. Okay, just to be clear. So stop trying to cuck me if you're gonna take the L every time.
He's taking classes, bro. If you don't have a degree in this, then you guys are in the same boat, right? Like you guys are both.
No, Confluence has a degree in this.
I have a degree in psychology. I've taken upper level classes in developmental psychology, and I'm not trying to bring that up. But Mel is like questioning this, and it's like, well, if you're gonna go to that area, then
you're saying you
I'm
can't understand it because you're not a development psychologist, but he's not either. So how is he gonna
psychology? And I'm demonstrating right now that
he has a degree in psychology.
Mel, you're demonstrating you don't know how to read a fucking research paper. That's what, because you sent me a research paper that isn't sending anything that you're suggesting.
You can't understand it. Hey, listen, Melanie. If you can't,
developmental psychology is a specialized field of psychology. It's a chapter in your textbook, and your psychology.
It's not a chapter. Mel, tell me you don't know how degrees work without telling me you don't know how fucking degrees work. I've taken classes in developtional psychology. That's how a degree works. It's not just intro to psychology. You take abnormal psychology. You take dyadic relations. You take developmental psychology. You take CBT. You take behavioral therapy. It's a degree, right? So yeah, I don't have a degree in developmental psychology. I've taken classes in developmental psychology.
Second or third
Stockholm syndrome.
Is developmental psychology a second or third year course?
Melanie, can I ask you something?
It depends on the school.
It's third year.
No,
you have to get your.
No, it's not. That doesn't even. You don't have a degree at all, do you, Mel? That doesn't make sense what you just said. That makes no sense.
You didn't take any course that actually exposes you.
Mel, that doesn't.
Melanie,
you just. Someone clip that. Someone clip that. Mel, that doesn't make any sense. What you just said. You have no understanding of the educational system at all. You have absolutely no understanding.
To be able to get a separate.
Confluence. Let me.
You can. I have taken fourth year psych courses. You do not need a master's to take a fourth year psych course. That makes no sense.
That's not what I said. You're fucking idiot. So if you want to keep lying about what I said, so you can peacock around and pretending like you're winning, that's fine.
Okay, let me try it, bro.
Look, it's a live stream, so we can all go back. That's the beauty of the live stream.
Can I ask you something?
That you need a master's in psychology to get a developmental psychology degree.
Yes, I agree. I don't have a developmental psychology degree. I've taken courses in development psychology.
I would need to dog walk you through explaining how these experiments work.
Yeah. You with no degrees or probably even no course in psychology. Yeah, you're gonna dog walk me. That makes total sense. Again, I'm not trying to peacock, but if you're gonna try to peacock on me and be like a retard about it, then I am gonna peacock on you, Mel. Okay, go to school, waste money.
Do you know how these studies worked?
You apparently don't, because you sent me a study that doesn't prove anything that you're saying. You can't even read the conclusion. You can't even read the abstract. I don't even believe you've read this whole article, because otherwise you wouldn't be posting it to me.
Confluence, don't lie this time. Do you know how the studies work? How the studies worked? Yes or no?
How studies work?
No, you didn't.
You know better than you know, since you don't have a degree either, right? If you don't have a degree and you're saying he can't understand it because he doesn't have a degree, then what are you talking about?
You really need your yes man to talk over you like this? This is pathetic.
Woody's not my yes man. Woody's a good guy. Okay, Woody's trying to like lower the temperature. Okay,
yeah, he's right.
So by the way, when I'm explaining to you how a developmental psychology study works, then I know more about it.
Can I ask you a question about the study?
I promise you, Mel, you don't.
It doesn't matter what your degree is. Anyone can understand something better than another person, right?
How does study work, buddy?
No, how about you tell us
how this specific study works?
Yeah.
What are you asking? The one you just sent me? Okay, yeah.
No. That might I'll admit that's a different one than the one I was thinking of. I have read a different study where they did actual
I would love if you posted it. I would love if you could do me a hot favor and actually post it.
How the study worked, right? And I can tell you right now with my words.
Wait, the wrong study you sent me? I don't know how the wrong study you sent me works. You just posted it to me. I've read parts of it. I mean, it's 34 pages. Yeah, I haven't read all of it on stream. So yeah, I can't explain the precise methodology of this specific study that you say is the wrong study that you sent.
Got it. So if someone can recall, off the top of their head,
Emmett, is Emmett leaving?
Can recall off the top of their head what 2 + 2 equals.
Mel, hold up, Mel.
Needs a paper to tell them what 2 + 2 equals.
Mel,
which one knows more?
Emmett, are you leaving?
Yes, I have a debate. It was fun. I came here to blow some steam before my debate with Manure. So
yeah, good to see you. I'm about to go on.
Good luck, Emmett.
Go kick his ass.
Don't remember to come for Valentine's Day.
Kick his ass.
Have a good one, everyone. Take care.
Bye, Juan, Uncle Juan.
Can you guys hear me better now?
Can I make one comment?
No.
I didn't mean to mute you, Mel, but I was trying to say goodbye to Emmett, and you kept talking.
So
Confluence, describe his mic.
I have one question.
This study's
person A can recall.
How's my mic?
And person B.
It's muffled.
Muffled? Ah, shit.
Oh, that's better.
Mel, you're super quiet. I have you on max on StreamYards, but you're super quiet. I don't know if you can increase yourself. There we go.
All right, that's the computer mic. Does that sound better?
2 + 2 equals.
Yeah.
Person B needs a paper to tell them what 2 + 2 equals. Who knows more about math?
Wait, say it again.
Is that better?
What's the topic?
Yeah.
Fucking Christ. Brain dead. I swear to God. If person A.
I'm sorry, Mel. There's like 3 people talking. Wait, are you fucking autistic? Do you not understand?
This is why you don't remember anything, because you're too busy thinking over what I'm saying.
I gotta rejoin.
If person A can recall with their mind, with their own fucking brain, what 2 + 2 equals, and person B needs a paper to tell them what 2 + 2 is, who is better at math?
Who cares?
I don't even know where.
It's an agenda.
I don't even know where you're going with that, right? Because there's different levels of.
You answer my question, it'll prove that I'm better at developmental psychology than you. Thank you.
Does that sound okay?
I'm not trying to do a dick measuring contest with you, Mel. You brought up the degree thing, and you walked into the wrong territory because I'm the only one with a psych degree, which is fine. So you got mogged a little bit, Mel, if you think about it, because you didn't. Well, that's fine. You don't know who I am. That's fine. That's cool. That's cool.
Melanie, hold on a minute. Don't start manifesting. It's okay.
I need people to feel bad, like Mel's treating me unfairly now because I just got schooled.
No, Melanie, you didn't school him. Can I tell you why real quick? Can I tell you why? Because they're saying that he can't understand it because he doesn't have a degree, but he does have somewhat of a degree in psychology.
Wait. I'm not saying if you're going to tell me what I'm saying, get it right. If you're going to tell me what I'm saying, get it right. I'm not saying he can't understand it. I'm saying he can't appreciate this as evidence.
Okay. Well, whatever. He can't appreciate it as evidence, even though he's got a degree in the psychology field, right? Where you don't, and you have read through this stuff, sure. But just because you've read through it and understand it to try to say he can't, right? He's got a degree in he's taking classes in this field. You haven't. So like. To say he wouldn't know what you're talking about if you actually send him some good evidence.
Have you taken a single class on developmental psychology specifically?
Yes, I told you I've taken multiple classes. I told you that.
Number?
Yes.
Your number?
Yeah, 2, depending if you count. It depends how you define it, but yeah.
A chapter in a textbook, like I was saying earlier, right?
Wait, 2, a chapter in a 2. Have you been, Mel? Have you been to any school, Mel? If you're saying a chapter, do you know what a course is? Right, a course is you read like multiple textbooks, especially in like upper level stuff. You read multiple textbooks. So yes, I read multiple textbooks on developmental psychology. That's how courses work at a higher level. So anyways, I feel like I'm explaining academia to you. I feel like you're putting me in a position. My degree is bullshit. You're making me like flex with my nonsense degree, which I think is like so cocky. I hate that you're making me do this. A psych degree and $2 will get you a fucking cup of coffee, and you're making me like use this.
In these courses, you should be able to tell me.
No, just give him some good evidence that actually goes along with what you're saying and furthers your point, right?
Because what you're saying over me because you're afraid of what I have to say. Confluence.
No, you just haven't shown any good evidence. That's all he said, and then you go. You sounds like a dick measure.
If you've taken these courses, then you should be able to lecture me on how we do the research to figure out at what age children learn to do gendered play. What research has been done? Tell me about it.
That's I don't. Yeah, I don't.
Oh,
I don't.
oh, now he's stuttering. That's crazy.
Well, Mel.
Okay, Mel, I can tell you're a bit triggered right now, and I understand that. I understand that.
I can tell you're trying a lot harder than you can act.
Mel, it's not about all these accolades. You need to know who you are by design. What makes you, and that's going to fix the situation.
Much smarter person on this panel.
Well, can I just ask you a question, Mel? What does this what does this paper say? I've been reading a little bit of it, but what does it say?
So that paper, Confluence, it is a different paper than I was thinking. It sounded like it had the same title, but it is
okay. So
can you find the paper? Can you find Mel? Can you find the paper you were thinking of?
Wait, what did that say?
Yeah, right now. So they put toys, and I'll find it if you really need me to, but they put toys in front of children, right?
You brought it up, though, Mel. You brought it up, right?
They put toys in front of children, toys that tend to lean between boys and girls, right? Now, these are children that are super young, 1 year old, probably not able to even conceive about gender reinforcement from the external world. Mm-hmm. And with more than chance, more than 50% variability, we saw that people born as girls went towards girls' toys. People born as boys went towards boys' toys.
Mm-hmm.
Mel,
So
what's the sample size of the study?
So, and there was also a different study. I don't recall this one well. So I might be on the details. I'm not done.
Can you answer my question now?
I'm not done.
Will you answer my question after? Pinky promise? Okay.
There was another study. I am sketchy on the details, and that's why I thought this was the study, where they looked at two different classrooms. One of them had gendered toys, and one of them had gender neutral toys. Mm-hmm. Children, on average, at very like preschool age, right? Even without being told to, tend to go towards the gendered toys in the classroom where they were provided. And in the ones where they weren't, they still showed signs of gendered play, thus showing that even when you take away reinforcement mechanisms, children still have an internal gender identity that they're operating on. And and it probably forms before that age.
I just got here. What's the point of your argument?
That gender identity forms in the womb, and that there is at least some evidence of this. And same how there's evidence that homosexuality forms in the womb and sexual preference.
Okay.
Wait, there's evidence of that?
Brief. Sorry, housekeeping. We have someone in the back chat. Holland Gate. I don't know how to say your name. Give me one of these, and then 2 thumbs up. Okay, pulling you up.
That's a crazy name.
Hey
Does
guys,
have
it's
a counter,
How Long
like this
Nate.
How
Hey, Nate,
long?
how's it going?
Hi. Are you a trucker? I think he is.
We can't hear you. We can hear you.
I think I've seen this guy in Abe's channel.
Yes, I am. How Long Nate.
Yep. And I think Rob too.
Can you hear me now? Or is it just way delayed?
Lag.
It's delayed.
There's a massive lag, but we can hear you.
Let me
Oh, there it went. Long haul.
That was the craziest lag I've ever seen.
Who's giving counter
Mouth moves and then like 10 minutes later.
Mostly Confluence, yeah. And let it be shown that once I can actually state my case, then I'll shut up.
I mean, I would love to. I'd love
Look
to
into your
for you to
birth
land the plane.
chart. All the studies are from people. All those studies are from people that want to depopulate the planet. All part of the depopulation program.
As Maryland lawyer, I disavow.
Mel, are you going to tell me what the sample size of the study you posted yet?
Dead ass. You won't let me continue, but I'm just saying.
Mel, you pinky promised you'd tell me the sample size of the study that you posted. Will you tell me yet?
I already posted that I agree with you is not the one I meant to post.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just forgetting this entire study.
Yeah.
Let's go to the methods section. Let's all go together. Methods, where is it? Well, maybe that. Okay, methods, data. This paper is part of a larger study with several research questions about how staff and children in outdoor preschool make use of nature, how nature and its benefits for children are conceived by parents and staff. So yeah, had I read the methods section, I would have realized this is the wrong one. Using an ethnographic approach from the present study, I carried out participant observations 1 day a week on average from August 2006 to June 2007. The data consisted of field notes, video observations of 38 hours, informal conversations with children, semi-structured interview with staff members of 10 hours, and parents of 12 hours, photographs, and legal documents.
Okay, I'll save you the trouble. The sample size is 107.
All right, should be better now.
Just no way.
Does sound better.
God.
Yeah, that's better.
Let's hear some counter arguments.
Yeah, 185.
Check.
You're good.
There we go.
We're good. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I had to switch Bluetooth
No,
sides.
you're wrong about the number. All children.
Hold on, let me go, bro.
All
I'm
children
trying to connect.
A total of 36 children, 18 girls and 18 boys, participate in the investigation. So sample size is 36.
Wait. If that's true,
that's
if
even
that's true,
better
that is
for
even
your
like.
argument.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That
isn't actually
Mel. This is what this is sending me. Like that. That's even worse, right? Than if I did say the wrong number
from this, because I've already admitted that this study that I posted this mistakenly and doesn't actually show the evidence I thought it showed. I just posted a study that does show the evidence.
Well, that's okay. Well, then yeah, send me another one.
Pull it up, Confluence. It's in the back chat.
I'd like to read it so that way people can understand what papers actually sound like, but you're afraid of literacy, so we're not going to do that.
I'm
terrible.
Is that what? I wonder if the audience is going to
like
from this conversation.
You're afraid of yourself, Mel. It sounds like.
I think so.
Look into your birth chart. Find out who you are. I'm telling you, that's where you
look
find
into Jesus.
Oh
He's
my
got the
God.
answers.
Mel, I understand. Okay,
Yeah,
Confluence is going to do a good faith
Jesus.
thing to reset. Okay, I understand we're getting heated, but we're going to calm down now. Like, and me as well. I'm getting heated. I admit that. Okay, olive branch to Mel. Okay.
You're God, Mel.
Honestly.
I mean, I've already stopped talking over you because I stated my case. There's another paper, same kind of.
So you're not willing to olive branch. Is what I'm hearing.
Pull it up.
Well, I'm not going to
go through it.
I'm not
This
asking you to
is
concede
why-
anything, Mel. I'm asking you to just I'm saying, yeah, let's have a normal conversation. I'm saying I'm at fault as well, fully. Okay, so what does this paper show?
I think the second link gets more to the point. The second paper is called "How Early Hormones Shape Gender Development."
It's on screen right now.
That is the same one. Okay. So yeah, they focus on sex hormones in early development, particularly the differential effects of prenatal androgens, which is testosterone as far as we're concerned, on aspects of gender development.
Okay, but what? Obviously, this is like on its face true, of course. So what's the? I guess what's the?
We don't know that neonatal androgens actually do affect gender identity. This is proof that it does that. What are you talking about?
And I believe if you were born on the next day, you would have been more manly.
It's not.
This is a review, so this isn't going to be a sample size.
Where was it? Mel, what's the list of what? How many different peer reviewers are listed on that?
Peer reviewers?
And what are the group
this has
names?
been done a lot. This study has been redone.
Yeah.
There's been many peer reviews. I'm not familiar with the exact number, and
Okay, so
I'm not great at
but
finding
on this publishment, with this publishment, what is the?
Yeah, I'm looking.
I think this was done on animals.
Article.
No, I don't. How does this doesn't relate to anything? I mean, I could be wrong here, but I don't think this relates to anything that we're talking about.
Is this the second study or the first
the
study?
neurobiological
I think this
evidence
may be
that
the first study.
possible. And then the gender play studies will demonstrate that children show gendered play without even having the capacity to learn how to do gendered play. Therefore, it's probably an innate sense of self.
Yeah, Confluence. I don't
Yeah,
think this
but-
is the right one.
No, this
I
is the one
pulled up
Mel.
this
This is what Mel sent me as the second
There's
link.
two of them. Okay, if it's the second link.
How many wrong links is Mel sending me? Should I go to the third link?
It should be how early hormones shape gender development. That's the link.
Okay, so Mel, if you can please stop posting the wrong link, please.
It's okay. Mel's fumbling.
So
he gotta catch back up.
To understand how this would be evident.
I just have a.
Well, I haven't because I was apparently on the second wrong link that you sent. So now I'm on the third one. I hope this one is the right one.
You're on the ones called how early hormones shape gender development, right?
Yeah, it's on the screen, Mel.
Great.
So you tell me if this is the right one.
That's not about gendered play. That's the neurobiological aspect of the.
I understand.
Okay.
I'm asking you if this is the right study though that I'm supposed to be looking at right now.
Wasn't this the first one you had?
If you ask me if there's any neurobiological evidence, that would be the study I would cite. So yes, that is the right study.
Fear porn.
That's not what fear porn is. You actually are clueless.
It is fear porn. Why wouldn't it be fear porn?
Fear porn is things that make people afraid, so that way they will keep clicking on more content.
That's what you're doing now.
I don't think it makes anybody afraid. If you're afraid, then that says more about you than anything.
I'm
so
not
what's
afraid.
what's the part where it said that you can, because your initial claim, right, was about that you can detect if someone could be trans or more likely to be trans in the womb, right?
I didn't say you
Or
could
am I
detect
wrong about
anything. Shut up. I didn't say you can detect anything. I said that gender identity is influenced by prenatal androgen environment.
Okay, so what's the evidence of that? Because I'm not seeing anything here about gender identity. So is this also the wrong study, or am I missing? Am I missing
What
it?
did I say this is evidence for?
I don't.
You've
You tell
already
me.
I think you're exhibiting willful ignorance right now.
I'm sorry, Mel. You sent me 3 studies, 2 of which were the wrong ones. I'm going through the third one now. So I'm asking you what point of the study should I go to?
You're trying to be wrong because only one was wrong. The second one was better. When I sent those 3, the last one was better than the second last one. And this one that I just posted is the one that links gendered play to the androgen environment. And I'm sorry that you're too stupid to figure out how evidence works from a biomolecular level all the way up to psychological.
I can't
even. If you got dots that you want to connect, why don't you just fucking connect them? Jesus.
I'm trying to entertain this, but Mel, this is some.
How come the Brain at McGill, which is an online resource that tells you how the brain works from top to bottom, beginning to advanced.
I have a question for Mel.
I'm still asking a question, so shut the fuck up.
You've been spurging.
Mel, calm down. Yeah, you're Mel. You're.
Well, just don't interrupt me. Then don't interrupt me.
I'm trying to get us all to calm down. Okay.
Stop interrupting me mid question. Confluence. How come the Brain at McGill, which is an online resource which tells you how the brain works from top to bottom, beginner to advanced, also organizes its articles from the molecular level up to the psychological for every single psychological topic they cover? Is it because you can study the brain from a molecular level all the way up to a psychological one? Is that why I'm providing you neurobiological evidence that this can exist? Yes, it is.
But, okay, so then post the study of the claim you initially made.
The Sci-Hub study. I'm just posting it through Sci-Hub.
Molecules
so we
are
can get
gendered? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm really trying with you, Mel. I don't know.
I get that you've probably never dealt with neurobiology, so this is beyond your pay grade.
Okay, again, only one of us has taken a class in that, and it's me. So go dick measure if your dick is tiny, Mel. Okay.
I'm the only one that can demonstrate that I can understand this. So click.
You have not demonstrated that in even the smallest amount, Mel. You have done the opposite of that. If you think about it for a little bit.
Failed the Dunning-Kruger test. Let's do the next link. Let's see if you can do better with this one. Come on.
Okay, so the first 3 studies. Okay, so now we're on the 4th study. We'll see if maybe the 4th study that Mel shows will be the correct study. Will it? Over under. Get your poly market bets in now. Maybe it'll be the 7th correct link that Mel posts that will be the actual thing that she wants to talk about. Let's see. Okay.
The fact that the topic is still scrolling across the screen.
Toy preference. You said it has an influence on trans. Did you not say that? Why are we talking about toy preferences?
I'm having deja vu, and I don't like that.
I'm done with this. I'm done. You get 4 links, Mel. You get 4 links. You don't get any more links. You super chat me, you dumb bitch. Sorry, I don't mean that. Well, no, I kind of mean that. Actually, no, I do mean that. I do mean that. You get 4 links. You get no more. You get no more. Your claim was that trans stuff is detectable in the womb. Post the study. You had 4 chances. I'm getting a fucking zin, okay? Fuck off.
I would need a zin too if I was illiterate and someone just.
So, Mel,
you didn't even show that molecules are gendered.
You don't know what an androgen is, so shut the fuck up.
Do you know what an androgen is? Tell us. What is it?
Extracellular hormone.
I'm still
extracellular hormone.
Yeah, typically referring to testosterone or dihydrotestosterone. But not just that.
Oh God, what are they doing?
So you're saying that you're saying basically that any gender identity conflicts are the mom's fault?
No, that they can at least be partially explained this way. And many people who do have incongruent gender identities that don't align with their genitals might have a biological explanation for that and aren't just crazy.
That's fair. Was that your original claim?
Gotcha.
Not
So
really,
so
but
could they possibly be assisted? Could they possibly be assisted with some hormone therapy associated with the gender that they physically carry, whether they identify with that or not?
We have tried that.
Possibly help
We have
them
tried that, by the way.
without having to go through
I'm on serious.
social and physical.
So we have tried that. And unfortunately, that's called conversion therapy. And unfortunately, it leads to higher rate. Well, I guess fortunately for me, but unfortunately, it leads to higher rates of suicide and self-harm. And we want to prevent that when we try to help people, right? It turns out that just letting people be the gender they feel like and not trying to overwrite something that formed in the brain when they were developing in the womb gives them much better outcomes in that sense.
Well, why don't they just be that instead of emotional hostage taking the rest of society to fucking out of their fucking ideals?
I think you're exaggerating.
To their fucking
That's a different. That's kind of. I
think you're exaggerating.
I want to ask.
That's not an exaggeration.
Trans people. I think you're exaggerating.
Well, hold on. I have a question. I have a question for Mel about the. I have a question for Mel directly tied to what he said, what they said. Sorry, Mel. So Mel, from what I understood and what I have remembered reading since the 80s, the conversion therapy was for homosexuality. The pro-trans community has actually fought to block any studies that would offer hormone replacement in the way I described for it, for people with gender dysmorphia or gender dysphoria.
They have, they have blocked it.
No,
it's fully illegal. It's fully illegal. It's fully illegal in my country. It's fully illegal in my country.
The trans community can't just walk into a university and say, you can't do this study. That's not how that works, for one thing.
But actually, it's fully illegal in your country too, Mel, because we live in the same country. So
you're probably
you absolutely, you
right?
cannot, with the type of the stuff that Hallengate, I don't know if I'm saying his name right, is talking about, you cannot do that to kids in Canada. That is illegal. You can't do that.
That's not what Bill C-16 does. Bill C-16 makes it basically just as illegal.
I didn't talk about Bill C-16. That Bill 16 has nothing to do with that at all. Completely irrelevant.
I don't care if Canada has some persecuted conservatives who feel like they've been canceled because their research was bunk and the university.
Why are you pivoting to Bill C-16 and persecuted? I'm saying that you can't, like, it's illegal to practice conversion therapy in Canada, and that includes what Nate is talking about. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Confluence. There's many things that are illegal that you can still do studies on, right?
You cannot do a study on giving children, like kids that have gender dysphoria. You cannot do studies on giving them.
It's considered a hate crime in Canada.
You can't do that.
Your source, trust me, bro. Is that your source?
No, I'm
so
if you're
who said that you can't do that?
Are you serious?
Right.
You live in Canada and you're a trans person.
Who said that you can't do those studies? You seem to know all about that. So
yes, because again, yes, I've done. I've been.
I think you're just making shit up.
No, I'm not. I understand how ethics and psychology works. You have to take, if you do a psych degree, you have to take ethics courses to find out what you can ethically do, what you can't. And it is unethical in Canada to do that.
You're a little weasel who just says whatever's rhetorically convenient for you. And I want to hear what Holland Gate wants to say, because he's at least
Holland Gate
more humble.
Mel, I understand I've triggered you. I get that. And I'm trying to bring it back to like a state of normalcy. Okay. I'm honestly trying to.
By making shit up. Got it.
I'm not making shit up. In Canada, you cannot do what Nate suggested.
What you're saying is true. That's incredible, dude. You're
just
incredible.
now look it up. Look it up yourself. Use any AI you want. Use Google. Use anything. I don't know how you don't know that obviously.
If demons exist, how much control do they have over the world, people's lives?
Probably none, because we don't see any evidence that demons can control anything.
There's at least one demon on this very panel. Okay, I'm just gonna say that.
You're getting mogged. I got it.
I just thought it was funny that that's the topic we're on.
I don't know.
Sorry, I didn't see
quite a bit.
Oh God, there's so many people in the back chat. Sorry, I didn't realize anyone was in the back chat. Mel's got me fucking sent right now. Sorry, guys.
Right now.
You're muted. You're muted.
All right. So
can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Can you hear us, Whitney?
So Mel.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is,
we're gonna help him
the
find
conversion.
audio real quick. Check your mic settings, Holland Gate. It's the arrow. Okay. Well, he's gonna figure.
Nice haircut, gay.
Can we actually discuss the topic? I mean, I realize we're discussing the topic because demons, have basically infiltrated society and created delusions like the one Mel has. And so discussing his condition is discussing like.
We don't need to attack Mel more. He's already,
I know. He makes every fucking panel about him. I've been on a bunch of them. Every fucking panel he's ever been on is about him, and he loves it because he's a fucking narcissist. Can we talk about something else?
Yeah, I'm not.
Says Anson of all people. That's so funny.
Okay.
Are we gonna have a narcissism battle right now? Can we do that?
Got an
no, we don't want to fucking talk about
No, Avarice is here.
I want to win the narcissism battle.
No,
I want to win the narcissism battle.
You already win.
I want to win the I want to win the narcissism battle.
You already did.
I need to go.
All yours.
No, why, Marilyn?
Okay. I told you stupid. I just don't believe the same things as you, but otherwise, you are a pleasant person. So have a good night.
No, he's not.
Okay, fuck you.
Wait, who's having a good night? Oh, night, Melanie.
Who did you call?
I think Holland Gate had a question for Mel, though.
Okay, if you want.
Can we hear you?
Questions. I just don't know if people are good at listening to me.
Hey, what was the?
I can't hear him.
Who's got a question?
Oh, I haven't tried speaking. I was waiting for someone else to be done.
We can hear you.
Go ahead.
Me? Were you waiting for me to be done?
No, for whoever was asking Mel the question.
Okay, ahead, because I'll be done if you want me to, Baldy.
Oh, I thought you had a question.
Avarice can finish in 5 seconds if he needs to.
Damn right. That's called.
Sometimes you got to.
Dude, that's just called
efficiency.
That's called
efficiency.
Respect,
that's what I'm looking for. Efficiency.
Yeah. Time is limited. Time's a finite resource. Okay.
The fuck are
All right, let's let Nate get his question off.
Okay, so the question I had for you about the conversion therapy, that was specifically for non-dysmorphic gender identities who were homosexual, right?
Yeah. So first of all, it's interesting.
Stop saying dysmorphic though. Stop saying that. Stop saying that.
Dysphoria, because it's not the same as body dysmorphia. Yeah. So first, I'm going to answer your question, but first, I do just want to point out real quick that it's interesting that the same type of research that showed us that androgen levels in the womb can change people's sex type play or gender type play later on. Also applies to gay people. It can affect their sexual preferences by happening in different points in life.
Homosexuals are defective, and it's a chemical problem. I agree. Can we move on to not talking about you anymore?
There's no such thing as defective when you're just within a statistical range. That's
doesn't even make sense, Mel.
On gay people kind of gave researchers who did actually do therapy or did do research on conversion therapy against trans people a hint that as soon as we get any negative results from this, it's probably a sign that this is also in the same bucket as something that can only worsen outcomes for people. There was definitely research done on this. I can bring it up if you'd like.
I have a question.
If I can back Mel for a second,
but I would like to let Nate actually go back and forth with him real quick. I don't even think Nate gets to ask his question.
Can I make a statement, please?
I need to wrap up what I'm saying. I'm still
Let
answering
Nate
Nate.
continue.
Nate and Mel.
Okay.
Hold on, guys. Let Nate go real quick, Mel.
Mel, go ahead. Go ahead and finish what you're saying, Mel.
I'll grant you this much. The majority of the research has been done on gay people, and to that you are correct.
Isn't that because there has been a 35-year moratorium?
You're right.
No, not muted. It's cycling. There we go.
All right.
Are you there?
All
right.
You're good.
So, isn't that because there's been a 35-year moratorium on the studies, rather than there not being anything done about it?
Who made the moratorium? Because I haven't heard of this.
You're so weird.
Oh, you'd be lucky
Well,
to get
in
it
Canada,
too, bro.
there was a moratorium on the. In Canada, there was moratorium on the conversion therapy.
Sure, on conversion therapy applied as in a clinical setting, but not on research. Research and clinical psychology are different branches of psychology.
Okay, so if they found that there are certain things with those studies that led to higher rates, that hold on. If there were signs with those studies that led to higher self-deletion rates, then why are they still prescribing SSRIs when that is the number one negative side effect?
Because there is no better solution for people with depression. You can't just really be like, oh yeah, you're depressed. Keep living like you're depressed, because that also worsens their outcome. They still have marginally better outcomes, even with the suicidality on antidepressants, than they would if they didn't have antidepressants and were still suicidal.
Usually the best treatments for depression are getting the person
that
they're lying to themselves about.
It really depends on the study. SSRIs, we've talked about this on panel before. SSRIs are notoriously not very effective. A lot of studies suggest they're no better than placebo. There are some studies they suggest it could be marginal.
Yeah, cool. So by the way, I asked ChatGPT just to make sure, is research psychology different from clinical psychology? It answered yes. Research and psychology.
Can we not appeal to the clanker while we're here?
Yes, obviously obviously.
Different primary goal, training paths, and day-to-day work.
Wow, you needed ChatGPT for that.
You're the one who's like,
yes, I understand that. Now, so research. Hold on. The difference between research and application is that research runs in hypothesis, application runs in use. Hypothesis, finding the evidence for the question.
Yeah, I guess I have to get my master's, Mel. Okay,
well,
I guess I have to get my master's first.
All I'm saying,
he gets it.
I'm an
so if you can't do clinical studies, how can you?
I don't know.
Actually
I barely graduated from an alternative high school, but I can put those two together.
Yeah, Mel's an autodidact though, so that's like if you think about it, that's kind of like the best thing if you think about it.
Anyways, can we get a new topic?
Yeah.
Are you more or less happy
if you're willing to
with
look at anything else? So
That's a good topic.
demons.
Can I say something?
Demons.
Real quick?
Yeah, Alex, welcome.
Right,
Demons.
The voice of reason.
Mel, I do know some of the studies you're talking about, and yeah,
I like
they
that
do
haircut better,
seem
champion.
they do seem to show correlation, but it's definitely not one-to-one by any means.
Well, it's a bit of a stretch to be able to find direct causation because we either have to do like an in vivo study of a fetus in the womb, which means opening up that womb and that child's not going to be born, which is unethical.
Right.
Or to
No way.
somehow
Really? Abortion is unethical?
I don't even.
So then I don't know, Mel. I don't
Abortion
know
for the
why you would
purpose of
fucking
research
make
is
that
unethical.
claim, because that's how we got down this rabbit hole. Is you made a claim that now you're saying, well, that's impossible. You can't possibly do that.
Confluence.
I didn't say that was
There
possible. I
have
said
been
it's possible
studies
to
about engine
explain
levels.
why people don't identify with their genitals, and it feels like something that, according to behavioral psychologist or behavioral biologist Dr. Robert Sapolsky, people who are trans will spend their whole life saying they're trans, even if they never transitioned to their deathbeds, saying even
Except
though I never.
except for the ones that wake up from their delusion and go back to being who they were originally because they stopped lying to themselves. There's a bunch of those. They're called detransitioners.
But when you ask those people on their deathbed, they feel like they have nothing to lose, and the people who pressured them to do that are no longer there.
You're like presupposing the mental state of people like 40 and 50 years.
What about the active adults?
Hold on, can I
Majority of
Mel?
here, I just want to respond to what Anson said. Majority of
Mel, you just make sure. Can we not talk about Mel? Why does every fucking panel Mel is on have to fucking be about Mel? Can we talk about some goddamn
Keep showing how afraid
Yeah, I think we all. I think we all at this point are kind of like burnt out a little bit on it now, and we appreciate you. But
let's talk about.
I mean, if people are still asking
we can talk about avarice.
Well, I think the majority here is trying to move on.
I'd rather talk about
our topic.
Than
you want a topic? Okay, I got a topic. Okay,
we have.
Are you more or less happy when you date a two?
I have a topic. Why is Anson so gay?
God. Yeah, why is Anson? Wait, Anson?
Avery, I feel like you have like a real middle school way of flirting, dude.
I say you're less happy when you
Avery is stuck. Avery is stuck.
All the attention off of
I'm more happy when I date twos.
Well, okay.
There's more
Everest, are you less happy with a physical 2 but a personality 10?
Confluence full screen. Okay, we have a topic. Okay, we're gonna now. It's been 2 hours and 4 or 5 minutes. The topic is at the bottom of the screen. Okay, I'm gonna tighten up the moderation. We go clockwise. We go fucking snake-wise, okay? So you get 30 seconds to react to the prompt, and then after everyone is done, then we all spurg at the same time in the same way, okay? So the topic is at the bottom, but it's like taking a long time to load. If demons exist, how much control do they have over the world / people's lives? Okay, starting with you, Big Soda. No crosstalk. I don't tolerate crosstalk. Okay, Big Soda, go ahead.
All right. It's an interesting.
I didn't hear what you said. Can you start from the top?
Okay, yeah. Let me restart.
Sounds like crosstalk to me. It sounds like crosstalk to me.
Can we get a very specific definition of crosstalk?
No, everyone else shut the fuck up unless it's me asking a clarifying question. That I allow myself that because as the host. But otherwise,
we need to go over the semantics before we even address the topic at hand.
There's no semantics.
I say it's
We're not
logistics.
doing a meta convo on what crosstalk is. So yes, Big Soda. If demons exist, how much control do they have?
Okay, I'm gonna argue it's a % bigger than 1, but I don't think I can give an answer to how much control they actually have. Like, I don't think I have anything biblical to back up a percentage on that.
I'm not asking. Okay, this is where I can do the crosstalk. I'm not asking what percent. I'm just like, can a demon possess someone? Can they influence your mind? Like, what's the power of a demon if we think demons are a real thing? How much can they do? That's not. I'm not asking like a 20%.
Okay.
I'm not asking that. Yeah.
I mean, I think they can I think they have a range of things they can do to, I guess, interact with the physical. But I mean, I'll save the rest for the crosstalk.
Okay, Marilyn. Marilyn.
I don't think demons are real. I think you guys are just jackasses and want an excuse and not to take accountability for your actions.
Says the demon.
Opinion disavowed.
Well,
Anyways.
shit.
Next.
I'm not a demon. You're the demon.
Wait, what square did we knock off in Maryland Bingo there?
There wasn't one.
It's just to set the mood. It's just set the vibe. You know, that's what I like to do with Maryland. I like to
It's like a
put on
meme.
some mood
It's a meme.
lighting, really set the vibe. You know.
Hey, Marilyn, is there a reason why you're not on the camera? Do you feel like you're
Ordering a pizza for my son, you jackass.
But also, Marilyn, you should low-key cam up, okay? You know, in a way.
I'm
if you think
ordering
about
a
it.
pizza.
Okay, well, once you get your pizza, cam up, okay?
You will watch me order this pizza? Like,
There we go. Yeah, in fact, I do. In fact, I do. Mel, if demons exist, how much control do they have over the world / people's lives?
I'm gonna speedrun this shit. Demons don't exist.
Valid. Voltaire.
I'd say they exist as far as the amount of sin that somebody can allow themselves to basically live out, and that demon or demons live themselves through the people that allow themselves to go down that path of sin, and that is enough to influence other people.
Voltaire, I'll sin all over your face.
Please don't.
Whoa!
No crosstalk.
No gay crosstalk. Okay.
JS is live, Avarice. Why are you over
Your
there?
life depended on it. Go ahead, try.
He's your boyfriend.
Try.
No
crosstalk, Marilyn. No
crosstalk, Miss Piggy.
Even
No
though,
crosstalk, Miss
Marilyn,
Piggy.
you know I love you, but no crosstalk. Okay.
Yeah, no crosstalk, Miss Piggy.
If anything, that was cross sex, not cross talk.
No cross sex, no cross talk, no cross
Alex,
anything.
go.
Unless it's the
Everybody
cross
else shut
of
the fuck
Christ.
up. Go, Alex, go.
Alex.
All right. Some people say like the greatest trick the devil ever played was convincing people he doesn't exist. I say the greatest trick people ever played was convincing themselves that their sins are someone else's fault. So no, 0.
Okay.
Can I ask
Noggins.
a question to the host before we move on? Because we've had 2 answers in a row that don't make sense, kind of.
No, you can't. No crosstalk.
No, but
No
I'm
crosstalk.
asking. I'm just asking for semantics.
It's logistics, yeah. That makes sense.
What definition do you seek?
Well, I was
Okay,
just
fine.
wondering.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Okay, are we engaging the question as a reality or hypothetical? Because it says if demons exist, so we'd have to assume they exist. If they exist, how much control do they have? So we're assuming that they exist in this hypothetical, are we not? Or are we just allowed to say no, they don't exist? Because this is just saying if they
You can
exist,
say that,
right? It's a hypothetical, right? If they exist, right? So we're assuming they exist. So now the question is, how much control do they have over people's lives?
Avarice.
Right. No,
Avarice,
that's
quit
fair.
taking my whole argument, okay?
This motherfucking soda trying to get him for an extra
valid.
answer.
I will clarify. I try to write these questions, but I kind of fail sometimes. If you're an atheist, I think it's fine to say that in this question that demons don't exist. I'm not.
So
I
it's
don't,
not a hypothetical.
Okay, so do demons
it's not a
exist?
hypothetical, yeah.
So
Okay.
then-
Yeah, if
To be
you're an
fair,
atheist, you can
to be
just say,
fair,
yeah,
if
they
it was a
don't exist.
hypothetical and you assume they exist, you would still say they don't have any power over people.
Well, again, you can say that,
Selfish.
but you can't just say they don't exist, right? Because they exist in that realm.
It doesn't change
you
the
say
answer itself
they would have
to
no
no.
power.
None.
Again,
Can we stop
they would
the
still
meta
exist, but with no
conversation?
power. That's all
Can we
I'm
stop
saying.
the
You're being
meta
pedantic.
conversation?
Yeah, okay, we're
Again,
we're back from crosstalk. Now
logistics.
Big Soda left, and now he fucked up the fucking clockwise, snakewise. I don't even know where to put everyone. I think it's Noggins next. Am I right? Is it Noggins next?
Get in on that.
Noggins. If demons exist and what's good, I don't know. I can't. You can read it at the bottom.
Yeah, no, I think they exist. I mean, my beliefs, right? I believe in God, I believe specifically in Jesus. But, it's just kind of like light and dark and good and evil. And like, where do these things come from? And so I think I think that a lot of people are kind of stuck in this anti-God belief so that they don't really need any influence because they're already going down that path. And then I think a lot of people that are believers have kind of, even me, I try to analyze myself, right? 'Cause I think, thoughts, they try to tempt you through your thoughts and things like this. Yeah, I just think, I think demons are fallen angels, and I think that's the spirit, there's a spiritual realm, and I believe in that.
30 seconds, by the way.
Base?
Confluence,
Okay.
you got yourself a bit of a puzzle going on here.
All right, my turn.
I did feel like I was playing a bit of a...
Okay, it was
where you move the tiles around.
Stacy's cousin, Marilyn, Melanie, not Voltaire, me.
Do I have everyone? At least everyone that's clockwise and snakewise is gone, right? Do I have that right? Did I do the puzzle correctly?
Yes,
okay, yeah, okay. Push-up champion, go.
Yeah, so of course, demons exist, but not in the way that the Christians, they perceive it. They exist in the way that they are necessary mythological archetypes that have been created by almost all civilizations. And since humans have been able to record history, they have examples of them. They're very important instructional tools to teach people what archetypes not to follow for civilizational collapse purposes, right? What not to act like. They're very, very important instructional tools. And so actually demons are a necessary part of human existence, just like the positive God counterparts are. So I agree, and they're in a part of all major civilizations in history, and they're necessary, and they affect us on a daily basis.
Base, dance, and take. Okay, crazy. And what do I call you, Nate? I don't know how to say your name. What do I call you, Nate? How Nate? What do you want to be called?
Haul long, like hauling a truck.
Hauling Nate.
He haul long.
Nate or haul or
long
however.
sausages. Yeah. Long schnates.
Right, go ahead, Nate.
All right.
Wait for it.
Long snates. Anyway,
Nate, we can't hear you.
But I feel like we need a little bit more clarification because in the Oriental time, the
that's delayed.
Hush up. Is it really that bad? Holy cow!
It's a good 10-second delay. It's like a good.
Just don't look at him. Just don't look at him.
Have you guys ever seen Come
listen.
Now Enter the Fist? It reminds me of that dog that every time it would bark in the movie, its audio delay would get worse.
Oh yes. Well, that was good.
I guess while we wait for the hauling Nate or whatever his name is to rejoin, Avarice, your thoughts?
Hey, Voltaire, did you know that I have a signed by the entire cast Godfather poster right in my hallway? Like I can almost touch it right here. Signed
Voltaire, you can't answer that, Voltaire. I know you're tempted to, but you can't answer it. That's crosstalk. He's baiting you. He's trying to bait you. Don't get baited.
Debate.
Yeah. So yeah.
Based.
Look at I'm just look at I honestly I don't have a statement on this at all. I can make no statement outside of hypothetical. So
wait, you don't think demons exist?
No, I think they do, right? I mean, I know they do based on Bible, right? But I don't know the capacity because I'm not in a really good position to really know how they work, right? So, but what I can tell you is that Marilyn sent me this selfie the other day, so I put it in my background. Can you see? Do you see that?
You are a fool. You are a fan guy.
Yeah.
This is
Are we done? Can we cross talk?
No cross laughter? What? I can't even cross laugh. You said no cross talk.
Voltaire, no laughing at that.
Look, we gotta wait for Nate to come back, so I don't know what to do here.
I mean, we can cross talk until
we no Confluence. What you all forgot about me?
No,
I haven't given the
host.
answer. Okay,
you don't count.
I give my opinion last. Okay, so
Hey, okay,
Confluence.
well,
let me
hold on.
think. Do
Let me
demons?
get-
No crosstalk.
Let me get a value.
No crosstalk.
Do you
No
think that
crosstalk.
6 and 7-year-olds go and push Marilyn's nose
6,
and go
7.
honk?
Why are you so upset, Aris? You are such a loser. You are the biggest loser that ever loser.
I like how Confluence saves the worst for last.
True.
Oh,
Okay,
Confluence
so
isn't that
I'm
bad.
about to go.
I think Marilyn, don't go. Your pizza's coming. Eat the pizza. Talk on stream. Right. Have a good night.
I've got to go get the pizza. Thanks
Miss
for
Piggy's
reminding me.
eating the
I gotta
pizza.
go get it. It's for my son. I'm not eating the pizza. It's just one pizza.
Okay. You need to fold it in half like a taco? What do you eat?
I love some pizza
Thin
right now.
crust. It's thin crust.
Marilyn, there's like some prompts you're gonna like enjoy. Is what I'm saying
I
coming
hope
up.
so.
Okay?
Get off the demons. Get off
Is
the
there a
demons.
magnet
Well, we
problem?
will. Well,
Is there?
yeah,
Is there?
there might be, Marilyn. There might be. Okay, it might get
That
a
would
little
be cool.
magnet coded at a certain point.
Hey, Marilyn, last question. If Confluence was to ask you on a date, would you say yes?
Oh my God, Avarice, go away. Just go away.
Was that a yes?
Stay in your own lane.
Was that a
Hoard
yes?
in your own.
Yeah, I
Oh.
knew
Cringe
you
is
get
real.
around, don't you?
Cringe is
Hoard
real.
in your own
Yeah,
bit.
you get around, don't you?
Can you
All
stop
you
making
can
people
think
cringe?
about.
No, I can't. I
Yeah,
can't
quit
help
watching
it.
so much porn, Avery.
You're making people. So
I don't-
Confluence.
Is that your
I don't watch
girlfriend
porn.
behind you?
You
avoiding
have
it too?
a newborn baby, a wife, a young wife. Like, I don't want to live rent free in your head. I don't.
Avoid it
I
too.
can't
Is
stand
that
you.
your girlfriend behind you?
No, hold on. I got
Yeah.
that too. Hold on, because I debated a Muslim.
How are you allowing this?
There.
Average is
Jesus
insane.
That one's
That's
my
average.
girlfriend right
Okay,
there.
I'm a
gonna
shit
revise
mod,
my
okay?
answer.
I'm a shit moderator.
Since we're saving the
There.
best for last,
He's just stoned, dude. He's just spaced out, dude. He wouldn't listen.
I'm going to revise my
Toxic
answer
thing,
because
Confluence.
Avrat actually pointed out that you can't answer this hypothetically, and my hypothetical answer is
Okay,
that
wait. Let me give my before.
No,
Okay,
second best
now
for
we're
last.
moving.
Second best for last.
No.
Revising my answer.
There has to be order. Have you not read? You guys not? Have you
Did you
guys read
just
about a guy
start
called
implementing
Jordan
order now?
Peterson? You guys know about Jordan Peterson, right? He talks about like order a lot. and
Connie,
shit.
when did
And
you start implementing order here, buddy?
Right now. What the fuck now?
No,
Right
I-
the fuck now, Alex. Right the fuck now.
I only listen to
So
Black
I speak. You all listen. I speak. You all listen. You cross talking.
Mute it.
Mute him.
Hey, Confluence, you need to get a gavel.
Is there an omni mute button? Everyone else got to talk. Confluence wants to talk. Okay, Confluence. What do you think about demons or what's good? Well, I would say that demons. Yeah, I think demons are a real thing. I think they can possess people. I think they can influence our minds because I'm not going to be some atheist puck loser that says otherwise, and it's going to be like demons don't exist and stuff. No, demons obviously exist. They fuck us up, and they also could be a psychological component of our own mind. So I'm low-key Anson pilled. So I'm not sure on the ontology on that, but demons functionally definitely exist. I don't know if they're real spiritual beings or if they exist in our minds, but they definitely omni-cuck us a lot. Yes. Okay. Now we can cross-talk.
No,
Now
I got to
we're
revise
at
my
the
answer. Wait,
spurting
no.
phase.
I
You
need a
kind of
chance to
agree with
revise
me,
my answer in
Confluence.
30 seconds. So first of all, Confluence, you should tell us about your demons. Secondly, hypothetically, if demons did exist,
Hit me up in the DMs for that, Mal. Okay.
they would definitely possess us and stuff because that's how we've written the lore. But I think in like cities and stuff, there'd be too much electromagnetic radiation for them to actually do that. So you'd be safer in the cities and like out in the country.
No. Demons will get you anywhere. That's the thing. That's the scary thing about demons.
Yeah, like
if you think about
demons
it.
will make you think that you can actually date Marilyn, like Confluence's demons.
But don't you
That's
think
true. Hey, that's a demon I welcome if you think about it, though. You know what I'm saying?
That's a crazy demon.
Wi-Fi routers and stuff and make it
even real, avarice.
You know what I mean? Like that's a crazy demon. Like I have an avarice demon. Like it's very avaricious, right?
That I believe, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Like I'll slumlord a building if they let me, right? But in order to want that fucking ugly too, that's crazy.
I hate to know.
Why do you keep saying
Disavow that. I have to hit you with the mirror.
Everything else is cool.
Disavow.
It's like
Disavow.
both Moses at the same time. Like, what the hell?
What?
Were we not talking about Anson's thing?
I don't know which one Anson is. Which one's Anson?
Anson's actually posting pictures of a literal demon.
This is Anson.
Maryland Cosmic Fox.
Oh, that was dude. Anson actually was pretty pleasant.
Yeah, Avarice, I want you to know, man, you remind me of all the male members of my family. I consider you to be a brother after being after watching you for the brief amount of time that I have. You're a pretty cool
Anson,
guy.
why would you say that? Do you know what he
Man,
says
the
about
glazing, your tongue is
No,
up his
no.
backside, my dude.
He literally
No,
reminds me of all
Can
the
you
members of my
taste it?
family. That's not glazing. That's just like he reminds me of
Oh,
family.
he's on Rob Door. I can get on there
You're
too.
glazing him with crack on your tongue, my man.
What? Well, I work with Rob Noor, Melanie, if that's what you mean.
That's what he's doing right now. He's trying to get in there.
Anson.
Why would I care about Rob Noor?
I get what you're saying. My bad. I thought you were like, I misinterpreted because the fucking bitch was talking over you. Sorry, Melanie.
You like him calling me a bitch, Anson? You like him calling me a bitch?
No, I said he reminds me of all the male members of my family. I didn't say I liked what he did.
Okay, I'm glad we could clear that up.
I mean, I'd
bros
like,
before
I don't
hoes,
talk
but
to
bros
most
can
of the
still be
members
like
of my
bros.
family.
Listen, he doesn't have to like what I do. We disagree. I just said he was pleasant. That's all I said.
I don't like when Avarice calls you a bitch, Marilyn, but I know that Avarice doesn't mean it because deep down, Avarice needs you, Marilyn, and you need him. And listen, hella battle. It's a yin and yang situation, okay? It's a mutual thing, you know?
You make funnier jokes than this.
I mean, I can make funny jokes. I mean, I got one about 3 guys drinking on top of the Twin Towers, but I mean, again, it doesn't shut up the crazy bitch.
Why am I crazy?
I want to hear that
talk
joke.
a lot as well, Avarice. Let's be real.
I do talk, yes. But I mean, again, I mean, I can at least hold a conversation, and I can like me and you talk. And if you say something intelligent that I might not agree with, and you say, "But can you understand where it says this?" I will say, yes, it does say that in the AGA or whatever it says. I'm not going to just say no because I'm God.
What do you mean?
That's cool.
I don't though. That's not how I use "I am God." That's not how I use it.
Okay.
So,
Don't you think it's like a thought
so
cliche though to call someone like a bitch? Isn't there like an actual criticism you can make in there? Because I called her clueless. I meant it. I think she's freaking clueless about how astrology works.
No, I think she.
Are you kidding me? You're the one that being clueless. What is your rising sign?
You can talk to many women that I talk to. There's a lot of them. I call a lot of them hookers because I think the marriage dynamic is kind of like hookerish if you really think about it. If you break it down to a meta level, right?
I hear somebody who's triggered by OnlyFans.
But
sorry,
hold
I
on.
had to mute.
Yeah, but the only thing that is I actually mean when I say I don't like berate every woman. I only berate the women that I think are actual dirty bitches, like Marilyn.
I just feel like it's a thought as well.
Hold on, how is marriage like hooking?
What?
How is marriage like hooking?
It's a weird way of doing it. It was a joke in a way, but like if you think about it, like if you're subservient and if the women just take all the men's money, right, and the men are the ones making the money, right, and the women are housewives, right, then they're getting the money from the men. Kind of.
All right.
And if they're providing sexual, I know they're providing other services, but I can also, just so we're clear, I can call a hooker and have her clean my house and no sex at all.
Are these your demons talking when you call Marilyn a bitch?
No, this is me saying that she's a subversive person and I think she's evil.
Is that what demons do?
Damn.
What?
Are they subversive and evil?
I don't know what. Again, with that last sentence, I don't know how demons act.
Well, let's say what if we just entertain the idea that like they basically fit all of the lore that humans have ever written about demons?
Well, that's a lot of lore, right? That could be a lot of different things. I come from more of a native background, right, where that could be very different and it's very non-Christian.
And even
right about
like,
what? Hold on, so those
like the Wendigos.
Yeah, like those demons steal children, right? Completely different than demons like exorcism demons, right? Where they possess.
I don't believe in that,
right?
that's for sure.
So I think there's a vast. So I don't know. Again, so do demons exist in my mind? In reality, yes. If this was a hypothetical, how would I think they interpret? How I interpret it is going to be very different and probably very off from the Christian base that I'd like to believe, right? Because I'd like to follow Christian nationality, but I'm not a perfect Christian, nor am I anywhere near close to being indoctrinated fully, right? On the other end of the spectrum, there are other demons in that hypothetical, and I don't know which ones we're actually talking about, and we could be going in different directions. I don't know. So using the word bitch though, or using like hooker, whore, bastard, even if someone wants to call me like a schmeagle, right? Which is like what like the worst people go is like Gollum like, right? Which is funny to me because like give me a ring and take my clothes off and bald my hair and maybe I could pull it off and I got a great fucking Halloween costume. Thanks for the gestures, people.
I think you pull it off just as you are, my friend.
Yeah, sure. Great. Now I can do Halloween for free. Thanks. But at the end of the day, right? Those words aren't like again demonic in my mind, right? Demonic is like actually like subverting or trying to get somebody like to do something in my mind or doing an act of actual like intent for negative intent, right? Like super negative intent. Now, yeah, so let me give you an example. Like if Marilyn, and I've had this conversation with Marilyn before, you're just not here for it. I've been hours in conversation. I've actually had a conversation with Marilyn, my very first conversation with Marilyn, where I didn't call her any names, called her nothing at all. We had a conversation.
Must have been a sacrifice.
Yeah, it was a long conversation, and actually there were witnesses.
Seriously, because the first time I talked about you, I thought you were a fucking little kid.
Avarice, you're definitely somebody who should always have witnesses around when you talk to women.
Yeah, there were witnesses, and yeah, that could tell you that. I went in, we went down this ideology line. I was very cordial with her.
Land your plane.
She's right. You've been
yeah,
going for
you are kind of rambling, dude.
Sure, I was very cordial with her until she started fucking illogically speaking and then lying and then pivoting.
So I get what you're saying about like there are many types of demons, but when you say that there's also behavior that you would call demonic, what if we ran the hypothetical with spirits that have the ability to possess based on the most common folklore around us, and that do have that surreptitious kind of nature to them?
I see, and I don't think that I don't know which one would be the right. There's a lot of forms of Christianity on how that works. So you can say the major form, and they're all going to be different. I'm not even
saying you need like a detailed lore. Like all I said is like, okay, yeah, let's say if there were demons and they could possess people, right? And but it would seem to me that like the demons in cities would have a harder time because of all the electromagnetic radiation going around.
Or maybe
like out in the country, they wouldn't.
Hold on.
No, so then I think. Well, hold on. So then I think you're wrong, right? Because now you're thinking that demons are held down by electromagnetic pulses.
Exactly.
And hold on, there's no evidence of that in the Bible.
Yeah, you'd have to assume that.
Shut up, Avarice. Listen, Avarice.
You hear this bitch? I'm trying to bring it up. She's like, shut up, Avarice.
Picture.
You cannot tie me to anything demonic. I've never said anything to harm you, want to take from you,
said you are not
want to hinder you.
So
I think there's more demons than you think there are. I think sadness is a demon. You would think sadness is something to be pitiful for, something have pity on. But sadness.
Marilyn, didn't he specifically say you're not demonic?
Avarice?
Yes, I think he just specifically said he would
did
never
say you're
call
not
you a
demonic.
demon because
I was about to go all the way in. Okay.
So first of all, Avarice, I just want to point out, by the way,
Please don't.
You're wrong because first of all, the laws of magnetics are typically called Maxwell's laws, and that same person who came up with the laws of magnetics also came up with something called Maxwell's demon.
Love it.
So there is some lore that actually ties those things already. I'm kind of being a bit facetious, but
Hold on. No. Wait, before you move on, where in the Bible where demons?
Fuck the Bible. I don't give a shit about the Bible.
Well, you said I want to be very clear. Do people adhere to Maxwell's laws when they think of demons, or do they think of the Bible when they think of demons?
I mean, I guess on average, people would be more likely to think about the Bible.
I want to be very clear.
You
said the most common, right? The most common is through Christianity.
Sure, yeah, it's more common for Christianity.
So
I'm saying it's not out of the realm. I'm saying you said there was nothing that said that shows that that they're connected, and I said yes. There is.
Again, I was stating through I was stating through the lens of Christianity. You can't say I'm wrong when that's what I was talking about.
Maxwell wasn't Christian.
Again, we're talking. You said the most common form, and you conceded the most common.
Maxwell's using it. That's like a metaphor, right? Though, Mel, it's a metaphor.
Like I said, I'm being slightly facetious, but
okay,
I know you're being very facetious.
You're and not only that, but you're honestly, I'm being honest and good faith, and that's really bad faith when you said it's the common when we're using the common, and I'm actually here trying to sit here and listen to what you're saying. I'm taking notes, and then you're going, but Maxwell's when I'm just asking questions to you said comments.
Look, there's only so many ways I can shoehorn in my physics thought experiment into a discussion about angels, demons, spirits, and ghosts part 2.
So why are you trying to shoehorn nonsense?
What's the next question?
I like science.
The next question.
Actually,
brief pause.
Hold on. Confluence. Wouldn't you say that's actually a good question?
No.
Do people living in like major cities would they be more susceptible?
No, because you'd have to assume.
Demons?
You have to assume that they deal with that they care about those fucking electromagnetics and frequencies and only any of that shit.
Well, no. I'm just saying if you're being bombarded constantly with electromagnetic radiation, right? You may.
I don't think demons have anything to do with magnets and shit. Okay, I don't think that doesn't make any sense.
What are ghosts? Wait, so how come with ghosts we can use like the EMI detectors?
Where's that disavowal?
It's not the same as a demon. Mel, you're spoiling a previous future question. Okay,
don't they all fit under the whole?
We're going to talk about ghosts, but not yet. We will be talking about ghosts.
Hear me out. I think it's all under the umbrella of the house.
No, you don't have anything of value to add ever. So we're just going to move on to the next question because you're a fucking idiot.
Okay, cool. So I think
you can. So let's just move on to the next question.
Wow, you're the most afraid of a person on here of what I have to say.
I've never learned a thing ever.
I can't believe.
I've listened to you for hours and hours and hours.
Finish it because we can do this for. I can do this for a long.
Mel, just take a break from it.
Okay. Confluence time. Confluence is not getting enough super chats. Okay, actually, you know what?
I was ready to say that.
We'll get this guy. Give me an ad read.
Super chats in, yeah, fucking grip time, Rage, Confluence, get all that money for Confluence.
Where do you see more evil done than
Testicle Johnson, Rage Page, Corey, Mr. Andrew Wilson,
call him out by name.
Yeah, get Confluence some money.
You are God, but Avarice gets mad at me for saying I'm God.
We're all God.
I didn't say he's God. What the fuck are you talking about?
You said Godfluence.
I said Confluence.
I don't think he said Godfluence is kind of based if you think about it, but that's not what Avarice said though.
Oh my god!
Okay, the new topic. Okay,
I'm watching you, Avarice. Shut the fuck
I
up,
picked
bitch.
this one because I think I can't remember who, but someone was talking about like something related to this. Okay, so the new topic. Okay, we go clockwise and snake-wise. Okay. Although there's not enough people to make a snake.
I have a hard out at 7:45, just so you know, because I got to get back on the normal American.
What fucking time? Oh, you're Cali, right?
7:45 for each.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so the question is: are there such things as neutral spirits, or are all spirits either fully good or fully bad? So just to explain a bit, right? In the Japanese religions like Shinto and stuff, right? There's spirits, and this maybe will connect with Avarice at a certain point, right? And in native spiritualities, there's ancestral spirits. There's just spirits in general. They're kind of if you've ever read Carlos Castaneda, great author, right? Like he talks about this kind of stuff, and so that's kind of what we're leading to. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Who said that?
Yeah, I know Castaneda.
Oh,
I also know the lore of the kitsune from Shinto. So.
Okay, based. Okay, so that's kind of the question. Does the spirit have to be good or bad or what? And yeah, Stacy's cousin. We'll start with you.
I would say if I'm looking through my framework, I would say by definition they cannot be neutral. Either they are good, getting you closer to God, or they are bad, doing anything besides that.
Okay. Based a brief interruption for a super. But it's not because Avarice said to. It's not. It's not. It's not. Okay.
It's not because Avarice said to.
Not. It's nothing to unrelated. Okay, Mel.
So, I think the good and bad thing is just too dichotomous. It's too fatalistic in its thinking. I do think demons, if there's anything that I align to belief-wise or I'm inclined to believe, it's that they are forces of nature, kind of like Shinto. And so we need to kind of respect them as such. That's it.
Based. Marilyn. Marilyn is feeding pizza to her son. Stacy's dad.
Imagery.
Marilyn's trying to
Stacy's dad is maybe the one delivering the pizza. I'm not exactly sure. So I guess Anson.
Yeah. So let me just say.
I was muted. My bad.
Yeah, that's okay. I could go. That's all right. Yeah. As far as like neutral spirits, I mean, spirits, they're all just social constructions anyway. I mean, just shit people make up like religion or any of that other stuff, right? So of course you can make a fictional character that's neutral. Why wouldn't you be able to do that? I mean, social constructions generally have neutral aspects to them anyway. So why not neutral spirits?
So I've got to go.
Yeah, of course you do, you fucking dirty bitch.
Fuck you. You are sorry and you're sorry and you're sorry.
Marilyn, will you answer the question before you go, Marilyn? Will you answer the question?
I'm not so. Oh, yeah, I am sorry.
Are there
I'm sorry
neutral
that you
spirits,
turned out
Marilyn?
to be a 2.
No crosstalk. I want to hear Marilyn. Marilyn, are there neutral spirits or what's good? I think that was the question.
Are there neutral spirits? I think everything's magnets. So I'm going to say there might be a neutral feeling at one point that balances out certain positive and negative energies for a brief moment. But I don't think neutral can exist by itself. Negative and negative cannot bond together. There can't be anything that is sheer neutral. No, it's not anything that exists by itself. It's got to have a charge to it. It's got to have a force for it to even exist. So it's going to have a positive and negative force tied to it. No, nothing's neutral. But I have another YouTube channel that just called me on a live and was now
better YouTube chat.
Yeah,
wow,
you're right.
I thought we had something, Marilyn.
You're
I
right.
thought we had. Apparently not.
You're right, Marilyn. I am sorry. I'm sorry you turned out to be an unwanted 2.
It's only black people on this channel, and they can get really mad if I don't.
Yeah, that's because you're a snow bunny. That's because you're a snow bunny, aren't
Fuck
you?
No,
just like your kid.
I like everyone. I'm in my white boy era.
Yeah, well, then we talked about this before. You and your family's dynamic and how it came out, right? Little
this
snow
is
bunny.
illegal. He
little
can get
snow
checked
bunny,
out
you.
for this. I've got to go.
Yeah, you
I'll
go
be
have
back.
fun with your bubblegum
You're
shrimp.
gonna leave soon anyway
You
because
have
you're
fun.
obsessed with me. You're just following me around. You're such a loser.
I'm not going to go to no black guy panel.
Okay, on other news, we have 5 gifted subs from the one, the only, the Agrilla.
You know, I say that.
Who got those memberships?
Oh God, did I get infected? Jesus.
You know, Confluence. I say that, but
you are sus now. You are sus, Mel.
The algorithm's gonna hate me.
The other people, I don't think oh no, I know Rubber Ducky, David. Not sure who that is. They've got some lurkers that got gifted some mems. So
Confluence. I say that, but I'm going on like 2 black panels soon. The No Fugazi panel and whatnot.
Oh no. Oh yeah, I've talked to him too. One thing is like they made a video out of my debate with what's his face. what's his name, Cooley, and whoever made that thumbnail actually did a really good job touching up my webcam appearance because they could make me look like
talking about you. Who's next? Average,
question.
No, everyone doesn't want to hear about you talking about
no,
yourself.
I hear you every time I speak. You're
I know because you fucking talk about yourself, goddamn, all the fucking time.
Keep getting triggered, Snowflake. It makes me happy.
Please go.
You're playing
Avarice.
Fucking question, Avarice.
Right out of my hand.
I wanna hear your response, Avarice, especially because with your native background.
Yeah. No. Look at I think there are spirits, lots of spirits. I have a share screen here. This is obviously the Avarice spirit. I wanted to bring that in. There we go. So you can see Avarice is the greed of covetousness. We can obviously see that spirit is a very scary figure. And it will haunt most of your dreams tonight. But as we can see, that's a true spirit of the ages right there. Yeah, so just wanted to share that spirit with you guys.
You do know you die in the most evil volcano on the planet, right?
In that timeline. All right, in that timeline.
Is there another timeline for Smeagol?
There's infinite.
No, not really.
Well, there are fan fictions. Now we get
I feel like there's crosstalk going on, and it's in a gay way, especially with the nerd shit. But Avarice, real talk, Avarice.
No,
the spirit.
It's hypothetical, right? It just depends on what religion.
It's not a hypothetical. It's not hypothetical.
It is.
How is it? It's not. There's no if. It's there. Are there such things as neutral? There's no hypothetical. Do you think there are such things as neutral spirits?
Maybe.
Okay, if neutral.
Okay, that's a valid answer.
If they exist, what would they be like? What would they be doing?
Like the Avarice one, just taking shit for himself, not really caring about anything else but that, right? That's pretty neutral. Like it might be maliciously acting, but it's not maliciously acting because it's intently acting upon it just wants gold. It's just taking all the gold.
I got a question. Would you position
no
yourself
no crosstalk. That's saved for the end, Voltaire. So if Avarice has ceded his time, then Voltaire, you state your position. Look, we have tons of time for crosstalk once we've all talked.
Avarice is leaving soon.
So then speed run it, Voltaire. Say your opinion.
I don't know. Yes. I don't believe that there's a neutral spirits.
Okay, great. Clockwise, snakewise. So Alex, Stacy's dad.
Yeah, I would say if there are spirits, that some of them would have to be neutral, while they're probably not so good. Some probably pretty good. I don't know. It would make sense given everything else that way it works.
Man, you've been Avarice cucked. It's not hypothetical. It's are there? It's not if spirits exist. Are they? No, it's are there neutral spirits, Alex? Are there? Okay, thank you.
No.
Woody Nuggets.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think there's one Holy Spirit, one good spirit, and I think all the other ones are fallen or wicked spirits. I think they present themselves as good spirits or maybe neutral spirits to people. I think that's a common thing. But I think overall, yeah, there's not neutral.
Okay, and now we end with Confluence. Confluence, what's your thoughts? Well, I would say, in a Christian point of view, I think it's either fully good or fully bad.
Dude, we know you're 10 years old. Dude, let him talk, bro.
At the same time, I am tempted to think when I think about like Shintoism or like native spirituality, not to be gay and stuff, but like I do think it's possible. Largely because I read Carlos Castaneda, where I think there's some spirits that are just doing their own thing. I don't know how that fits into my Christian worldview for real. But so there's like a dogmatic divide I have, and then there's like an experiential divide. Dogmatically, I'm like, yes, there is, or I'm like, no, there's no such thing as a neutral spirit. But experientially, I would say there is. And now the crosstalk can begin. Everyone
Avarice.
At the same time.
I got a question for fuck's sakes. I got a question for Avarice. Speaking of Middle Earth, would you position yourself more towards Smog.
None of
or
your
the
gay,
dwarves?
no, none of your gay shit. None of your gay shit.
Are you Smog? Are you the gold hoarding
None of your
dragon? Or are
gay
you
shit.
dwarves where you just keep on looking?
None of your gay shit. None of your
Smog.
gay shit.
I won. me and Avarice wins. We got it done.
Okay, good. I'm glad that was resolved quickly. Okay, but
I'm
now
like
spirit
Legolas, and
talk,
everything I say
okay?
is like an arrow that I shoot through everyone's heart.
What?
I'm like Legolas.
Okay.
I'm very
Legolas.
fast.
Yeah, that fits.
And sure-footed. I got pointy ears.
Nonsense.
My crosstalk wins. I derailed it successfully.
The crosstalk time is now. Okay, everyone can talk. Okay, Avarice, I'm gonna ask you because again, you're like native coded and stuff. So, like, do you see where the spirits of your ancestors?
My
Avarice,
brother is all coded.
Do you think they're like? Do you think they're all bad or all good? Because obviously, right? Like native spirituality, there's like spirits that just exist.
Again, that's stuff I don't like subscribe to anymore or think of. Like, I don't try to think of like the Mankind Project in all of their like old like hibbity jibbity, right? Now that I move towards Christianity, right? Now again, spirits can mean a lot of things, right? And that's why I said it's a different. Like again,
we're not talking about alcohol, Avarice. Come on now.
Right, but like for example, like if we're like again, I don't even know if spirit is a good way to put it outside like the Holy Spirit, right? In that perspective, then no, I don't think anything outside that, right, is a spirit that's just demonic, right? In my mind of thinking about things that exist in an extraterrestrial plane, right? But hypothetically, if there were spirits just everywhere,
Hypothetically, right?
Right? Hypothetically.
Okay, hypothetically.
And there was all types that we see them as like we see them in like television and how they're projected in like Supernatural and Fringe and things like that. I would say that yes, then at that point you can have a neutral spirit.
Like the paranormal type, and hypothetically?
Exactly, because if they're haunting a house, let's just say, I don't think that's a bad spirit. Per se. We don't know why they're haunting. Maybe they're
could have just died here. Yep.
And
freeloaders.
Hasn't gone over to the other side.
Well, you could say they're freeloaders, but now if you're a lefty, Melanie, are all freeloaders bad?
I'm just saying that
are all freeloaders bad?
You got to pay rent, and you're also putting up with the ghosts. Like, what is this shit?
If you're a lefty, then answer my question: are all freeloaders bad?
I'm trying to see things from your point of view.
I'm trying to ask you: are all freeloaders bad? Since you're the one that initially made the claim that he was freeloading.
Don't you? Okay, sure. No, not all freeloaders are bad, but don't you think they could at least pay some rent?
Not if they're
With
all.
what job do they have?
What job does?
What currency can they give?
They better find one. They better go find one.
Now, Melanie, couldn't you say that
You're gonna evict
actually?
them if they don't.
Wait,
How are you going to do so?
now, Melanie, wait, hold on. Let me take this to another second. Melanie, have you ever heard of like equivalent exchange or like tit for tat?
Sure. Yes.
So, do you believe in that? Like, if I grow corn and you grow sugar, we'd be able to, or you know how to turn corn, barter the sugar. Yeah,
tit for tat is more like saying like if you lie.
Okay. Sure, but do you believe in bartering too? Like that kind of, but like a duty, like if you have corn and I should give you some corn and you should give me some sugar, just because we kind of need those things to survive. Like we should have to like, yeah, but I shouldn't have to barter like 10 corn for a pound of sugar. I should just give you a necessary amount of corn everybody in my community needs, right? And you should give enough sugar for everybody that they need for necessary.
Unless
right?
that goes to showing that it's spending off worse demons.
Gunpoint?
Well. Don't you think that's how? Don't you feel that that's how we should be? living, kind of in a way.
I thought we already did that by getting jobs.
It's almost impossible to fucking.
Well, I mean, so don't
digging
you
ourselves
think that,
up by our ghost boost? Or wait, no.
and do you not think that some of these spirits could actually, by haunting the house, they could be actually protecting the house from other subverters that are trying to get into the house?
Like, let's get some heads.
Maybe
on
they could be showing some duty for their stay that you don't know about.
I'm just saying we need receipts at that point.
Maybe they're leaving. Maybe they're leading the bad spirits astray.
Yep. Maybe they got ghostly shotguns and they're fucking popping a cap and anybody, of the non-white persuasion.
Yeah, who are you to judge?
How do you not know that they're not? Who are you to judge that they're not keeping their keep, Melanie?
What if I go into a place that someone's squatting and they're like, I'm keeping all the pests out and the rats and the cockroaches out, and I go in there's a bunch of rats and cockroaches. Your ass is gone.
Wait. But what if there was a bigger threat than the rats and cockroaches, and the rats and cockroaches kept those threats out?
Oh, they all need to be out of my house.
Like, for example, some people actually enjoy keeping spiders in their, like, a little amount of spiders in their environment because the spiders keep the mosquitoes out and all the other things.
I keep the spiders in my house as long as they're not bigger than my fucking thumb.
See,
then, we're good.
You'd make an amazing guest at someone's place. You'd be like, you know what? You should actually let me stay here because I'm so stinky that I keep all of the pests away.
Now you know how I get free clothes. I took this from Rob.
You stole that at the fucking debate con.
Okay.
I got this from Jess Gerald. You see?
Jess Gerald. You steal your shit at debate con.
Oh, if you actually stole that from them, that'd be funny.
I did.
Like literally stole it.
This is Jess Gerald's. I stole it.
Well, it was a misunderstanding, but he ends up having it. So what do you call that?
But yeah,
I gotta go. I gotta go. I might be back later. I gotta do some modding. So
yep, I'll head out back too.
Good luck, Voltaire.
God bless you, Confluence, Avarice, and
everyone else
on panel.
Later, guys. I'm gonna head out to normal America.
Yeah. All right, take care. Good to see you both.
America. There's no such thing.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. That's not in the background.
He didn't even edit, aside from the gay flag in the background, he didn't even actually edit your appearance this time.
I guess that's a good thing.
Well, I wanted it to be realistic. This is actually a picture of Confluence when he's on his other streams.
I took it as like he looks gay enough as it is. He doesn't need.
Yeah, no, this is from his Grindr profile.
Shut the fuck up. I'm grabbing a Zin, no bad Confluence talk, and there's gonna be a new prompt. Okay.
Rabble.
Yeah, no dead air, guys. Every time I walk away, it's either dead air or degen. Okay, so
All right, so don't talk.
Be normal. No, talk and say interesting shit.
And don't be degen. How can I be normal and don't be? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, Anson, maybe you might. Anson might have to sit that one out because that's kind of contradictory.
And
but everyone else,
Yeah, so as far as Marilyn is concerned, I thought that Avarice was being unnecessarily mean to her, intentionally to get a rise out of her because he's one of the kind of guys that likes to get a rise out of women because he finds it pleasurable, which I actually appreciate that. I used to be like that too until I grew up.
Don't say pleasurable in that context.
Exciting, erotic, getting my nut off. Is that better?
I don't want to imagine you getting your nut off while doing that.
Okay, that's fine. You could not imagine whatever you want.
So we're already at the degen point. Why don't we just?
Well, no one else was talking. What was I supposed to fucking do?
I think dead air would actually be better at this point.
Okay.
Everybody don't talk at once now.
Now's your chance. 3 other people on panel who have hardly said anything.
Oh yeah. I usually talk when I have something to say. I don't know
how to just speak about random things without any sort of context whatsoever. I can't just talk for hours and just basically bullshit my way.
Wait, Anson, do you know about was there something going on with the 49ers?
Yeah, I don't know. What is a 49er? What are you doing about is that football?
You seem like a football guy, so I figured.
Anson is the only one. Anson is the only one that actually talked without leaving dead air, which is crazy. Crazy. So many people on panel. Crazy times.
I think dead air
crazy.
was a better look for your panel than what Anson was trying to say.
It was not. It was not.
About his predatory bullying-like nature getting his rocks off.
In his past, the psychoanalysis of the Anson mind.
You fucking leave it all. You're such a liar.
I said it was immature to act that way. Mel, did you pay attention to what I was saying?
Are you saying I didn't leave it? I grabbed the Zin. I keep my Zins in the bathroom and a way out to control my Zin usage. Okay, this is well known on the panel. This is well known.
Why don't you just put that next to where you sit?
Yeah,
so because then I will go through like 2 packs in a single stream. So I can't.
Melanie, I wanted to address your statement.
It's harm reduction, Mel. Ever heard of it? Okay. Maybe if you studied psychology, you would know about harm reduction. I'm kidding.
I did
So,
quit it at the beginning of the year by smoking, but then I realized it was a terrible time to quit.
Melanie, you said that I like football and I do not like football.
I did not say. I said you seem like someone who would like football.
I don't know.
Anson does not seem like someone who would like football.
Yeah, have you seen him on camera? Have you seen him?
Yeah, I've known Anson for a hot minute.
When you see him on camera, he literally looks like he's watching football in real time. While on
that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah,
okay, I'm pretty sure people in chat will be able to back me up on that.
So you think I'm a masculine male? I appreciate that, Melanie.
I wasn't necessarily saying anything bad by it. You just did.
Anson is definitionally, if you think about it, an unexceptional white. That's the only 2 words that come to my mind when I think about Anson.
Yeah, I mean that's true.
It's a really strange set of words to associate to a person.
Yeah, well, it's accurate, right? I'm an unexceptional. I'm trying to fix it. You know?
He's becoming an exceptional white. So I mean, that's goated. That's omni goated.
It's a little scary though. You got to be careful about those exceptional whites.
Yeah, you got to watch them. You got to keep eyes on them for real. You definitely do. Okay,
Confluence,
new prompt.
That you're like 1 step away from being a white supremacist.
No. Actually, people tell me. I don't know. I'm not going to say what I was going to say. People tell me kind of the opposite type thing, but no.
Yeah, I guess I'm the first. That's great.
Yeah, you're actually the first. You're actually the first.
You're a pretty feminist left.
So you're more extreme, Mel, than all the extreme people I've talked to. I've talked to a lot of extreme people. So if you think I'm like 1 step away from that, that's crazy. But
if your definition of extremism is thinking other people come off as being extreme, sure.
Mel, you don't know the people I've talked to. You don't know the people I've talked to. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. Some crazy people, but okay. New prompt. Huntings and stuff, or what's good? Who wrote this prompt? crazy prompt writing skills. Okay, young Christian, you should join. You should join the panel if you think about it.
I can only imagine what his reaction to this panel has been.
So clockwise and snake-wise, okay? Hauntings and stuff, or what's good? However you take that, you know? Is hauntings a real thing? Do ghosts inhabit stuff? You know, what's good? Big Soda.
Do people deserve hauntings? Yeah, kinda. Is it good? Probably not.
But the hauntings happen.
Yeah, some people deserve it. But it's probably not a good thing it happens.
Okay, Mel?
Well, no, it's okay. So it's definitely not happening, but I would agree with Soda's sentiment that there could be some like way to write it as like as a poetic justice thing. However, I do feel like we can be the ones who haunt things like nature and the way we deforest, but also the way I kind of like haunt your panel.
The way we did you say the way we deforest?
Yeah. we're like the goat.
I heard that right. Okay. Just making sure I heard
brought
you
up in every conversation. Just kidding.
Is it my turn?
People, I guess.
But Mel does haunt my panel, and I appreciate the spirits that haunt my panel. Unironically, I do.
Is it my
Anson.
turn? Yeah,
it is your turn.
Anybody that thinks that haunting is a real thing is as delusional as a man that thinks he's a woman.
Good thing sex and gender are different.
All right, Alex. Alex is always
I
muted.
honestly don't think. I don't know. Maybe, I guess. I don't think so, but I can't say it's not possible.
So gay, so gay. I'm sorry for the crosstalk, but so gay. Woody Noggins. Woody Noggins is possibly. Oh,
all right. Sorry.
Woody Noggins, hauntings and stuff, or what's good? Are hauntings a real thing? Ghosts and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, there's haunted houses, but I don't think they're actually like spirits that haunt. I think there are like demonic spirits that can pose as different things. So
do they haunt things?
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say it's out of the realm of possibility, but I'm not really exactly sure, what all the job titles are in the demonic hierarchy,
That's true. The demonology gets a bit confusing at times. That's true. All right. And
I want to.
No crosstalk. No crosstalk. No crosstalk. Well, okay, we can get to that, but first, I have to say, I'm a special person too. Okay, I know I'm the host, but I'm also a panelist. If you think about it, so my answer is I think hauntings absolutely are real, and anyone who says otherwise, just like that's a skill issue. That's an absolute skill issue. Yeah, I think there are either forces, demons, ghosts, I'm not sure, that can inhabit certain places. And I think if you go to these places, I think you will experience this if you have an open mind. And I don't think it's just suggestibility. I don't think it's just that. It's kind of that as well, but it's not just that.
If you have a closed mind, right? That's sometimes.
Okay, so I need to revise my answer. People who believe in hauntings are as delusional as fat, balding white men who think that the hot women in their DMs are actually interested in them for anything other than their money.
Oh wow! Okay, yeah. So you did, yeah. You took great offense to Anson's answer.
That was great. Thank you, Mel. That was awesome. I appreciate that.
Yeah, GG. Okay, so let's. Do you think it's? Can we say unequivocally that if you were to be haunted by a spirit that's helping you, that's a good thing, right?
Would it be a haunting then?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, what? What's the definition of haunting?
Following
if
you.
If a good spirit is like following you around, but it's in a good way, is that a haunting?
Yeah,
I think that's called salvation.
Yeah, it very well could be. So, it's kind of similar to like if a schizophrenic, and it almost never goes this way, but if a schizophrenic that's hearing voices, if the voices just told him like good life advice, is that like maladaptive?
I mean, if
or is that like
advice, would you even notice?
Well, no, but let's say it is like a voice in your head, like so it actually is like something that is not normal, but it's like telling you something good.
I guess I was just taking issue with you saying it normally doesn't go that way, and I was like, maybe that's confirmation bias. But yeah, like I don't know.
No, that's like buried out in the stats and stuff, right? Like for yeah, I don't know what the reason is for that.
I was just kidding about that one. I do agree with you. It's fine.
No, but I guess no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not trying to disagree, but I guess yeah. Why is that the case? I guess I don't know if that's tangential, but why is it that when you hear voices that they tend to tell you to do bad things? Is that demon coded? Or like why? Why is there no like paranoid schizophrenics that like hear to do positive stuff?
Like I want to
tell them to like clean their room and stuff, give them the 12 girls for life and stuff.
Schizophrenia is normally an issue that's associated with the dopaminergic system, and it has to do with the brain firing off signals that don't get filtered out, but then actually do propagate usually into parts of the brain that would give voices if you stimulated them, and hence these signals aren't occurring because of like the orderly process you see in the brain. They're occurring because of dysregulated processes. And since they're dysregulated, it's hard to function in any world that demands cognitive regulation.
That was a whole bunch of word salad about non-fucking sense. Why do you do that? You say a whole bunch of comments, it don't make a damn bit of sense. Nobody learns anything.
Well, no, what
having listened to it.
This is my
Adam Sandler skit, Melanie. What the fuck?
I get it. I get it. It's smart for you, Anson. It's fine.
This is my issue, Mel. You say a bunch of true stuff, but it doesn't tie into like the conclusion. So yeah, like schizophrenia involves the.
And I'm saying that in order to have voices in your head that help you, you need to have a functional cognition, and they have a dysfunctional cognition.
I don't think that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Do you not navigate the world with a functional cognition? Is that not how you navigate a world?
Sometimes.
No, always. Does it not get harder to navigate the world if you take something like mushrooms that interferes with your sensory gating and thus interferes with your cognitive functionality?
Right, but I guess that's kind of a thing. Maybe I'm not hearing you, but like when people take substances, they're not always bad. They're often good. They're sometimes bad.
You're not going to hear voices in your head when you're cognitively dysregulated that tell you how to regulate properly in society. Because
but then why when people take hallucinogens or entheogens, why do they get positive voices from that?
It's for creativity and rethinking things about your life, and can be an alternative experience.
It's definitionally dysregulated though.
Yes, that's why most people do not live day to day taking psychedelics.
I know, but I'm saying I'm saying if a psychedelic can dysregulate your brain states and give a positive answer, why is it that schizophrenia it's always like a negative thing?
Because they're experiencing cognitive dysregulation, and the only way to navigate society is with cognitive regulation. You can't read a map if you're blind.
I don't disagree with that. But that's not what I'm asking.
That's why they can't hear voices that help them. Voices that help them would have a stable grasp on what's happening around them in society.
That's not true, because with like psilocybin, you can have positive voices, even though it's brain dysregulation.
In spaces where they're isolated from needing to function in that moment. People usually isolate themselves from being at work or from being in like high stress situations before they take mushrooms.
Okay, so it's still brain. Everything in the brain is still happening the same, and it leads to a positive outcome. And I'm asking why with schizophrenia, why does it always trend toward a negative outcome?
First of all, Confluence, people have bad trips all the time, and they're usually a lot worse than the positive results because the brain is dysregulated. Secondly,
I know, but they also have a lot of positive trips. And I'm saying with schizophrenia, I've never heard of a schizophrenic having like a positive experience. It always seems to trend negatively. That's what I'm asking. Why with that does it always go in a negative direction? But with something like shrooms, it can go in both directions.
Schizophrenia. I've definitely talked to schizophrenics before who say that like sometimes the feelings are good, or you get like elation and stuff like that. So I don't know what
I'm not talking about feelings. I'm not talking about euphoria. I've talked to a lot of schizophrenics as well. I'm saying the voices, they never seem to be like helpful voices.
So if let's say you're navigating a maze, right? Can you just keep taking random directions? Is that good advice? No, right? You want to be able to remember what you did last and be able to use that to think about what to do next. And if anything interferes with that, getting through the maze will be harder.
What does this have to do with haunting?
This is why schizophrenics can't have a good advice, because the brain, it's too much entropy. That's a bad word for it. There's they can't actually cognitively process the world around them when there's voices that are dysregulated.
You're not answering my question. Why under a drug can you have helpful voices, but under schizophrenia the voices really seem to almost always to be negative.
I think they have revelations.
Like Club Exile.
Most people who take psychedelic drugs don't start hearing voices. They might have revelations or go really deep in their own mind, speaking from experience here, but you don't necessarily hear voices.
Yeah, you don't necessarily, but a lot of the voices you do hear are positive. Some of them are negative. But with schizophrenia, it seems like it's...
On psychedelics? What? Do you hear voices on psychedelics? Because I'm wondering what your source is for this.
Not my personal experience. No.
Well, I don't think that's a common phenomenon unless someone is schizophrenic to begin with.
Yeah, what does it feel like to be schizophrenic, Mel? We're not familiar with that. Is that part of your general like disorder, or is that something that you've seen from other people that are like you? Or
I'm schizotypal.
Oh,
that's
okay.
Part of the schizoid personality disorders.
Okay. Yeah, I had no idea. I don't know anything about you.
Most schizotypal disorders are considered less severe than most schizophrenic cases.
Okay. That's interesting.
So I don't hear voices. I have some weird sensory experiences sometimes, but they're usually not enough to interfere with my ability to function. I call it synesthesia, but it's really not. Anyway,
did someone raid? I don't know. It's not showing up on my YouTube.
Club Exile.
Oh, that's Jeff. Gen X Jeff.
I don't know. It's not showing up, but I believe it. Thank you for the raid and welcome. Welcome.
Earhorns. He talks openly about being neurodivergent.
Zephyr A. Voxel is in your chat now. She's freaking awesome. If you had Zephyr on before Confluence, you'd like her a whole lot.
I've never had Zephyr on.
Well, she's freaking awesome. She's into that tarot card stuff like you, man. I mean, she's a professional tarot reader.
Based. Okay, well.
Yeah, she's terrific. She's a hoot.
Is that too much of a tangent? Because like what I found with tarot cards is like it was actually kind of a useful tool for helping me think about things that I wasn't currently thinking about enough. But I don't believe it's anything but random draws and stuff like that, you know. You have to read into it and project your own meaning.
Oh, but it's total nonsense. Yeah.
I think the divination is a good chance. It's like a meditation.
It absolutely isn't. It absolutely is not. Okay. The tarot is life. Okay. It is.
Okay, you pulled a card and that wasn't supposed to be proof that it's not, was it? That was like an 8 of bees or something. I saw bees on there.
The 8 of bees. Yes. The famous tarot card, the 8 of bees.
There's either 10 or 8. And
yeah, Zephyr, the link to join the panel is pinned at the top of the chat. You can come up anytime you want and answer questions about this stuff and read Confluence's tarot.
That's true.
Interesting lore, my mom used to draw the soul for me all the time as a baby. She's according to her. So, you know, grain of salt.
That is the least surprising thing you've said all day, Mel.
What, that I'm the lowest / highest card of the major arcana, or that I'm the fool?
No, that you're schizotypal.
That's not surprising. I tell everyone that.
Well, I didn't know that.
Oh. My mom's, the reason this is very likely to be true is A, because I've shown high signs of it, but also because my mom's schizoaffective, diagnosed. I haven't gone through testing for it yet because I have yet to find a specialist. But my mom is diagnosed, and her conditions are, her symptoms are just so much worse. And that's typically how it goes, is that the offspring of people with schizoaffective tend to have much milder symptoms.
Yeah. So you were like what, worn down by an overbearing mother, and that's why you became the way you are?
No. In fact, if anything, she kind of reinforced the whole like you're a boy because you have a penis ideology. So
well, yeah, I mean you are. So she was good about that.
Such an insane ideology.
She brainwashed me in the opposite direction than what I actually wound up going.
Okay, so yeah, I still don't know what she did.
You could say I had gender norms shoved down my throat quite a bit as a kid.
Yeah.
Oh, pause.
No, you pause.
So you spent too much time with the priest? That's what it was? Got it.
Oh, I spent no time with priests. I did go to church and have some religious phases, though. Although I really wasn't strongly spiritual until I found Wiccanism.
Yep. Okay. So let's.
Wait, are you a Wiccan atheist?
No. I've stopped doing anything Wiccan related or believing in that. So I've been honest with you the whole time. But it's like there was a point in my life where I truly believed in that stuff and got really deep into it.
You should go back to that. Honestly, you should go back to that.
You want?
You should.
No, it was kind of. I was kind of cringe.
No, forget that. You should go back to that.
Yeah, I was
unironically
during that time.
I don't care. I don't care how cringe you were then. You should go back to that. actually.
You think I'm cringe now? Just wait.
Unsolicited advice, but for real. Okay.
Why do you think Wiccan would be better?
Because it's any spiritual practice is better than no spiritual practice. That's
well,
like,
I do have a spiritual practice.
I don't know if that's true.
I mean, unless it's like directly like satanic, and like okay, that's the one caveat. Unless you're like actually like demon coded and stuff, then yes. But like, like absolutely, get your blue book, get your Buckland's Guide to Witchcraft. Absolutely, go get that. I would take that over some atheist any day.
What's wrong with Satan's commandments? There's only 2. They're pretty easy to remember.
Satan has no commandments.
Yes, he has 2. Treat others how you want to be treated, and leave this world better than you found it.
Okay, so by Satan, do you mean Anton LaVey, the fucking cuck loser? Is that what you mean? I had a Club X. Apparently, I was rated by the right people. I too have owned a Buckland's. Okay,
I've had a Buckland's book too. That's fucking crazy. Raymond Buckland, that's crazy.
What's a Buckland?
Raymond
Buckland's. He wrote a very large tome on kind of witchcraft and stuff.
When I was 14, I had the blue version with the silver pentagram on it, and I read that front to back.
That's a one.
I read it front to fucking back several times, probably, but one time for sure in full, and just like all in order.
Yeah, the big blue book, exactly. Big blue book.
That's crazy. True. Wow, 3 people, especially. I would like 2. I wouldn't be that surprised, but yeah, 3 people in the same kind of situation.
Mm-hmm. Triple fakes is Anson thinks it's nonsense, I suppose, but
yeah, total absolute spirituality is
nonsense. Yeah. Now I actually get my spirituality from someone called Murray Bookchin, who wrote about something called social ecology. So it's just basically the idea that we're all ecological organisms, and that's kind of what ties us together with nature.
Ugh. That's the dumbest fucking female shit I've ever heard.
Okay, well, I think it's the smartest thing I've ever seen anyone write.
Yeah,
so,
well, women aren't philosophers; they're just fucking idiots. They can't.
Oh, I'm a woman now. Thank you.
You're not a woman. I was talking about that broad you were referencing.
Okay, Murray Bookchin.
Yeah, that.
Gotcha. You pay attention real well, buddy.
Yeah, I do, bro. Yeah,
that's do that thing with
Marilyn. Join if you're back. Then join. Yeah, eat your pizza. And then, join up. You know what I'm saying?
Who's back?
And that guy that was bothering you is gone, so you won't have anybody harassing you anymore.
Rub my back. Never mind.
Okay, new topic. Here we go. Clockwise, snake-wise. People okay? Exorcisms or what's good? Well, I don't know if I was drunk when I wrote these.
Good Lord.
But exorcisms or what's good
right now? No.
If demons don't exist, why do exorcisms seem to work sometimes? Oh, actually, okay, it gets better in the back half of that. Yeah. So even if you don't think exorcisms are a real thing, why do they sometimes seem to work? And this is something that is just like incontrovertibly true, that even if you are an atheist, right, there is times where people feel afflicted by phenomena, and then doing an exorcism can fix that. Is that psychological? What's happening there? Or to quote my former drunken self, probably what's good? We'll start with you, Big Soda, aka Stacy's cousin.
You Confluence. You just had your 30 seconds.
Hold on, I gotta read the question.
I'm introducing the topic. Okay.
Well, let it spin back through. I gotta read it.
It goes a little slow. The Chiron,
I guess by what's good, are you asking whether I believe it or not?
Yeah, do you believe it or not?
Yeah,
and I guess if you don't believe it, then why does it seem to work? If you do believe it, then that kind of
Okay,
you have your 30 seconds, but then the second part is for kind of the atheist. I'm trying to we're inclusive on the Confluence YouTube panel, so we try to fit in everyone.
Nah, yeah, I believe it. Pass the old sniff test.
This is true, Brandon. That is. They do. They actually do. That's facts.
So is bro like passing his turn or something? I can't tell what's going on here.
Is it my
No,
turn?
Big soda.
Since I believe it, I just answer yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
Okay.
Because I guess the second question is only related to non-believers.
So two things to point out here. First of all, same thing goes with hypnosis. People who are more suggestible are more likely to have hypnosis work on them, especially if they want it to work. Same probably true for exorcism and psychological placebo effect. Secondly, it's a great way. Like it's a great form of like punishment and like putting people through a trial and ordeal because they don't conform to your will. So that's why I'm against exorcism. I think they're probably bad for society.
Okay, I'm gonna put a pin in that because I want to ask a question, but no crosstalk. So, Anson.
Yeah. Exorcisms are not the expelling of demons from a human's body, but they do change the behavior of defective humans by adding a layer of social shame and then a ritualistic process that works on some people who are already delusional because they obviously believe in some sort of God in the first place. And so if you're of a delusional mindset, you can layer another a set of delusions on top of that make you more functional.
Very atheist coded, but apt. Alex, aka Stacy's dad.
I've never actually seen one work, and I don't know of any documented cases of it working. So I'm gonna say not good. Not good.
That's crazy. You don't know of any documented. I'm not supposed to crosstalk, but you don't know of any documented cases of it working?
No. Do you?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh. Okay. Send it my way.
Okay. Witty Noggins. Witty? Mr. Noggins?
Hello. Yeah. And why do they work? Well, if you use the name of Jesus, it typically is the ones I've seen that works. I don't see anybody else do exorcisms in any other name.
Yeah, valid. Okay. Now, Confluence, what do you think? Well, I think demons do exist, so I do think exorcisms work. But I think even if they don't, I think there is still a psychological thing that can happen. And I think this is kind of Anson pilled a bit. Even if it's not a demon, I think ritual is effectual in many cases, even if the thing that you're punting toward doesn't exist. I think ritual has a lot of function in our psychology. And so, yeah, I think even if there's not a demon, I think there could be a process that you undergo that expels that demon from yourself, right? I think there is some even if we remove all spiritual elements, I think there is utility to doing that. Now, there could be harm conversations about that and like what could go wrong and stuff, but that's what I would explain on why it works, even if demons don't exist. Although demons definitely do exist, so, but I'm just trying to play both sides a little bit. And now the crosstalk begins. Everyone spurg at the same time in the same way.
I agree, Confluence, about like you were hitting on the ritual part. That was more of like a stream of consciousness moment for me, but like it's actually extremely important for a lot of you people to have those rituals.
It's important for everyone to have those rituals.
Like these experiences that have some sort of structure that make you feel like you're a part of something. Y'all have a really major problem with not being a part of something.
That's not what Anson, wait, that's not what I mean by ritual. Like, as a ritual, you can do ritual by yourself, right?
What? No,
in fact, you do rituals all the time, every day by yourself.
Well,
everyone
you're talking
does.
about self-soothing type behavior, right? Where you're doing something by yourself because it's a a thing of repetition. So you consider that to be a ritual, but we're talking about communal rituals related to spiritual things.
I'm not talking about that. I could, for example, I could exercise if I was in the same time in the same place with Mel. I think I could exercise the nonsense out of Mel. I do think that's possible. And that's not a communal thing. That's like just a 1v1 kind of situation if you think about it, right?
No, I think I'd laugh at you the entire time.
Yeah, well, but
So
I would say
the
power of Christ compels you, and it would, you know.
So interestingly enough, the whole place where we started to study placebo effects was actually on exorcism, and you know, the idea of demons and possessions and stuff like that, and that was kind of like the proving grounds to show that we need placebo trials, because if not, then you know, we can get positive results from placebo. So there's actually a ton of evidence out there that these things are placebo driven. And I would say probably driven by hypnotic influence too, by people who, whether they mean to be or not, are passive subjects for these sort of things. And people who aren't likely to be hypnotized probably don't feel like they've been exorcised ever.
Yeah, but Mel, wouldn't you agree that in order for an exorcism to work on a placebo level, the person receiving the exorcism would have to have the delusional set of beliefs that God exists, and therefore it's just layering another delusion on top of the delusion. Which
they could come into those beliefs during that. That's why I'm talking about like susceptibility to like hypnosis.
Well, hypnosis isn't real though.
It's not, but the people who are susceptible to it and want it to be real.
What do you mean by wait? How is it not real? What do you mean by not real?
Well, it's just something that people do because they think that they ought to be doing it. It's like look, there's other people that have said this is real, so I'm going to pretend like it's real nonsense.
What do you mean? What do you mean by real though?
Real.
I'm not trying to like definition cuck you. I'm not trying, but I'm saying if hypnosis has an actual change in someone's life, is that not real then, right? Even if it's only in their mind?
So have you ever put yourself in a trance state?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I have too, right? So I'm very good at it. I've got a system down. I can do it within a few minutes.
Give this guy a medal.
Honestly, that's a great skill to have.
Yeah,
honestly, that's a great skill to have.
But it is not like the trance state hypnosis that you see in like the media, where you're like disassociated from yourself and you're susceptible to suggestion. All that bullshit. It's different than that.
I think the easier way to
I'm not saying like stage hypnosis. I'm not saying that.
I think that there's an easier way to explain it, right? Because when we see hypnosis in media, it's often marketed as like this is a form of mind control, that you could just control people's minds with it.
And that's
the part that's not real. Like you need subjects who are already susceptible to it and probably want hypnosis to work in some way.
Yeah, but usually what I've seen is that they're not susceptible to it. They just act in a certain way because there's a social expectation.
Same thing.
Right, that's what I think. But the different type of hypnosis, right, that happens not in a big stage, right, that's a kind of a different animal, I guess I would say.
I say it's the same thing. Like the people who seek that kind of therapy are also the ones who want to believe it'll work.
Yeah.
Well, that's true, but there's no social expectation anymore, right?
That might be a limiting factor.
If it's you and a hypnotherapist, there's no social, like I get on stage. Yeah, I don't know if I trust any of that stuff.
That's why I deviate from Anson's explanation, where I'm talking about susceptibility, which is something that can be measured in people and their desire for that to at least work on some level, even if they don't want it to work for themselves. Because I think it's fun. It's fun to believe that hypnosis would work, right?
Yeah, well, it's not about fun. It's about results. Does it work? Does it not? I mean, that's what I'm saying. So what Zephyr says,
results, like even just
gaslighting yourself is always effective. Just don't forget you did it. Yes, that's the thing. Like, I feel like we use terms like fake and real in a kind of a bad way, right? Something is functional or it's not functional. If hypnosis is functional, then
that's not the lines we drew.
Then it works, right?
You're moving the goalposts. We drew the lines along whether or not it's effective as like a form of mind control, in that sense.
That's not. I've never said that. I've never said that.
You just took it in a different direction than what we intended it as.
Yeah.
I hate to interrupt y'all, but I will say goodnight for the night. Y'all guys have a wonderful time with the rest of the
sevens.
questions. Yeah,
God
I'm
bless you,
getting
Big
sleepy.
Soda. God bless you for real,
It's
for
always a
real.
pleasure, guys. Y'all have a good night.
Take care.
Confluence, can you not say 07s to me when I leave, please? I might actually die inside from cringe.
Well, then I'm definitely gonna say 07s to you, Mel.
I'm not gonna tell
I'm
you
gonna Discord to you 07s on
You're gonna get
repeat.
banned.
Okay.
That's officially a bannable offense because I am the sole moderator of my Discord and I make the rules.
No. I mean, in DMs, I'm gonna hit you up in a DM.
Oh, that's even worse. You're gonna get blocked then, blocked and banned.
You're not gonna block me, Mel. Mel, you're not gonna block me. That's crazy.
You're not gonna 07s me. It's that simple.
07? Well, it's a symbol of respect. I mean,
not when you're making me cringe as much as you're making me cringe.
So about the exorcisms, they seem to work. Like I agree. Like they seem to work. And we've kind of beaten that down to the point where there's nothing much else to talk about. But what Zephyr said though about gaslighting yourself is always effective. Just don't forget you did it. I mean that's kind of what I was referencing, right? The fact that you can convince yourself that something is real, and that's what the hypnosis is, or what the exorcism is, or anything. But it doesn't necessarily have to be a social expectation, right? You can do it just on a position of prideful conceit, where you don't want to admit that you were wrong about something, or you get into a situation because for whatever reason you wanted to. And then it wasn't what you wanted it to be, but you pretend like it was anyway because you don't want to feel like you made a bad choice. Like feminists do that all the time.
Only feminists.
Well, no. Oh my God. Okay. Earlier, I made a point that the red pill was exactly like the feminists.
How much space do feminists take up rent-free in your head?
Panel. Okay, I'm talking about all the postmodern thinkers, not just the feminists.
Can you point to where the feminists hurt you at least?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you dumb fucking idiot. So anyway, yeah, I don't know. That's all I kind of wanted to say was, the Zephyr was right. She makes a lot of sense. Aside from a tarot card reading, she's a pretty cool lady.
Yeah, no, I can also at least verify Zephyr's cool and should come up here and introduce herself.
True.
Yeah, she you'd like her a lot, Confluence. She's really awesome.
Confluence,
the tarot.
Confluence, do you want exorcisms to work? Like, do you want us to need them? Is it maybe something that like you're biased towards believing?
Well, I mean, in some senses, I think demons. Yeah, in the sense that I think demons are real. Then yeah, I hope there's a way to get the demons out. So yeah, in a psychological sense, then no, I would go like functional coded, and I would say like whatever works.
What do you think about
if demons have ontological reality? Then yeah, I would hope there's a way that if they can infest people, I'd hope there's a way to remove them. Right? I think that makes sense. If you grant what my worldview is. Yeah.
What do you think about my perspective on like how Christians handle Satanism? Like, to me, they're the biggest Satanists in the world. They have the most lore about Satan, the most stories about him. They literally run circles around him. If you know anything about making circles around something and what that means, then you know what I'm referring to here. As far as I'm concerned, they put more, if there is any sort of spiritual or magical energy that you can put into an entity, Christians put more energy into Satan than anybody.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
Okay, cool.
And that's Marilyn's point most of the time, is that we, there's a death cult and we worship the negativity. Right, and that's what you're saying. You're basically steel manning Marilyn's position there. I like that a lot. She deserves to be steel man.
Look, this is me living my best life. This is what I'm gonna say. Okay.
Yeah.
Sombrero, the pizza, some cape action going on. I mean.
Yeah, I'm changing the name. That's triple gay fluence, not double gay fluence.
Oh geez, Confluence. As much as you might get on my nerves sometimes, you have a good sense of humor, and you're actually. I can admit you're somewhat intelligent. At least I know I demonstrated that I know more about developmental psychology than you, and that's okay. No, I wasn't trying to shoehorn that in. I just realized that. Yes, laugh. But no, really, like I did mean that first part genuinely.
The first part, and it's mutual. Yes, I enjoy having you on panels, Mel, and I think you're intelligent, unless you talk about developmental psychology, and then so it gets kind of off the rails a little bit if you think about it.
Touche. But yeah, no, like, and I think I am straight coming about the fact that I'm an autodidact. I'm not pretending to be an engineer. I do try to learn about these things as well as I can.
So yeah. Mel, I'm gonna give you a compliment. I enjoy being on panels with you because I don't typically have an opportunity to interact with a narcissist directly because I keep them out of my life. But like you're so good at doing like backhanded compliments and tooting your own horn and steering conversations into something about yourself that like it allows me the opportunity to learn what your behaviors are like so I can avoid people like you in real life.
That just because someone talks about themselves, that doesn't make them a narcissist, right, Anson?
I didn't say that.
Okay, well, you did mention.
I did mention that, but I didn't say
things about myself.
So that one attribute is what makes
clarifying.
a narcissist. I didn't say that.
Just clarifying.
Okay, good.
How many boxes have I checked?
I don't know. You don't have a box. You can't check a box.
Oh. Well, but then I can't check the mailbox. See that double entendre?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that is the double entendre. I'll give you that one. Took me a few seconds, but okay. New prompt. Okay, and we have Christians in the chat join the panel because this one is if you're an atheist, then no. I'm being too self-critical. No, this question works for everybody. Why do demonic shenanigans? I wrote this a while back. Why do demonic shenanigans seem rarer in modern literate societies? Okay, why is that the case? We will start with Mel. I am grabbing us in. I can still hear you because I have AirPods off.
No, he's run away. He's afraid of my response.
Rage quit. I mean,
it's clearly because scientific literacy is higher, and so you have people who would demand evidence for those things and then probably not find it.
Yeah, so demonic shenanigans still exist in our society, but we haven't created the mythology properly to describe the transcendental aspects of our current culture because in modern societies that are referenced here, we're talking about like industrial Western type societies where essentially people have replaced much of the pre-Enlightenment religious thinking with that specific God with worshiping the God of reason, and the God of reason absolutely has demonic archetypes that are counter to it, and like for example, like much of what the secular humanist philosophy is the demonic side of pure reason. And so yes, there are those spirits in our current society, but the mythologies haven't been written out properly and need to this century, or else we're going to destroy ourselves. Go Stacy's dad.
Stacy's dad, it's your turn to say something. I think your name is also Alex, if I'm recalling properly. Or Noggins. Neither of them are here. Okay. Actually, I wanted to ask you really quickly.
Thank you, Mel. Thank you, Mel. Apparently, no one is here, but thank you for.
What did you say? Noggins just unmuted.
Noggins is here. Okay.
What is the question?
Why do demonic shenanigans seem rare in modern literate societies?
Well, I don't know if they do. I think it's just more like maybe like diagnosed. They try to diagnose everybody's things, or maybe there's a lot of substances, so there's always there's a lot more. I guess my point is there's a lot more other options that people like to say they are.
Okay, yeah.
Confluence. What is your answer to the question? Why do mnemonic shenanigans seem rare in modern literate societies?
I was hoping y'all would like. This is why I go last, because I can like steal from y'all. But like, I feel like I don't have. I wanted more to steal from, because this is the question. I mean, this is one of the questions that I wanted to hear other people's answers on. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I mean, obviously there is like some like false positives like that I think we all accept. There's some cases where it's just normal mental illness, or like a Salem panic type stuff, right? And we think it's demons, and it's not. But also I think that there is some aspect where there is an actual thing happening, and I mean that's tied to my worldview. I understand that, but yeah, I do think, like, again, and that's why I wanted more Christians on the panel. Shame on you, Christians, for not joining the panel, leaving me all alone.
You can't just shame them into doing stuff.
I can try, though. I can give it the old college try, okay? And so, because in the Bible, right, we see a lot of exorcisms, we see demons at play, right, and obviously, like, let's say modern day America, right, it's less likely to see. And is it purely psychological? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I think but I will concede, I think that's a large part, right? In areas of Africa, right? They still will think things are witchcraft, right? I mean, this has been there's been some bad stuff about, even I think the malaria vaccine, where they have falsely thought that it was like witchcraft, and I think it caused a hot number of people to die. So like that stuff's bad.
I actually got a buddy, dude,
that's not great.
He used to call me all the time, and he used to get like when with demons and stuff. He used to be like, I'm possessed, and he'd be like pray for me, and I'd pray for him over the phone. And like, I mean, it was weird. Like he'd start like dry heaving, and freaking like the room would get eerie. My cat would start running around, and he would just like yak on the floor or
across the phone.
Yeah, over the phone.
You're a good friend to have, Whitty. That's what I'm gonna say. That's a good friend. That's a good friend.
It was pretty, and it might have been alcohol induced, but nonetheless, it was.
I'd ask him for an introduction.
It was interesting.
Well, I just wanted to say.
Alex is back, so we should make sure he gets a turn.
Well, I gotta go. I'll see you later, Confluence.
Oh, you could.
Did you want to say something
or no?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say, it's been a pleasure being on the panel with you, Confluence, Noggins, and Stacy's dad. Y'all are really awesome.
I feel like someone is left out. I feel like someone is left out from that.
He knew I was going to ask him how secular humanism is demonic, but he probably can't answer it. It's fine. I'd run too.
It's okay.
Okay, Alex, you were,
so
doing your own shit. So
done a little bit of research into this lately, because it's been a question that's on my mind as well. I'm trying to figure out what's what, but it seems like in countries where they still don't have like a great deal of education or technology, or even, I think, like light at night and things like that, people tend to be much more superstitious, and they tend to report sightings of demons and ghosts and possessions and things like that. Once they move to like westernized countries where, that you have to go 40, 50 miles out of a city just to be able to see the stars, right? Massive amounts of light pollution, all these other things. It seems like those things die away really, really quickly. And part of it may just be our minds creating something that isn't there. Part of it could also just be that they prefer to hide in the dark. I don't know. But there is something to the idea of this is what I was going to talk about earlier with Mel. There is something to the idea of like electromagnetic spectrum seeming to calm people, or at least alleviate some of the concerns they have with darkness. And maybe that's just because they can see and they're not worried about predators, or because they have a phone nearby, they can call someone. But either way, there does seem to be something about it. Like, even if you were just in a super dark alley, right, you may start to see things because you're scared, you're paranoid, it's dark, you don't know what's around you, right? Did anyone hear me? No?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're just letting you
Confluence
finish.
looks like he's completely frozen, so.
I'm still.
You are super still. Anyways, yeah, that's my thoughts on it.
So I think particularly, you know what, never mind. It might be too much of a tangent.
No, sound off. We're tangent coded right now, Mel. Okay.
There's 4 of us. We can't go on enough tangents here.
Yeah, there's 4 of us, and well, I thought it was so much later. It's only 10:30, I guess. That's crazy. Feels like it's like 1 my time. But no, yeah, it's a tangent off.
It's kind of fair to say humans are naturally inquisitive. But I think one of the things that also changed our view of spirituality, is that we realized that certain things operate in ways that are predictable every time, such as light, right? Light doesn't bend around corners. You can't have light shine on something without a light source. That usually takes energy. Once we started to learn all these things, it kind of eliminated the possibility for things like ghosts and demons and spirits to exist. I remember as a kid, kind of like the shift, and when I would just be scared of all like the shadows on my walls that would get projected through the window and stuff, and not really understanding why they're there, to like getting up and standing in between that and learning, teaching myself that if I stand between that shadow and the light, then I can figure out what's causing it. And that 99.999, if not 100% of the time, it was not anything that I didn't understand. So I was no longer scared of it. And I think that's part of like our nature. But I think it's also a part of our nature to make up myths and to think magically sometimes. And that's why we also have kind of like the lore about sailors and stuff who are like lost at sea. Well, for whatever reason, they slightly hallucinate, but they probably don't know that they're hallucinating, right? Because we didn't understand that like malnourishment and stuff like that can cause such things at the time. So to them, that was still real. They came out of their trip or whatever thinking it was still real and alive to tell the story. And so at the time, again, before we kind of had like the laws of physics and thermodynamics and stuff, it was a lot easier to believe like, oh yeah, maybe that is real. Maybe that is possible that there's like a fire breathing monster out there. No need to question that.
Well, so one thing I was going to say is it seems a
We
little
don't count
interesting.
time after a dragon fire breathing monster.
Sailors did see that quite frequently, it turns out.
Yeah. Well, one thing I was going to mention is when people, even people who are like fairly educated, they go to countries where it tends to be more natural light than anything else because they just don't have a whole lot. They tend to start having more of those. It's not as frequent or as common as it is for the average person. But this is the other thing I was thinking about is like if you ever talk to an ER, my brother works at a hospital. You ever talk to an ER like on a full moon or on a blood moon, people go ape shit. Like it actually seems to affect people in a different kind of way. And part of me wonders if there's like some sort of spectrum of light that causes that.
No, it's placebo. It just appears more in the media, and then people feel like themselves like, oh, what if I'm crazier now?
I mean, you could say that, but I don't know. It seems pretty dismissive without a little bit of consideration, right?
Well, I mean, then we should be able to recreate that in like a lab setting.
We do every single
spectrums of light, though. We should be able to take different spectrums of light and put people on it. Like we're not limited in our ability to make different spectrums of light.
But Yeah, I don't know if that's ever been tried or tested.
I haven't seen any research that says it one way or another, but I'm sure someone's tried it. Like that's like seeing how different spectrums of light affect people emotionally, psychologically. That's pretty common. We talked about in general. More pseudo science now, but it used to be more common that people would.
Well, I mean, that's not
hypothesize stuff about
necessarily
that.
pseudoscience. Like certain wavelengths of light cause you to create vitamin D, which
Yeah,
help
blue light,
people-
but that's more to do with alertness and sleep cycles.
Depression, right?
For people with seasonal affective disorder, and I can speak.
But that's
to
what I'm
that
saying.
personally.
Like these things do seem to affect us, even like just hitting our skin, not even necessarily our eyes.
But the seasonal affective disorder isn't like if as soon as you give that person blue light, they're immediately better. It needs to be like a long-term thing. The showing it's not just the exposure of the light; it's the cycle. It's the maintenance of that signal. I think you pointed.
Yeah. What's up?
Go ahead.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, excuse me. There's a lot of things about the human mind, the brain that we don't understand.
Sure.
And there's a lot of things about even animals and how they react during certain time periods that we don't necessarily understand. Like I don't. It could be like just a social thing because everyone thinks people are crazy on a full moon. They become a little more crazy, but I don't know if it can just be dismissed as readily as that because it does seem to.
I would speculate it probably. Can I just point out real quick? I would speculate if there's any sort of like data point you can tie it to, it would be: is there a difference between cultures that have like lore about like full moons and stuff, and them possessing people like werewolves versus cultures that don't, and also cultures that are isolated from the effects of the lunar spectrum, such as people who are indoors with artificial lighting all night versus people who aren't, like people who don't have artificial lighting.
Like people like what do you call those people? Indigenous people on an island or in a small space that don't.
Yeah, there's actually there you can get a decent sample size for something like that. And if what you're saying is right, I would expect that you wouldn't see a difference across cultures with different lores, but you would see a difference between people who are indoors versus people who are outdoors more.
Yeah, that's true. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, I don't know if that ever research has ever been done, but that's how I would expect to see those results kind of manifest. Because you would think that people who are indoors more wouldn't experience that, right?
Right, which is why most people, even nowadays, don't seem to have a lot of trouble. But especially when it comes to like on nights where there's a lot of people outdoors, or in cities where the nightlife is pretty common. Even in those areas, just being the full moon isn't necessarily like correlative. It's like the full moon in darkened areas, like areas that don't have a whole lot of other light pollution.
Yeah, there would need to be no other interfering signals. Same thing kind of goes for.
It could just be like paranoia, right? Your mind goes into hyperdrive because it's afraid because it's dark, right? This is like a common sensation we've had throughout human history.
I think there's also something to be said about cultures and how they treat menstruation. Now, I'm not a woman who menstruates. I'm going to be clear about that.
Interesting.
But when you think about it, right, like a lot of cultures before, what they would do is they say like, oh, you're menstruating. Well, now you go sit in a hut by yourself when you go or lay in bed and you don't interact with people until that's done, right? But they'd also have very strong mysticism about the moon related to that because they noticed that it would occur during menstruations. Now, what changed that for at least secular society was that we noticed that a much stronger signal is when that woman is placed around other women whose cycles occur at a slightly different time. What do? They sync up.
They synchronize, yeah.
Or if you start having sex with a guy, your cycles might somehow attenuate to that. So the moon isn't even that strong of a signal, it turns out.
Yeah, there's a lot of old like folklore because people it correlated to something, but they thought it was more positive, and then
It's because it's 4 weeks, and the lunar cycle is very close to 4 weeks too. So it was more correlation than anything. But yeah.
No, I just mean like my parents are immigrants, and one thing they're to this day I will never convince them otherwise that like being cold causes colds. It's one of those things
there is a component to that, right? Which is when your internal body temperature is actually lowered by something like a mild hypothermia, that does weaken your immune system. And then, so if you
but they don't think it's germs; they think it's the actual cold.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah, they believe in other germs, just not this. I'm not sure why. But it's always been like a thing, and I think there's a lot of things that like. They pass down that way. We have these like intuitions about things that we've seen in the past or we've heard in the past, and even when we see direct evidence to contrary or to explain it to a more like direct level, we refuse to let it go.
I think even in a broader sense, you can say it's just purely cultural. Like if you think about hypochondriacs, right? Or here, let me share one of my experiences because this will put things in perspective. One time I was meditating, and I used to believe in chakras and all that. So I'd go up from like the basal chakra to the throat chakra. And one time I was doing that, and I hit the throat chakra, and I suddenly like got a really sore throat. And I was like, what the heck's this? And I was sick for 2 weeks. Now at the time, I thought like some sort of evil demon jumped into my throat and stuff like that. But now I realize those symptoms were probably already there. I just wasn't paying attention to them until I was consciously thinking of them. So there is like some sort of hidden truth in there. It's like when you think about a part of your body directly and you're in that meditative state, you might feel something that you're not noticing yet because it's not a strong signal. At the same time, I think people like hypochondriacs can be so focused on these things that they're borderline generating the signal from thinking about it too much. And what humans are really bad at is knowing when we're doing that. And so that's how I kind of see like the cultural use of demons, right? Because when we had Christianity and stuff, and that was all we knew, we didn't know science, that should explain it a lot for us. It explained a lot. So we would constantly be thinking about Christianity and how that relates to our world and everything that would happen. Our first thought would be, how does this relate to Christianity? It's almost like we were sensing these things literally, but only because the schema in our brain were mapped to that lore.
If you can only see black and white, you'll never look for red, right?
Sure. But also because you'll never look for something that you'll never find anyways.
Well, I mean, let's say you've only ever seen black and white, but now suddenly you have the ability to see color. You're still not looking for it until you realize that it's something distinct. Or like
if you can only imagine, if you can only conceptualize black and white, then you might not even notice the world was in color.
That's true.
I think that's what you're getting at, right? Or if you can even better, if you can only conceptualize grayscale, because it's not necessarily about binary thinking, it's just the other dimensions to things. And so, I see what you're getting at. And like I've experienced the parts of myself that can be at least marginally improved from being spiritual, but I don't know. I think I've improved myself more by thinking scientifically, but still having like that holistic approach with myself, like actually feeling what my body's telling me. And looking at my state of mind and being like, well, why am I in this state of mind? What can I do to improve it?
Yeah, that's a huge thing, especially if you're trying to deal with like muscular tension and trying to figure out what's stressing you. But
I think the worst thing,
even when you get like a cut, right? You may not really notice it until you see it bleeding, and then it starts to hurt.
Yeah,
this is a really common thing where our brain has to process so many signals and it just doesn't want to waste the calories, which, by the way, we could now consume enough calories for our brain to waste them, but it still won't do it.
Mine does. But I think one of the worst things, speaking of muscle tension, I think that's a good example of like, we often jump to remedies that aren't necessarily cures. And not all medicine is bad, right? But when you think about like the stuff for joint pain and muscle pain, if you're getting that muscle pain and joint pain from work, and then you're just taking something to numb the pain or even just like alleviate the inflammation, but not necessarily get rid of the cause, and then you're going back to work the next day, it's only going to get worse. And guess what? You're not going to be like making movements that take care, that like favor that arm, right? you're going to be making movements that make it worse because you're not feeling the pain you're causing yourself. So,
so there's actually a much deeper component to that. But go ahead.
Yeah, as much as like some medicines we need because they are life-saving or even just directly beneficial objectively, I think we need to be cautious about just using things because it numbs the pain or gets rid of the symptom. For sure,
pain
that's
is
what I
a
always
signal.
believe.
It's an important signal, right? It's telling us something. I mean, maybe not always, but a lot of the time. But what I was going to say was, right now, a pretty big problem is people who hunch forward on their desk when they're at the computer or when they're writing whatever it is. They tend to stretch their back muscles out, and that stretching causes their entire rib cage to kind of shift, and it causes a lot of tension in the pecs. It doesn't make them stronger, but it does put you in a position where you're pulling yourself more and more forward. And the instinctive thing is to try and stretch the back and do that because that's where you're feeling the pain. That's actually not even. Yes, you're right. Phantom pain is pointless. There is that kind of pain. You're correct. A lot. So the thing I've come to realize is the body doesn't care about the future. It cares about right now.
Oh yeah.
So if you decide that you want to sit in the most horrible position in the whole world, your body will start adapting you for that position, even though it's a terrible idea to do it and may interrupt other things. It doesn't care. It's going to do it because that's what you need right now. It doesn't know about the future. It doesn't care about it.
To be clear, just so people don't get the wrong idea, there is some nuance to what you're saying, right? Like
of course.
The female reproductive system definitely cares about the future. But most of the body, it equates immediate comfort with a lack of issues, more so than long-term discomfort or short-term discomfort leading to long-term comfort. And so you have to push yourself to, for example, exercise. That's another great example of how that's an uphill thing. I think one of the things that's helped me is I don't know about other people, but what works for me if I want to start running is I can't just go straight to running. I actually have to start walking long distance first, because the way all my tendons and ligaments are, as soon as I start picking up a new thing, that whole part of my body will get sore in different ways for months unless I actually condition everything around it properly. I'm just lanky. That's to put it simply. Yeah. And so I think a lot of people also sometimes what prevents us from being active is you'll start jogging. You'll be like, I'm way too sore to keep doing this. There's something about my body that doesn't work, but it's because you didn't actually condition yourself with a less intensive activity like long distance walking first, and seeing how far can I go each week or something like that. I can easily do 10K, which is something like 6 miles, just without even thinking about it, with wintertime stamina. And I always like to keep that stamina. So when I do jog, when I have to, I can jog for up to 10 minutes. And I normally don't feel catastrophically sore afterwards, although the estrogen doesn't help. But it's a lot of people don't realize how much of a sliding scale physique is and how important it is to stay up on that. But that's kind of deviating away. And we've also lost Confluence. So this is...
His PC got omnicuffed, I guess. I thought he was just taking a really long shit.
Yeah, I think overall, if magical thinking helps you and makes you a genuinely better person than you would be without it, then I can't tell you not to do it. I do think that there's still more self-control when you can find that locus of control in yourself entirely. When you're not reliant on wands / athames or pentagrams or crosses and sermons. When you actually find something that just works for you, that because you came up with it, that's the ultimate best way forward.
I don't disagree, but
I'm trying to do a closing statement.
Oh, my apologies. Go ahead. It's okay.
And I'm going to let you guys do that too. When Confluence comes back, I want to feel like we've kind of wrapped up because it sounds like he wants to get out as soon as he gets back.
I don't think he's coming back.
Well, he's going to. They are based. I'm just saying you don't want to rely on them. Confluence. If he ends a stream without coming on, that's fine. But either way, I want to feel like I've wrapped up what I said.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's definitely a personal thing. I love the idea of seances. If you know what those are, if you don't, maybe look it up. It's an interesting take on how to do this kind of stuff. But the worst thing you can have is the sort of religion that sees somebody doing something else and being like, oh, that's demonic. We have to burn them at the stake. I think that's what initially made me very anti-Christian, is when I learned that history. Also in part being a Wiccan. But so just to close my thoughts, that we are the magic. When we can get together, we can organize and self-organize like nature self-organizes itself, then we can do great things. But honestly, individualism in society nowadays has screwed us up, so we can't come together to do anything unless it's for capitalism, which is terrible.
Noggin, you there?
Yeah, Noggins, do you have any closing thoughts? I actually do get the same energies that you get from L, the character from Death Note that's in his profile picture. It's kind of aloof.
Oh yeah, for sure. I is based.
That was L, but yeah.
Oh, L. Yeah. So from my perspective, I think you're not wrong. I think the best way to do anything is to develop it yourself. I think the problem is we as humans just don't have the time. We kind of have to pick and choose where we focus and how deeply we're willing, or how much of ourselves we're willing to give to that. And then we also have to kind of respect what our own capabilities are. I know plenty of people who could not introspect. If you put a gun to their head and gave them a month, they would still never be able to look beyond their own biases. And for those people, they can't do it themselves. They can't come up with their own thing. They have to be given what the standards are because they just don't care about this aspect of things, right? And I think we need to remember that it's not just magical thinking. It's people offloading some of the responsibility that they don't have the time or the ability to bear. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, given there's so many people who just don't actually have that time or ability. They don't have the temperament for it. They don't have there's so many things that go into this. Like most of the people on here we're terminally online. We spend so much of our lives thinking about all these things. Vast majority of the human population does not and can't. So that's just my thoughts.
All right. Well, now that we've cleared the air on that, I guess Confluence can tell us if he wants us to just leave. I know Noggins is still up here, and if Noggins comes back and is like, what the heck, that might be weird. But so I was thinking we could just stay on and keep chatting until either the thing stops saying live or Confluence comes back on. Does that sound good?
True. I don't know if he can kill live. Can he kill it when we're on here?
No, we're still live, according to my StreamYard at least.
Yeah, I see that. Oh, I see what you're saying. You'd have to kill the stream. Can't you join from your phone or your Chromebook?
Yeah, you should be able to take the link and still join or something. I've never had to do it from his end like that, so I don't actually know. So,
oh, true.
There's not really an argument right now, Brenda. Yeah, if anything, Noggins would be the one providing some disagreement. It's weird that Confluence can still do that, but can't actually rejoin the stream. What is wrong with StreamYard?
I don't know. I don't know if it's StreamYard or his PC.
But either way.
Yeah, no, I know it's completely fucked. I've never seen this before. I guess I don't know what the StreamYard interface looks like, but the chances...
Confluence has become a spirit. Honestly, perfect.
Or ghost, if you will.
Perfect
I will.
ending.
You must.
So what do you think about my about the time thing, about people's like abilities or capabilities to go through all these things?
Yeah, I think it makes sense to see it as offloading a bit, but I think the true source of superstition, right, was not understanding the cycles we're seeing, but also thinking like there's certain ways that these cycles seem to exist around me, or I just seem perfectly to fit into these cycles. So could these cycles also be alive with me, kind of thing, right? Like seeing ourselves in the wind or in the clouds or something like that. What I think are like the true core roots of polytheism would be superstition and thinking that like even like Shinto, like thinking like every thing from nature has a spirit in it. I think that that's truly like the real ontological roots of human spirituality is kind of seeing ourselves in things for the first time, because like if you know about the mirror test in psychology and whether or not we test whether or not animals are self-aware, I think that's when we started to go beyond just passing the mirror test into kind of looping back around to being our own mirrors.
Yeah, I think I don't know how good of a test the mirror test even is. Maybe it's the best we have right now, but the fact is we just don't seem to know what the consciousness is. We're not able to differentiate or identify or do anything really with it, except we think we have it to whatever extent. Some people may or may not, but man, you like the feeling of just being in chat and not being up there?
Oh no, I just didn't want to interrupt you to say that.
No, Confluence.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, go ahead.
Can I also point out, I think what we were offloading at the time was a sense of control. It made sense that like people before we had science were kind of scared of like Mother Nature, right? It was like, how can we appease this bitch so she'll stop sending us storms and droughts and stuff? So to me, it almost makes sense that we became superstitious, then spiritual, then religious, and a whole bunch of lore came about that. Sorry if I'm talking past you at all.
No, you're fine.
This is just a weird position to be in. I feel like I'm running the stream now.
You're the first one.
I'm the next. I'm like I'm the next closest thing to an actual streamer around here.
Damn. True.
Well, do you stream?
True. No, hell no.
Okay. Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta change. I'm done being Stacy's dad.
But your name is Alex, though, right?
Yep.
Because it's kind of awkward to call you that.
No, I know. I'll just get back to normal. I was hoping to trigger Stacy.
But yeah, folks, I mean, I know I'm not the most likable person, but this isn't even my stream, and I don't think the host actually likes me that much. So if you like the stream, that would actually be an L for me and a W for Confluence, right?
True. Yeah, I don't know the stream.
Confluence. Shh. No, I'm trying to finagle some likes out of them. Come on. I've always got more haters than people who like me though. So I got to milk that somehow for other people.
Why do you think that is?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, right. That's the other Confluence. That was a fake Confluence. This is real Confluence talking now.
Yeah, for sure. I think he was just he was saying he likes you to make sure you keep coming back to the panels. You can keep hating you.
Oh yeah, right. He has to milk me. I'm the lol cow. Lol Furby. Sorry, but you were saying?
I said, why do you think that is? You're like more often hated than you are liked on streams.
Well, one thing, I'm completely irreverent. Like it doesn't like I'm gonna treat Confluence the same way I treat Jack nobody. That doesn't mean to say people don't like earn or lose respect with me, but everybody starts off at the same base. It doesn't matter if you're a 2 million sub panel host or whatever. I'm going to come in, and if you say some shit I don't like, I'm going to tell you I think it's wrong. There are some things that I do respect, like, you know, rules and stuff like that to an extent. So that's like the first thing that I could see why people just traditionally wouldn't like me. But then I think the other thing is we don't have a space anymore, like the debate space I first came into, where people can actually say, you know what, I took an L in that debate. You've convinced me I was wrong. And therefore, I can't actually win any debates around here, if I'm being honest. I'm not saying that I don't win debates. I feel like I do a lot and that I exceed my own win conditions. I know I'm tooting my own horn there, but who cares? But that's not even bad compared to all the people who need to lie about me or get my points wrong or all sorts of things to pretend like I didn't win an argument when I just clearly did. So,
is that what you think is actually happening, though?
Pardon?
Is that what you think is actually happening? They're twisting your words purposely.
I mean, that's the best faith interpretation of what's happening. Because there's a lot worse ways I could take it, but that's like the only one that explains it without necessarily having to demonize people.
So was there a point in time where you were able to convince people that they were wrong about something they cared about?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Was there a point in time where you were able to convince people?
I've had debates, and it's usually not the debate coded spaces that are like that. Sure. Like I said, when I first joined the space, it was a little bit more like that. I feel like it got taken over by a lot of people who don't live up to the requirements of a debater, which means you always have to be improving yourself if you lose, and you have to actually know your shit if you're going to argue something, which usually means prep work, which I noticed a whole like tidal wave at a certain point of people coming in who just didn't do that. And I'm not saying I have standards. What I'm saying is you're gonna just perform badly if you don't do your homework. And what those people do instead of actually improving is they just say, no, everyone else here is pretentious debate snobs, and I'm just trying to have a chill time, bro. And so I started with trying to go on a crusade of calling these people out for taking up space and bringing the whole thing down an intellect level. And I still sometimes say that still, but it was a crusade. And of course, it just, nobody cared because at that point, all the intellectuals had been driven away.
Sure. Well, one second. Hey, Confluence. It might work better if you try to super chat it. Just saying, you should super chat your own channel.
I mean, Confluence has a point too. I'm just trans. So some people just hate that. And that's just the reality of things. And, I don't expect to please everybody. I think that's one of the worst things people can do when they start streaming is not realize that you can't possibly please everybody. And everybody's a critic. Everybody is a critic. So as soon as you put your face on a stream, the first person you're probably going to interact with in chat is somebody who's criticizing you, which is probably exhausting. But I'm one of those critics.
I've watched a lot of people debate, and there's times I thought somebody won really, really heavily, and then later I realized I think I missed where they lost the plot a little bit. There's other times where it was kind of a toss-up between people. But
sorry. I thought of how to describe to you what type of people took over. It was the sort of people who would come in and use their audience to basically say, like, oh no, I won that debate. And since their audience are all Sego fans, they all just like scream anybody who says, well, no, your points were terrible and this person schooled you on this, this, and this. They get screamed out of the room. So that person never actually has to address any criticism. Destiny became that. He didn't start as that, but he became that. And then I think a lot of other people aspired to have that same kind of like protective shield of an audience around them.
That's the thing mentioned. True. Yeah, I don't know. So I guess I've been able to convince people on things that they're not super opinionated on. And I've been able to kind of wedge people out of the hard stuff.
Right.
thing that they are really that they really did do care about. Not move them too much, but get them out of the defensive corner. But one of the things I've noticed is the more people care about something, like the stronger of an opinion they have, the harder it is for them to accept any new information that changes it. So I don't know how much of it. There's certainly people who are just bad faith actors, but
I'm mostly hearing what you're saying, Alex, but you are getting quieter as you talk. So I think it's just like a mic distance thing. So just make sure you're keeping the mic close.
So a lot of people, there's plenty of people who are like that. And there's plenty of sycophants who don't care what the other person says.
Their person just wins every time. But I've also noticed that a lot of the time people aren't listening for the points you're making. They're listening for the things you're not responding to or the things that you missed, right? Like they have a different set of criteria for what they feel is winning. And if you don't know what that criteria is, which most of the time you don't, it's really hard to get anyone to admit that they lost a debate because they think they got you on this one point that makes their entire case for them, regardless of the 50 other points they lost on.
Yeah, I've probably been guilty of doing that myself. I've been grappling with the idea for a while, like, is the win condition that you convince your audience, or is the win condition that you convince your opponent? And I think it's both. I think the more diametrically opposed you are to your opponent in ideology, the more you can't expect your win condition to be your opponent saying, you know what, you've changed my mind. The win condition actually looks like, for me at least, the next time that they go to talk about that subject, they either admit that there's nuance to it, or they're just straight up not as confident in their talking points as they were the last time because they've been schooled on this. And I think another thing about this is a lot of people from like a top-down perspective, less a bottom-up, came in as those type of like talking heads, the people who just want to say the script. And even if you show how that script is wrong, they're just going to keep saying the script. And so those people are just literally unreachable. They're
The Andrew Wilsons of the world. And things like that.
Yeah, Jim Bob.
Jim Bob, yeah.
I even commend Jim Bob a bit for actually watching stuff where people criticize anti-evolutionists. So he does open himself up to that. But then I actually watched like 5 minutes and I'm like, dude, like this is willful ignorance at its prime. Like it's like, I can't believe how, I don't want to get into it, but like,
so
I just feel bad for some people that like, that's their life. It's bad news to hear that you're wrong and that all you have to do to improve is learn a thing.
Right. Well, so like I was watching Wick TV a little bit ago. A while ago now.
Don't get me started on Wick.
That's fine. They had a particular argument about Donald Trump and the
No Confluence, you're gay coded. Anson made that very clear. Stop trying to offload this onto us. Sorry, Alex.
Gay Fluence. Yeah, no worries. JK, I like Wick. Oh, you're saying Wick is gay coded. That's fair.
Oh, okay.
So I noticed they kept making this. So they said, oh, he sent fake lists of electors, it was fraud. And then someone's like, it's not fraud because they found fraud in some of the voters and stuff. And they got like this debate became about whether there was fraud, there was like voter fraud. And the thing sometimes you have to do is you just stop and ask, so let's say they didn't find any fraud at all. Would it have been illegal then?
Yeah.
If yes, then I see why you want to push this point. But if no, then this point has nothing to do with what you believe or why you believe it. You can't give me a point that me proving you wrong wouldn't affect how you feel or what you think in the slightest.
So I'm actually going to slightly defend Wick here because I've been in that position a lot, and it's not always as obvious to you as it is to the person in that position.
Wick wasn't he was the moderator. He wasn't.
Oh, sure. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
But even for him not moderating that, it's not always obvious that a tangent is necessarily unproductive, right? That person might have thought that going down that tangent and not necessarily focusing on the broader picture for a bit could be more informative, or could even actually sway someone's opinion, right? And that's the thing, is you can't please everybody, and when you're in that moment, it's very hard to make those decisions. I find that I don't often think to do that stuff until I'm the one, like, I'm actually either I've been forced to, or I am just like taking a moment to let this person get all their stuff out, and now I'm thinking about my next steps, because you can't do that in the heat of the moment, or if you do, you're an exceptionally good debater.
It is really hard to notice it unless you're just sitting in the crowd, because you're just listening and you're not thinking about what your response should be. But this is something I tend to notice a lot because I tend to see it a lot. But what I'm doing I'm not trying to change their mind about the event itself. What I'm doing is I'm trying to take away the parts of it, the things they use to reinforce their belief that has no effect on the belief itself, right?
Is that similar to what I was talking about, of just like the next time they go to say the thing, they're less confident in saying it?
No, it's just the next time they hear someone make the same argument, they feel weird about it, right? Because they remember this argument actually has nothing to do with it. I don't know why he's saying it. And then they want to agree, but you can see they hesitate just a little bit. And that hesitation, that's where you win. That is how you win.
I can see that. I think you kind of did like a different perspective on what I said. It's more like the audience's perspective of what I was talking about, whereas mine's like not so much top down, but maybe yours is more like bottom up vertical, and mine's just more horizontal because it's from one debater to another.
Sure, yeah. Yeah,
but I think we need standards around here, not necessarily like pretentious stuff, but for one thing, we debate for a reason, right? We debate to test our own assumptions, not necessarily in the lab, but against each other, and to see if like what I believe actually holds up against someone else's beliefs. And so there are standards we should have. That doesn't mean format, right? That doesn't mean formalities. It just means I think we should give people credit when they win debates, even if we don't believe what they believe. And also, this is the part that we really suck at. When somebody loses a debate, they should feel bad about that. It's okay to shame somebody who lost a debate so long as they're not doing better. And I feel like a lot of people got into this space, and because they had clout, they were able to lose debates and not feel any shame from it, which is, you can't have a debate culture like that, folks. You can't have nice things until there's actual stakes on the table. Double entendre again.
True. I mean, I want a steak on my table. I would love a steak right now. But first of all, I really don't think most people go into debates to learn. I think, or to teach. I think they're going into debates to win or to convince.
I mean, both can be true, right? You can win and learn and all those things. That's kind of how I started when I was a little bit more gung ho about the winning side of things.
Sure. Yeah, but so I guess one thing I can't remember where this study was.
Can I offer maybe a reformulation? And it's that a lot of people come in here thinking winning is getting more popularity and having everyone cheer their name and how great they are.
Oh, yeah, that's stupid.
That's what I've seen.
Yeah, that's stupid. The more people that hate you, the more you won.
I mean, yeah. There's definitely a definition of winning within there, which is just like you just keep at it. Like, I mean to say, like there's like losing the battle versus losing the war, right? The war is like whenever you lose the debate, you got to do better, and you got to come back stronger than you were before, and harder to defeat by your opponent. You have to learn something from it. But the battle is just the debate, and we don't give out. We're not going to give out awards because anyone won a debate, but I think that there should be like credit given where it's due. Basically, like I think there should be at least not clout. The ethos, you know about ethos, logos, pathos. Ethos is just like credentials, essentially.
Yeah.
So that way, the next time that person argues from that thing, they can at least argue it as someone who's informed on it versus, I mean, like a subject for me that's been kind of painful, not necessarily painful, but just I wish I could debate it more, is guns. Right now, it's the leading cause of death in America of youth. And there's just so many studies out there that show that people who own a gun make themselves, their families, and their communities less safe. In fact, gun ownership correlates very strongly with that. And there's a lot of reason to believe it's causal too. But that aside, like I've brought my A game to those debates that I've had. And I think every single one, because gun nuts are literally nuts, not to defame the mentally ill, but every single one has resulted in me getting banned from a server or essentially excommunicated from people.
Yeah, I think so. When you debate gun people, you have to debate it from within kind of their sphere of belief. If they know you're coming in this thing with the thought that all guns just be disappeared forever.
That's not what debate. Okay, so I get that from like a standpoint of like
the community
if
itself.
It's not debate. Yeah, if it's not debate, then I'd agree. But this is debate.
Well, no. But my point is, these are communities, right?
No, I understand that.
There's certain communities where it's totally fine. You can be as oppositional as you want, but there's other communities where if you say that you don't believe in that, they'll ban you outright.
Some places are more like echo chambers than others. Sure, yeah,
sure.
It's nothing new.
Well, like forget it. Like if you go into like a red pill server and you say that you love feminists or something, they're gonna just roast you.
Sure, I get that. I mean, within debate spaces, though, right? Like that's the problem that that's where the disconnect's going to be in what you're trying to explain to me. Because I'm not like I do go into other servers that are like that. Actually, red pill. I consider red pill to be dead now. Anyway, so I don't think I actually infiltrated red pill, but
dead, yeah.
I kind of have. It's not because of gangs, but
it is partially because of gangs.
Oh yeah, like it's obviously going to have an influence, but it correlates with gun ownership in total. So even rural communities that have more gun ownership will have more gun or more violence in general related, especially that related to guns. Just saying, but then rural communities that don't. But anyways, I'm not necessarily like infiltrating spaces. I show up to spaces that might have leanings, but they also have debate. And this is what I mean. Like if you have a debate culture, then it should be out of the question to have an echo chamber culture.
It should be. I agree. The problem is it's not. Walking into there's certain groups of people that are very. I don't know. I don't know if they just realize how thin their beliefs are, or how little of a space they have for the defenses they provide. But if you come in with like this anti-them, they don't want anything to do with you. Whereas if you
have a good night, Noggins.
Oh, yes, I don't know if he might have disconnected a long time ago. Just but if you go in, if you go in with like this, I want to make this safer mentality, they're a lot more tolerant of you because you're not antithetical to like the foundation of their belief system. And at that point, you can actually get some concessions out of them because they don't feel like they're defending the very core of their belief. You're just kind of poking at the peripheries, right?
I partially agree, and I've seen that, but I also disagree because I don't think there is any actual way to tell them what like the facts without attacking the core beliefs, which is that A, having a gun makes you safer, which it doesn't, and B, it can be used to protect you or your communities, which it can't.
I mean, legitimately, it can, right? It just often isn't the case.
I mean, if you're going to protect it against someone else with another gun, by the way, you're not safer. You're in a shootout. Nobody's safer in a shootout.
No, I know. Yeah.
So just going.
But my point is,
what I'm saying is like there is no way for
possible.
me to avoid that.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying it's possible. So just kind of you have to hedge the extent. You can't say it's never better, right? There's situations where it would be better to have a gun than not. But those situations are probably pretty far and few between in a country like ours where we're mostly settled. We don't have a whole lot of wildlife.
Most threats are taken care of with police.
Yes. Yep. We have police around. Now, to be honest, if you lived in like a gang neighborhood where the police never come, right? Would you feel safer having a gun or not having one?
If I'm not in a gang, I'm definitely less safe by shooting at gangs.
I'm not saying you're going to shoot at a gang member, but if they come and try and shoot you,
then I'm still not going to. I don't think I'm going to be any safer with a gun. I really don't. It might be less safe for them marginally if I have a gun, but that's just like, I don't think vengeance solves anything in this situation.
Well, it's not about vengeance. It's about deterrence, right?
Yeah, it's not GTA, so maybe a deterrent might work.
Well, I'm saying like if somebody's going to break into your house and you have a shotgun and you cock it and they hear that, they're probably not going to keep breaking into your house. They're going to get the fuck out of there, or they take some lead, right?
Unless they have a gun with a flashlight, because that's actually usually if you have a flashlight in the dark and somebody else doesn't, you can.
Right, but pellets in a shotgun will spread out, and they're not like all they have to be is out on the stairs, and they're done.
But if there's like 5 of you, you can just like shoot a bunch of lead through the walls. You don't need to.
The 2x4s can deflect most calibers. But I agree they could shoot through walls. It's not likely to hit someone, right? Unless they have like an Uzi, I guess. They have like a fully automatic or something, then you're just screwed anyways. But in that case, having a gun or not having a gun isn't going to help you. You're
actually safest if you don't interact with the robber at all.
Well, but it's not always about robbing. Sometimes it's about hurting people, right?
But that's
blood in, blood
out. Now we've come up with like very limited scenarios where it honestly at that point, like, you might as well just hire personal security if you're in that much danger. Because again, like, you're not safer in a shootout. You're just able to do more damage to the other side.
I'm talking about people who live in like gangland neighborhoods, right? They don't have personal security. They might not even be able to get proper blocks.
Yeah, but gangs don't just go to random people's houses to hurt people.
They certainly do at times, yeah.
Random people's houses to just hurt them. That doesn't make any sense. I think you have a warped view of how gang culture works. Most of the time when gangs do violence, it's because they have some beef with another gang.
Well, no, I'm talking about initiation, right? Initiation rights.
Initiation would be someone is trying to join a gang, but if they're hazing you, you don't want to pull out a gun and be like, "You can't haze me."
No, they're not. It's blood in, blood out, right? You kill someone to get in.
No, that's a myth. No gangs actually.
There's a lot of gangs that operate that way.
Did you experience people like I did in like your early 20s who like to pretend they're in a gang and do stuff like that, but then also they get laughed at by real gangs? Because that's the sort of people who I heard saying that, and then you see like real gangs, and then you're like, oh yeah, no, they don't act like children who say stuff like blood in, blood out.
What are you talking about? Well, it's a pretty common thing. You don't get to.
I think it's common in Hollywood.
No, I mean it's pretty common in New York and Chicago.
Okay. But still, that wouldn't mean you kill someone random. I don't think. I think that would mean.
Well,
that
no,
you
I'm not
kill
saying-
somebody in another gang, right? You help somebody squash their beef, but you're the one who shoots the bullet.
Yeah, that's probably it is random. I don't think it's random confluence, but yeah, you're right. More than likely, it's going to be somebody, another gang, or somebody
Most
wearing
white
the
people who
colors
I've
of the other
talked to who have lived in those type of areas just say, like, if you keep to yourself, nobody who's in a gang fucks with you because you're a nobody to them. They might try to rob you. Honestly, it's more likely to be a drug addict, and again, you're just safer if you don't interact with them.
Yeah, no, absolutely, that's true. But if you have kids,
Then you make sure that they're safe. That's about it. As long as they're
Well-
safe, you don't need to interact with the robber.
well, no, it's not. It's not about interacting with robbers. But sorry, this is a thin line of argument from my side.
Oh yeah, no, you don't have to defend anything. I get that this started with the debate on how to approach people, but
No,
again,
yeah.
Again, most robbers do not pull a gun on you unless you've pulled a gun on them first.
Most
They might
robbers won't even come with a gun, but
Sure,
when
but
they
the ones who do aren't usually. I can't speak for every robber in existence, but usually most robbers do not actually want to use that gun.
No, if they're just robbers, or they're just like they're thieves, they like to rob houses, or they need to rob a house or something. Yeah, they're typically not going to want to do anything. It's more like the sociopathic, antisocial personality disorder people that are going to want to kill somebody for no given reason. Yeah, that's typically going to be the case more than anything else.
And I mean, like, yeah, I guess we could all own a gun in case a sociopath exists, but then how do we know that sociopath isn't also going to get a gun?
Well, of course they're going to have a gun, but they're going to have one whether they're legal or not.
Not necessarily.
Also,
well, if you just don't know anywhere to buy a gun, where you're going to get a gun from? You can steal it from a cop. That's going to be
3D
difficult.
print most of them now.
Everyone knows how to 3D print stuff, especially stuff that's structurally coherent enough to fire high, like subsonic or
I'm not saying
supersonic
everybody,
projectiles.
but sociopaths.
Now we have the sociopath who's also able to get a gun legally or illegally somehow,
Illegally,
and also
mostly, yeah.
and or able to 3D print stuff, including bullets.
You wouldn't 3D print a bullet, no.
Well, I didn't. Well, then, if you can't buy a gun, you probably can't buy bullets.
I mean, there's always underground markets for this kind of stuff, right?
But if you also don't have an above ground market, then it's still just less available. Not everyone knows how to access underground markets.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is less available.
So that will still be 99% of sociopaths who can't make or access a weapon versus 100% of sociopaths who can.
I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think probably most sociopaths would be able to access whatever weapon they typically like to use. A lot of sociopaths don't choose guns because it's not as it doesn't feel as good, I guess.
That's a particular. I'm not huge on criminal psychology, but I'm pretty sure the people who are that deep into like the sadism are considered to be like a different class, though.
Yeah,
not all sociopaths are even murderous.
Psychopaths. I don't know what the.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's even kind of counterintuitive because psychopaths are the ones who you would actually think are normal, and sociopaths are the one who can't act normal even if they wanted to.
What do you mean?
Well, you know how like when you think of a psycho person, you think of somebody who's acting all crazy and erratic.
Oh no! I know that they're typically highly intelligent, right?
Well, psychopaths and sociopaths both have like the same like underlying drives that make them pathic, I guess, psycho or sociopathic. But the psychopath can actually mask it and operate in normal society and function, and nobody might notice that they have those tendencies.
They can pretend. they can pretend. They're usually very narcissistic, very charming, very
versus the sociopath can't. They can't hide those tendencies, and it's counterintuitive to me because the psycho would sound like somebody who can't control themselves, and the socio would sound like somebody who can function inside.
Historically, at least, psychopaths, at least the way I learned this, they had like urges to kill, couldn't control, which is where the psycho came from. But it didn't mean that they would just like kill people randomly where the fuck they are. It's a good distinguishing.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, there's probably some way that like if you actually look at like pour through the data, it doesn't work. It's probably outdated in some way. Like most terms in psychology are becoming, but that just means that we're getting better. It doesn't mean that was necessarily wrong. It's just, you know, better resolution.
Yeah. I just prefer to have like one name for people who behave that way than having to differentiate between like the three whatever traits.
And as long as you're like being as long as you're being cautious and realizing like you're using that as a layperson, I think you're doing your due diligence. And especially makes more sense for you to use these terms as a layperson. Whereas like if I was a researcher or a clinician, I feel like it would be irresponsible for me to continue to use those terms and make it seem like it would still be part of the profession to see that way.
Yeah, that would be a problem for sure.
So I used to be a lot like harder on people who would mess that stuff up or like say it without actually having any authority. But now I kind of realize like it's more about like how self-aware are you with it and how careful.
Pause.
No, are we pausing?
Confluence?
Is this a pause or is this a stop? Because he said he was going to end soon anyways. And
I know, that was like 30 minutes ago. He's been enjoying his chat hours, I guess.
This makes me wonder, like, if I started doing panels, if Confluence would be a chat lurker.
Probably, yeah. No.
Oh, so the gay kind of pause. So like furry pause.
Ooh. Wait, is furry necessarily gay though?
If anything, I think Confluence.
It's a vow. It's a vow.
I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. It's going to get said. I think he's a closet furry. That's how he comes off to me.
It's a vow. It's a vow. It's a vow.
Yeah. I ain't gonna respond to that. I can't say nothing. I don't know nothing.
I'm just saying my furry dar is off the charts. No, I'm kidding. That's a bit extreme. I'm not a furry. That's the funny thing. I at least I don't wear fursuits. I guess like there's a part of me that understands animals better than people, but I'm just neurodivergent, so that's why it's
sure. I don't actually even know what the fuck a furry is supposed to be. I don't really care. It seems like
it's a community. It's just a community, and that's something they all come together.
I know.
They enjoy doing.
It seems no different than any other kind of like, what do you call that? People who well, God, why can't I use words?
Are you thinking of fetish?
Yes, it doesn't seem like it's really that different from any other kind of fetish.
Not everybody does it for sexual reasons. A lot of it's very like them being like very social, and for neurodivergent people, it can also feel like a more accessible way to be social.
Why would you call it a furry then?
Well, because they're wearing fursuits. That's something they enjoy doing. Like I said, that's what brings them all together as a community. And
bikers typically wear like leather, like you don't call them leathers.
I mean, you can have people who are into that stuff in non-sexual ways and come together too. It's just you typically do see that in response to kink. And like, so fur cons, conventions, because I've talked to furries and they're very wholesome people. Like they don't seem like super horny or anything. I've asked them about this stuff and they're like, well, the sexual stuff doesn't really happen at the fur convention. That's literally just where people go to hang out and like, you know, just enjoy being furries. And all that stuff is like, well, because there's people there with hotels, like then they'll go back to each other's hotel rooms and stuff.
Something it really doesn't have anything to do with sexual fetishes. It's just people who like to dress up in fursuits and pretend.
I'm not going to say it doesn't, because there's an online component that definitely does fetishize it. So don't get me wrong.
There's
But
people who fetishize anything, though. People
not for
fetishize
everybody.
posters.
Just because you meet a furry doesn't mean that's somebody who's into furry porn per se.
No, I get that. Yeah, that makes sense. Interesting. Is there a different word to differentiate?
Hey, Confluence, are you speaking from experience, buddy?
Yes, I believe he is. I mean, you know what they say. You know what they say about conservatives meeting up in huge groups, right? Grindr just crashes wherever they go.
Oh yeah, he is a very good neocon. I just realized that.
Yeah.
In Confluence, you can end this stream whenever. Like honestly, I'm kind of I'm feeling zapped. I've done acting, so I know the show must go on. But I'm just saying, even if you like cut me off mid sentence, I'm not going to complain. I don't know about Alex.
Yeah, I'm vibing. So whenever you're done, I'm done.
I'm literally just trying to fill the time with different subjects without it being
we're
too schizo.
we apparently agree a little bit too much on most things, and I don't have that many strong opinions. So
yeah, you're kind of mid.
I am super mid. I love the mid.
I meant it as a joke, but if you can embrace it, then okay.
Oh
fair.
no, I'm in the middle of everything. I'm mid-coded. That's right. I'm mid-vibed.
Okay, so let's try this out then. Well, thank you, folks, for joining us tonight on the Confluence 358 stream. We love having all sorts of discussions here. Tonight we were talking about angels, demons, and spirits and ghosts. That was actually part 2 of the discussion. I'm not going to say that. That is degenerate debasement of my moral self. But I want to thank Alex and who are some other guests we had tonight. Nate the Trucker. I'm probably forgetting some major ones. But yeah.
Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Marilyn, Anson. Yeah, it's all just coming back to me as soon as I go to start saying something else.
But, of course.
Soda, yeah. Thank you everyone for coming. It's been a fun night. Yeah, so at any point, Confluence, you could just end the streams. That way this can get less increasingly awkward for me. But yeah, like and subscribe.
How about this? We're just going to start dropping slurs here in the next 10 seconds, okay?
No, don't. We do not
10,
break TOS around here. We are good.
9, 8.
Wait, 9?
7, 6, 5.
I'm gonna
better
leave.
end it.
I'm gonna leave if you
4,
start.
3.
No, 7, 6. He said 7, 6. What are you numerically dyslexic?
I'm counting down, not counting up. End the effing stream, my man.
I think Confluence just self-reported that he's numerically dyslexic. By the way, folks, if you don't subscribe, you won't know when Confluence is live again. And I'm just saying, this is where the fun happens, right here on these lives.
If you want to have more furry discussions, please join us on here.
No, we kept it brief. Now, furries don't always keep it brief, but that's a different issue.
Do they prefer boxers instead?
That's okay. Good. I'm glad you kind of got where I was going with that. Because you could take that in so many ways.
I know. It's okay. Good night, y'all. 07. God bless. Fair.
Okay. I guess that's our cue.